The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of October 30th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
I'm here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Madam Chair, three present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you read any correspondence that you have into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated October 30th, 2024. Dear Chairperson Fred Gregory, I will be tardy to today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Chamber. I will be participating in the previously scheduled John H. Woodson Government Association and Social Studies Department Senatorial Forum. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my tardiness may cause. Sincerely, Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated October 30, 2024. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, due to a previous scheduled engagement, I will be tardy to today's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. Please accept my apologies for my delayed arrival, and I kindly request that my tardiness be excused. Your understanding and cooperation in this matter are greatly appreciated. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated October 29, 2024. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, thank you for the invitation to testify before the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance on October 30, 2024 at the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Hall. I appreciate the opportunity to provide insights on the compliance agreement between the U.S. Virgin Islands and the U.S. Department of Education and address matters related to our destination as a high-risk grantee. Regrettably, due to unforeseen circumstances that require my immediate attention during this time, I will be unable to attend the hearing in person. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and appreciate your understanding. Please accept my sincere apologies and rest assured that we are prepared to respond to any committee inquiries regarding human services should they arise. Thank you once again for the invitation and for the committee's dedicated service to our community. I look forward to future opportunities to engage with the committee on matters of shared concern. Thank you again for your consideration and for the vital work the committee undertakes for our community. Respectfully, Avril E. George, Commissioner, U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Letter dated October 30, 2024. Dear Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, I write to formally inform you that I, Dr. Dion Wells Hendrickson, Commissioner of Education, are unable to attend the scheduled hearing for the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance on October 30, 2024, as I am presently off island. To ensure continuity of representation and to address any matters pertain to the Department of Education, Mr. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, will attend in my stead. Mr. Sum is fully prepared to answer any questions and provide the necessary information on behalf of the department. Please accept my apologies for this unavoidable absence. I remain available for any follow-up discussions or additional inquiries that may arise from this hearing upon my return. Thank you for your understanding and continued support for our efforts to advance education in the Virgin Islands. Respectfully, Dr. Dion Wells Henderson, Commissioner of Education, Virgin Islands Department of Education. This concludes the reading of today's correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff as present. And could you please give me a retally?
Madam Chair, we have 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have established a quorum, and we are going to proceed. This morning, we have no representation from the Department of... Do we have representation from the Department of Health? Did you get a letter from the Department of Health, Madam Clerk?
No, we do have representation.
So, why are you back there? Please Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please bring the Assistant Commissioner into the well. Thank you. Dr. Valmont is on St. Croix. Okay. We have no representation here from the Department of Human Services, which receives a significant amount of U.S. Department of Education dollars. Mr. McCurdy is represented by Assistant Commissioner. Okay, I see Commissioner of Property and Procurement here in person, and I see the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Education. I will say, though, I am disappointed because we are here to talk about the third-party fiduciary. And I know that we've been in third-party for the past, since 2006. Give or take, I see Mr. Reimer is back with us, and I think that he was there when it started, and I took over from him afterwards. So, so I'm going to just ask, before I ask you to put your names on the record, Mr. Soam, is there someone from one of your CFO, someone from your property or procurement division? Because much of the third party, the compliance agreement rather, is tied to procurement in the respective agencies, departments, as well as the fiscal operations. So is there anyone from your department that's represented in those capacities? Please recognize the mic of Mr. Soam. Try again, Mr. Soam. Okay, we're gonna move to media. We're having a hard time hearing Mrs. Soam. Mrs. Soam, could you try another mic? Mrs. Soam? Can you hear us? I'm not getting that impression that you can hear us. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give them an opportunity. Let me go ahead and have the agenda read into the record. Yeah. Let me go and have the agenda read into the record, and then we'll go into recess. You may proceed, Madam Clerk.
Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. The 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet Wednesday, October 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Block 1, update on the status of the compliance agreement between the U.S. Virgin Islands and the U.S. Department of Education as a result of the U.S. Virgin Islands being designated a high-risk grantee under 34 CFR Section 80-12. Invited testifiers, Honorable Diane Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner, Department of Education, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Julio Reimer Sr., Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget, Honorable Avril George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services, Honorable Hosta Tita Incarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health, and Sharon Murphy, Partner, McConnell and Jones, LLP. Block 2, FY 2025 Budget Appropriation for the Public Transportation System, VITRAN. Invited testifiers are Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance, Mr. Julio Reimer Sr., Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget. Block 3, financial update from the VI Port Authority for fiscal year 2024 and financial overview of fiscal year 2025. Invited testifier, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority. And Block 4, financial update from the West Indian Company Limited for fiscal year 2024 and financial overview of fiscal year 2025. Invited testifier, Mr. Anthony Otley, President and CEO, West Indian Company Limited. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am going to ask the testifiers to put their names and titles on the record, and then I need to figure out, make sure that the folks that are here today do not say to me that they cannot answer the questions because their respective employee that's responsible for the financials, procurement, is not available. So I want to make sure that we understand what's happening here. Otherwise, I'm going to recess this meeting and I'm going to reconvene it to make sure that we're getting the information that we need, or this block of this meeting. We're going to start with, usually I start in the middle, but because the Commissioner of Property and Procurement is on my immediate left, we're going to start from my left.
Right.
You're right. And everybody just please put your name and title on the record. You may proceed, Commissioner Alejandro.
Good morning. Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Good morning. Clarena Modes Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good morning. Julio Reimer Sr., Director Nominee, Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning. Sharon Murphy, partner with McConnell and Jones, and we are the third party. I'm the representative for the third party.
Good morning. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Let's try you one more time, Assistant Commissioner Soames. Yeah, we cannot hear you. I was trying to give them time to get this together. Is there another mic that you can try, or is it just absolutely down?
He's not talking, just looking at the mic. Yes. No, he's talking.
Yeah. I'm going to have to take a quick recess until we could get this St. Croix side of this meeting up, and I guess it'll give me an opportunity to find out what in the world is going on here. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is back on the record.
She told me to send it to her, though.
All right, let's see if you go ahead, Ms. Asum. Ms. Asum, you're up.
Good morning.
Perfect,
Better?
perfect. Put your
Okay,
name and
thank
title
you.
on the
Good
record.
morning. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education.
Okay, is there anyone else on St. Croix with you?
No, there's not from the Department of Education.
Did someone say that they had someone from
Dr. Valmont.
Dr.
Deputy
Falman? Is she in the audience?
Yes, she is.
Dr. Falman, could you please come into the well? Sergeant at Arms in St. Croix, can you please escort Dr. Valmont into the well? Thank you. We're good? Okay. All right.
Good morning, Janice Valmont, Deputy Commissioner, Health Promotion. This is Prevention, Department of Health.
Okay, so Mr. Soames, I was asking you earlier if you have your procurement, your CFO should be here in this discussion. Are you prepared to respond to the questions around the work that is occurring with regards to the compliance agreement?
We should have in the audience our new Deputy Commissioner for Fiscal and Administrative Services, Hassani Harris, along with our CTO, Dr. Maria Torrado. The Director of Fixed Asset and Property Management, Ms. Richards, should be there.
Okay.
We also have on standby our Internal Audit Director, Roseanne Jeremiah, and we have our federal funds, our State Federal Funds Director, Keisha Culpepper-Smith, online as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask that the Department of Education officials that are here, Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please invite them into the well. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, are you here with us? You're still going to do this.
I wouldn't mind. The chairs are coming. Yeah.
On the audit.
Here,
Right, on the audit.
here, foundational documentation required.
Audit.
On page 8.
Okay.
Yeah. So, there are two seats up front. There are two seats up front. There's another seat on the end. Thank you. Okay. So those individuals who just entered the well, I'm going to ask them to put their names and titles on the record. I'm going to start on my left.
Charlene Richards.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory in the well. One more time. Pull your,
Charlene Richards, Director of Fixed Asset.
Okay, please recognize my desk in the well, please. Media.
Charlene Richards, Fixed Asset Director.
Okay, you got to bring the mic closer. We are unable to hear you.
Charlene Richards, Fixed Asset Director.
Ms. Richards? Shireen?
Shireen.
Okay. And
Dr. Maria Melendez Tirado, Chief Turnaround Officer.
Good morning, Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Admin Services.
Ms. Hasina, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Rado, turnaround. How does your turnaround work impact the compliance agreement?
I'm actually here since I was acting Deputy Commissioner.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, just making sure. Okay. Would you like to sit closer to the? Yes, I think
would work.
we need to balance this a little better. So if you have I know sometimes you confer. So if we could, this is really this is a hard start, but we're going to get this right. So we're going to ask either of us to move left or move right, or we're going to ask the easiest sister in the room to, yeah, let's make it easy. Yeah, I could count on Dr. Sims to make it easy. Thank you, Dr. Sims. All right, thank you. So we're going to ask Ms. Murphy, did you submit your? Okay, perfect. You did? Perfect. So we're going to start with the government's team. I suspect that we have one testimony from the government's team. Who
That's
speaks
correct.
to the government's testimony today?
I do.
And you are? Just for the sake of the stenographer, she's not in the room.
Julia Reimer,
Okay, you may
Senior.
proceed, Mr. Reimer.
So how we're going to proceed here, Senator, is I'm going to start, and then basically the third party will take over, and then I'll come back. Okay?
You have to complete your testimony because the third party, as I shared with you when we took the break, is an independent organization that's here in the Virgin Islands to ensure that we are able to provide support, to ensure that we are able to be removed from the third party fiduciary, from the compliance agreement.
Sure.
So if you prefer for her to start, then I could work with you on that.
Sure.
Would you like that?
She'll present first, and I'll take it from there.
Okay, that's fair. Your testimony has not been received. So,
Hold on one, because I emailed it to you. Can you access?
to me,
Yes, ma'am.
what's the email address? Did you,
See, because I was trying to hurry up, sorry.
let's see. So I don't have it personally. Today's one of them days. Whatever will happen, will happen. Because we have to make copies of it. Mr. Rema, I'm going to have to ask you to move forward.
Sure.
Because it's already 11 o'clock, and I see I have the Commissioner of Public Works sitting in the back, and I know that he's a very busy guy, so we really need to move forward with this meeting.
Sure.
We've wasted like a half an hour trying to align things, so
I'm ready.
you may proceed.
Sure. Good morning, the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory and members of the Budget, Appropriation, and Finance Committee. I am Julia A. Reimer, Senior, Director Nominee of the Office of Management and Budget, to provide testimony on the compliance agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and the United States Department of Education. The Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget remains committed to guiding the Government of the Virgin Islands out of the third-party fiduciary oversight for the federal grants for the United States Department of Education. Collaborative efforts continue with the Departments of Finance, Property and Procurement, and Department of Education, Human Services, and the Department of Health to ensure that all agencies are effectively managing funds received by USDE. Foundational documentation requirements here is, if you jump to page 8, the GVI needs to address several other critical requirements, including the timely completion of the single audit reports. Federal law requires any non-federal entity that expends $750,000 or more in federal awards funds during its fiscal year to obtain a single audit or program-specific audit. The auditors contracted by GVI submitted the draft findings for fiscal year 2022 single audit for management responses a few weeks ago, and the data collection and testing phase for the FY 2023 single audit is about to begin. These reports are essential for establishing the GVI's accountability for $288 million in grant awards currently being awarded by USDE. Additionally, they are important compliance requirements that demonstrate responsible stewardship of the federal grant awards. First, I'll start with Department of Human Services. The Department of Human Services is currently under specific conditions for those funds awarded by USDE, State Vocational Rehabilitative Services. These funds are utilized by DHS for Division of Disabilities Vocational and Rehabilitative Services Program, VOC Rehab Program. In essence, these funds are utilized to render assistance to individuals with disabilities in allowing them to not only gain but maintain integrated employment. This includes assessments, training, placements, and accommodations. DHS continues to make great strides in being compliant with rules and regulations delineated with utilization of federal funds. While there is still work to be done, the department remains committed to ensuring full compliance to both federal and local regulations. DHS has maintained timely drawdowns for the last 18 months. This has been facilitated by increased personnel, specifically within the fiscal office. Additionally, DHS has a dedicated federal grants financial analyst who is tasked with not only with the overall financial management of programs, but works collaboratively with program staff in meeting mandates. Additional support staff allows for the continued separation of duties. The ERP approval workflow for requisition approval has been enhanced to ensure not only abidance of procurement regulations, but also the Department of Finance's mandates according to its basically SOPPs. Payroll is reconciled after each posting and requisite draws are performed accordingly. In February 2024, DHS transited over to the time stats system for managing time and attendance. Additionally, staff are still providing biweekly annual time and effort certifications. Lastly, while the TPFA works on updating the SOPP specific to DHS vocab program, work still continues on a comprehensive fiscal standard operation policy to cover all grants management, inclusive of the VOC Rehab program. This will also include asset management. DHS is collaborating with the Department of Property and Procurement with a track record maintaining internally with accurate and up-to-date listings for programs in both districts. Next is the Department of Property and Procurement. The Property and Procurement is in continuous collaboration with all relevant stakeholders in government, ongoing efforts towards compliance with USDE requirements. Department of Property and Procurement support in the government's effort is evidence of all property and fixed asset management aspects of the special conditions. The department completed and issued a revised procurement manual incorporating procurement changes that were previously affected via memorandum and executive orders to ensure our procurement procedures were outlined and documented in the resource in November 2022. This manual is a living document that the department continues to update. In addition, in fiscal 2024, DPP completed all procurement standard operating procedures, and we are working with VIDE to update VIDE's corresponding materials. DPP continues to provide guidance to VIDE, DOH, and DHS in all procurement matters. DPP recently met with DOH Grant Management Community Practice Team towards improving the DOH expenditure and drawdown on federal funds and procurement methods. This year, VIDE, DOH, and DHS serve as pilot agencies for requisition aspects of GVI by the government's e-procurement system. These agencies, along with the Department of Finance, have been receiving training and are currently working within the environment. Further, DPP will provide a formal walkthrough of the e-procurement system capability and function with a third-party fiduciary agent and OMB's compliance unit. Currently, DPP has also proposed additional changes to the procurement statutes to achieve parity with the federal acquisition threshold. Once the statute is updated, the procurement manual will, and in turn, be updated and training will be delivered to the government as DPP's standard practice. DPP has also completed a fixed asset policy and SOPs. These items are pending feedback from the USDE before dissemination to the government of the Virgin Islands. In addition, all fixed asset forms were updated this year and shared with all government agencies. DPP will be delivering fixed management training to all fixed asset managers within the GVI in 2025. Additionally, DPP's fixed asset team works with OMB's compliant unit, DOF, and Tyler Munis to address system functions, role of responsibilities, and management of all grant-funded and local assets in the ERP. The Department of Property and Procurement continues to address special conditions, ensure compliance and best practices, and implement it utilizing federal and local funds. This concerted effort continues to standardization of our policies and procedures will facilitate improved oversight and compliance for all agencies. Next is the Department of Finance, convenes monthly meetings with the Office of Management and Budget and other agencies to discuss solutions, provide feedback on action items, and leverage our expertise to address conditions set by the U.S. Department of Education. This collaborative approach is part of a strategic effort to demonstrate readiness for removal from the current third-party oversight. To this end, DOF has undertaken a comprehensive view and an update of financial policies across the executive branch. In collaboration with central government agencies, we have created a framework and emphasizes consistent training, accountability, and robust oversight. A key component of this initiative include quarterly ERP trainings sessions for fiscal officers, supplemented with additional sessions as needed. These trainings not only ensure uniform understanding of policy updates, but also equip staff with the practical tools to carry out their financial responsibility with integrity and accuracy. DOF is dedicated to strict adherence to policies and any deviation will be promptly addressed. In preparation for enforcing Executive Order 480-2017, meeting with all fiscal officers to clarify expectations. This executive order expands the Commissioner of Finance oversight over all fiscal and financial functions within the executive branch, reinforcing our commitment to accountability. DOF an overarching goal is to collaborate closely with all departments and third-party stakeholders to fulfill the Department of Education compliance requirements. Through timely, transparent, and accurate financial reporting, we aim to demonstrate fiscal reliability, ultimately achieving removal from third-party receivership. Our approach has been both holistic and collaborative, working with OMB, partner agencies, consultants to address findings comprehensively. DOF, along with key agencies, have developed and implement standardized practices and procedure to ensure accurate financial reporting. In recent months, the DOF team has extensively with the VIDE team to understand the internal processes from grant award inceptions to fund drawdowns and financial reporting. DOF has a dedicated significant resources to the initiative aiming to establish a replicative model for other federally funded agencies and departments, enhancing their efficiency and effectiveness in grant management. To date, the DOF has focused on the following support initiatives to assist agencies in daily fiscal transactions: updating standard operating procedures, holding collaborative meetings to strengthen internal controls and monitoring based on reporting needs, conducting chart of accounts cleanup, managing purchase orders effectively, ensuring timely invoice liquidation, centralizing the drawdown process under Treasury oversight, providing recurring training in basic and advanced accounting processes and reporting, assisting agencies in developing accurate federal receivables. Timeliness and accuracy has been persistent findings for the GVI's audit. DOF's proactive approach to updating policies, code, and trainings for structures will directly address these issues, aligning with expectations of the United States Department of Education. Challenges remain, including staffing shortages and fiscal roles, skill set gaps, funding limitation, and high turnover rates, all which impact posting timeliness and audit corrections. As a response, DOF is guiding agencies through these processes and partnering with consultants to provide technical assistance on federal receivables and CFA. As we continue engaging stakeholders, compliance requirements meaningfully, DOF remains focused on equipping agencies and departments with necessary tools to succeed. We expect all CFOs and fiscal leads to ensure smooth operations of these processes. Any deficiencies will be escalated for an appropriate resolution. We have also made strides in addressing long-standing issues within the indirect cost fund, which has operated in a deficit for several years. Noting removing payroll, expenses from this fund has led to visible improvements. Currently, the fund balance is $1.7 million. There's a correction in the testimony. We have collected approximately $9.7 million in revenue for 2024. These changes represented substantial progress towards sustainable financial management within the indirect cost fund. Go to the Department of Health Infant and Toddlers Program. The Virgin Islands Department of Health Infant and Toddlers Program is a comprehensive system of early intervention services designed for infant and toddlers from birth to 2 years of age who have developmental delays or disabilities. The family-centered program is fully funded by Part C of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The primary objective of Infant and Toddlers Program is to provide a range of support and services in child natural environment, including service coordination, development therapy, speech-language pathology, physical and occupational therapy, vision screening, and audiology. Currently, Lutheran Social Services is designated by the Office of Special Education to serve as a third-party fiduciary agent for Infant and Toddlers Program through a professional services agreement. From October 1, 2023 to September 2024, a total of 65 infants and toddlers in the St. Thomas St. John District and 69 in the St. Croix District received services through the program. The Infant and Toddlers Program received $823,000 from the United States Department of Education for fiscal year 2023, which ended September 30, 2024. All of these funds were expended, including indirect costs of $51,682. For the fiscal year 2024, the Infant and Toddlers Program received $895,530, including $556,233 in direct costs. The grant ends September 30th, 2025, and the total expenditure thus far is $283,531. For fiscal year 2025, the Department of Education gave the Infant and Toddlers Program funding totaling $895,530, consisting of $56,233 in indirect costs. The grant started on October 1st and expired on September 30th, 2026. All the grant awards by the U.S. Department of Education to the Infants and Toddlers Program has a 2-year period. In addressing the Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has implemented comprehensive measures to ensure fiscal integrity, compliance, and transparency in managing federal funds and the procurement processes. One of the foundational components of this initiative is VIDE Detailed Drawdown Log, which meticulously tracks each drawdown to support efficient fund management and ensure accountability. Monthly reviews further bolster this effort by allowing regular assessment of financial operations, which help detect discrepancies early and maintain a proactive approach to compliance. Additionally, VIDE began to actively participate in the communities of practice for federal grants, fostering collaboration of other federal grant recipients and strengthening adherence to federal guidelines. VIDE prioritizes building staff capacity through ongoing training in standard operation procedures and federal guidelines, while conducting regular monitoring visits to verify policy adherence and identify areas for improvement. In alignment with VIDE's internal audit team has developed a robust audit plan for focusing on high-risk areas such as payroll and procurement for fiscal year 2025. The IA team conducts regular audits to assess process efficiencies, uncover opportunities for improvement. Through adherence to the SOPs aligned with Department of Finance policies, VIDE maintains fiscal controls and accounting practices suited for the specified needs of the organization. To reinforce collaborative compliance, VIDE maintains open communication with the Department of Finance to stay updated on policy changes affecting federal fund management. Additionally, VIDE has made significant progress with its grants management SOP, which was revised and implemented on October 7, 2024. The revision is aimed at streamlining and the reimbursement process. VID has also requested a comprehensive compliance review of the Office of Management and Budget to evaluate contract and payroll practices. This review will focus on areas such as payroll, processing accuracy, federal wage compliance, and employee classification documentation. This underscores VIDE's commitment to maintaining high standards of accountability and compliance with federal regulations. In terms of procurement, VIDE adheres to all SOPs set by the Department of Property and Procurement and Finance, ensuring that every step of the procurement process is transparent and compliant. To stay informed on best practices and regulatory changes, procurement staff receive regular training led by the procurement director. Additionally, VIDE ensures procurement information is accessible to the public and vendors, promoting openness and fostering competition. VIDE's verification processes for received goods and services are thorough and involve detailed inspections to ensure compliance with purchase orders and contracts before payment is authorized. Currently, key performance indicators enhance these processes by tracking efficiency of invoice approvals within the federal ERP Munis system, helping VIDE meet the 3-day target for vendor invoice processing. Lastly, VIDE has standardized as its document management system, implementing tools such as SharePoint for seamlessly filing and retrieval of records. This system supports audit readiness and ensures the organized and accessible documentation needed to uphold accountability. Together, these measures underscore VIDE's dedication to responsible federal fund management, adhere to compliance standards, which collectively reinforce fiscal integrity, operational efficiency, and transparency across the department. Finally, as requested, the indirect cost revenues, the agencies listed below in the table received a total of $9.7 million in indirect costs for fiscal year 2024. We anticipate the territory to receive a comparable amount for fiscal year 2025. However, the government of the Virgin Islands finds itself in a precarious position at this time, as we do not have an approved indirect cost rate. This lack of approval has significantly hampered our ability to increase revenues from the indirect costs associated with administering federal funds. The vendor we selected to calculate the indirect costs has not lived up to our expectations, have failed to deliver results as needed. Their contract was not only supposed to include the indirect cost calculations, but also provided access to the eCivis platform, a software as a service solution that features a cost allocation plan. This tool was designed to streamline our cost allocation plan calculation processes and enhance our efficiencies in managing financial operations. We have a discussion scheduled with the vendor to review the terms of their contract and address these shortcomings. In parallel, we are exploring alternative options to secure a vendor capable of providing the essential services and support we require. The Office of Management and Budget team is actively drafting a request for proposal to hire a firm that's specifically inclusive of calculating the territory's indirect cost. Taking this step is vital to establishing a reliable and approved indirect cost rate, which will ultimately bolster our financial stability and improve our ability to manage federal funding effectively. By ensuring we have the right expertise in place, we aim to enhance our operational efficiency and optimize our financial management processes going forward. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony. Our team is available to answer any questions this body might have.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Ms. Murphy of the third-party fiduciary agent. Ms. Murphy, you may proceed.
Good morning, the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory and members of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee. Thank you very much for having us. So I am here today just to present the status of the third-party fiduciary or third-party TPFA contract. McConnell & Jones, LLP, assumed responsibility for the TPFA contract on December 1st, 2020. MJ's main role as the TPFA is to ensure that fiscal transactions are fully compliant with 2 CFR 200, the Uniform Guidance, and the 34 CFR Education Department General Administrative Regulations, which is better known as EDGAR. As of September 30th, 2024, the TPFA currently manages approximately $288 million in federal grants for GVI. Our main functions are as follows. We review requisitions, process vendor payments, and make every attempt to avoid disallowed expenditures. Our contract manages the complete general ledger and chart of accounts to facilitate the procurement, budgeting, vendor disbursements, and financing financial reporting processes. Our contract also reviews, approves, and uploads budgets into the Munis system. It ensures policies and procedures are in place to oversee grant operations. It provides management reports weekly and monthly to support and evaluate operations. And then we also provide accounting and technical assistance to the compliance unit staff, DOF, DPP, VIDE, and VIDHS grant staff to ensure that they build capacity to oversee USDE grant funds independently. MJ works closely with OMB, the OMB Compliance Unit, DOF, DPP, VIDE, and VIDHS to address the specific conditions outlined in the corrective action plan requirements, and substantial progress continues to be made toward addressing managerial deficiencies. The quality of documentation submitted to USDE in the quarterly CAP report, the responses and the consistency of submissions by GVI agencies requiring CAP responses continues to improve. MJ has reduced the number of specific conditions requiring a response to USDE from 25 to 8 as of the current fiscal year. The OMB Compliance Unit, which is formerly the Self-Contained Model or the SCM, has continued to improve between USDE and the GVI agencies by obtaining regular feedback and regarding the CAP report deliverables. The table which you have in front of you summarizes the 8 remaining specific conditions on which GVI submits CAP progress reports to USDE on a quarterly basis. And so the first one is the first condition, condition number 1, is related to drawdowns. The Virgin Islands, VIDE, VIDOH, and VIDHS must execute their respective drawdowns of grant funds timely. Number 2, internal control SOPPs. The Virgin Islands, VIDE, VIDOH, and VIDHS must develop and implement a standard operating procedure that documents the use and application of fiscal controls and accounting procedures that ensure proper disbursement of and accounting for federal funds in accordance with 34 CFR Section 75.702. Specific condition number 3, payroll SOPPs. The Virgin Islands, VIDE, VIDOH, and VIDHS must develop and implement a standard operating procedure and guidance for payroll functions involving salaries paid with U.S. DOE grant funds, and establish and maintain an effective and accurate process for tracking and reporting time and effort spent by all employees whose salaries are paid with Department of Education grants. Specific condition number 4, procurement SOPPs. The Virgin Islands, VIDE, VIDOH, and VIDHS must develop and implement a standard operating procedure for procurement functions involving U.S. Department of Education grant funds, and provide effective oversight for proposed procurements, including but not limited to training all SEA and LEA grant-related funds, and on reviewing all requisitions against local and education requirements for procuring goods and services. Specific condition number 5, vendor invoices from the agent. The Virgin Islands, VIDE, VIDOH, and VIDHS must develop and implement guidance requiring that within 24 hours of receipt of a vendor's invoice from the TPFA, staff must accept or reject the goods or services, and if accepted, draw down the funds for the vendor payment for deposit into the separate bank account, which is made by the TPFA. Specific condition number 6, fixed assets, SOPPs. The VIDE and VIDHS must develop and implement a standard operating procedure for fixed asset functions involving assets acquired with ed funds and work with the agent to ensure that all tangible personal property procured under all ed grants is managed in accordance with the requirements of 2 CFR Section 200.313. Number 7, TPFA oversight for VIDOH grant funds. The department's grant funds to VIDOH under Part C of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act IDEA for fiscal year 2002 through fiscal year 2022 includes special or specific conditions which are attached to and specified in the respective IDEA part of grant C award letters or the specific conditions for those years. The Department of Health Infants and Toddlers Program, ITF, has a separate third-party fiduciary agent from the VIDE Department of Education, and the agent of record is Lutheran Social Services, which is acceptable to the Office of Special Education, OSEP, to administer all grant funds for the ITP. Drawdowns are executed by DOH, federal grants offices, into a special bank account established and maintained by Lutheran Services. The MJ-TPFA receives and submits quarterly management reports with our quarterly cap to USDE on behalf of VIDHS. And then the last specific condition, which is an additional condition for programmatic and monitoring reports, the Virgin Islands, VIDE and VIDHS must conduct programmatic monitoring in accordance with the uniform guidance at 2 CFR 200.328 and 200.331, which requires that the grantees to monitor activities under federal awards to ensure compliance with applicable federal requirements, achieve performance expectations, and evaluate the risk of compliance. And so that kind of covers basically the specific conditions that the government of the Virgin Islands has to respond to. And so the approximate timeline that we see for eliminating the requirements of the third party, we have a graphic below that summarizes that. Right now, we are in the readiness validation phase from October 2024 through September 30th, 2025. This is what is left to be done: address the 8 outstanding specific conditions and obtain initial acceptance by USDOE, those ones that I just highlighted. We need to develop a comprehensive validation readiness plan for eliminating all 25 USDE specific conditions, even though that the territory no longer has to respond to them on an individual basis, and then closely monitor the OMB compliance units a projected validation date of October the 1st, 2025 to ensure validation readiness remains on schedule. Okay, so for the next year, once that's done, our plan is to begin transition from the TPFA. So from October 2025 through September 30th, 2026, we will be assessing staff skills and preparedness for knowledge transfer, continuing to provide assistance to strengthen skills and preparedness, and then coordinating with USDE to begin their specific conditions elimination validation assessment. And then to complete the transition from the third party, which we anticipate will take place between October the 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027, wind down the third party, the TPFA staff, and work with GVI, OMB leadership to hire permanent management replacement as needed, provide training and support while executing knowledge transfer, and then finally transfer the current MUNIS activities that we are performing to the appropriate GVI departments as necessary. So Okay, so barriers to sustained progress towards eliminating specific condition deficiencies. In addition to providing quarterly CAP, which is the corrective action plan documentation that demonstrates GVI agencies are addressing specific condition deficiencies, USDE expects that sound management practices will be implemented and sustained to fully mitigate deficiencies. Below are some of the key management practices that need to be fully implemented. GVI must ensure that all impacted agencies, and that includes DOF, DPP, VIDE, VIDHS, and VIDOH, are responsible for administering USDE federal grant funds and that they are managed in compliance, fully in compliance with the Uniform Guidance and 34 CFR EDGAR guidelines. The OMB Compliance Unit, DOF, and DPP will need to provide high-level oversight so that critical management practices shown in the table below are maintained once the TPFA requirement is eliminated. And so these are some of the things that we have highlighted and that we work with.
Do me a favor.
Yes, ma'am.
1 second. Just talk about the management practices. You don't have to read the
We don't have to read this?
the recommendations and the status. We will dive into that as we have the discussion.
Okay.
In the interest of time.
Okay.
Okay. So just go through the practices and
Okay.
Okay.
So basically, the ones that the high level categories that we want you to still pay attention to are human capital vacancies, the content, the 2 CFR 200 content implementation, just training, making sure that you have consistent training plans for new and existing staff, general requisition processing accuracy. We still need to work on that. The use of correct accounting object codes, general ledger line item allocations in the requisitioning process, timely payroll reconciliation and cash flow management, timely processing of payments to vendors, forward planning to minimize lapsed grant funds, procurement contract management processes still needs some work, compliance with 2 CFR 200.324, just looking at the contract cost and price issues, proactive spending plans and avoidance of delays in processing budget amendments, accounting for fixed assets, maintaining fixed assets locations, and participation in just monthly tag-up meetings. That's it. And so we've given the detail as to what the specific recommendations are with those issues, and then what our proposed action, our continued ongoing action items need to be. That concludes our part of the presentation.
thank you for your testimony. What's the name of the gentleman, Miss Murphy, that came here with you in May of 2023?
Mel Waits?
Is he still with you?
He is.
Say that name again.
Mel Waits?
Mel Waits. I'm not sure what's going on here. And I'm certain that I'm seeing the same. I think I just saw Senator Francis. Senator Francis, please mark Senator Francis as present. Thank you for being here, Mr. President, and Vice Chair of the committee. And of course, our Senator Secretary, Senator Carla Joseph. She is an honorable member of this committee. Thank you for being here, Senator Joseph. Honorary member. I said honorable. Honorable Senator Carla Joseph. You are an honorary member of this committee. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so I am having a little heart palpitations right now because the conversation that we are hearing today seems like I've heard this for the past 17 years. And it's very troubling. The last time you were here with Mr. weights, you shared with us that the specific condition 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 would be completed by the end of that calendar year, that fiscal year. The other concern that I have is these conditions that are in front of us says the Virgin Islands VID, VIDOH, VIDHS are responsible for executing their respective drawdown of funds timely. We must develop and implement operating procedures that document and use specific fiscal controls. Payroll standard SOPs, develop and implement standard operating procedures and guidance for payroll functions. Procurement, same thing. As far as I know, all of those were developed previously. So is it that we threw all of it out and start over afresh? Or is it that the standard operating procedures that were developed for vendor invoices, SOPs, payroll SOPs, internal controls are being updated, or we are developing new ones?
They're being updated.
Okay.
And in all cases, they're not fully being adhered to. And we are working very closely with the agencies to make sure that they're being adhered to consistently.
What is your role? So in what, okay, so I am, when I look at this discussion, you know, one of the primary concerns that has occurred over the years is that, you know, folks come here, they're on the ground, and they get very comfortable. We have spent upwards of $40-something million. If I calculate this, I think we said 20 years, but it's actually 17. We have spent about $42.5 million on this compliance agreement. And we're still talking about payroll SOPs. Tell me, Ms. Murphy, what is the challenge with the payroll operating procedures, and how is it not being followed as far as time and effort, et cetera?
Well, it's mainly staffing, I would say, perhaps in the past on VIDHS's.
No, we ain't talking about the past. We're talking about what is happening right now as it relates to what is out of compliance with VID in particular, because that's the largest portion, Department of Human Services, and the Department of Health. What is out of compliance when it comes to standard operating procedures? Because I know that when I left the Department of Education, the standard operating procedures were in place. And that was in 2014. So if we are updating them, I can appreciate that. Mm-hmm. So the question that I have is, what is not being followed with payroll, procurement, vendor? What is going on here?
So it is significantly better, I will say that, but in the past, the payroll, just the processing of it, has been several payrolls behind. And in order for...
What is your role?
I'm the contract, the principal on the contract.
So, yeah, what is not you personally, mm-hmm. What is the role of McConnell and Jones to support the Department of Education to get this done?
So we provided policies and procedures for VIDE and VIDHS to adhere to, and it honestly just took a while for them to get the necessary staff to implement the policies and procedures. I will say that it is, because right now, I think the payrolls are not behind, but when we came a year ago to testify, they were as much as, 3 to 4 payroll periods behind. So there's substantial improvement.
Behind in what sense? What does behind mean?
So that means that the reimbursement, just filing, getting all the documentation in for reimbursement was not up to date.
So you've been here a year, correct?
Yes.
And with the year that you've been here, what have you done to ensure that there's timely processing of the time and effort timesheets for education in particular?
We created a policy and procedure and specific action steps for them to follow.
And what's happening now?
And it is considerably better.
No, that's not what I want to hear. It needs to be on time.
Well, it is for the most part now, it actually is on time. I don't think that they're behind in payroll processing at all right now. But in order for that specific condition to be eliminated, basically what we have to do is to go through and show or demonstrate to, which is what we're in the process of doing right now, demonstrating to USDE that a consistent track record of that it is being done on time. And we don't actually, as a TPFA, we don't actually do that. It's the VIDE and VIDHS that basically processes their payroll and submits the request for their reimbursement.
So what are you managing? I'm serious. What are you managing?
We manage the process.
Right. So if you're managing the process, you should be providing support to the Department of Education, and you should have been able to say to us today that you've trained the staff. I'm still trying to find out.
Well, we have trained the staff, and it is significantly better.
What's the delta? What's the challenge? What's significantly better? Why don't we have an A? Why do we not have an A in processing payroll drawdowns?
Because on occasion, it's not processed timely. And we don't.
Why?
Why? Because perhaps someone at VIDE or its VIDE does not process it. We don't do it ourselves. They process it and then give us the information. Every now and then, not very often, it's late. And so because of maybe they had a staff member that wasn't there, but for the most part now it is done timely. We are in the process of going through and validating it for USDOE so that they can also remove that
Based on
specific
these
condition.
conditions that we have here,
Yes, ma'am.
we should not be spending $2.5 million a year. This is a racket. It is. The government of the Virgin Islands should not be spending this kind of money. This committee we need to send correspondence to the U.S. Department of Education with regards to this. This money is leaving the territory, and these things that's in front of us are not major things for us to be spending $2.5 million of our revenues that we could be giving to our students. We're spending that money on an outside concern that's saying to me that, oh, they're substantially better. I don't know what that means. I really don't know. I think we had this discussion before, and we're still having it. What's the issue with the procurement SOPs? And then we'll move to the first senator. What's with the issue with the development and the standard operating procedures for proposed procurement? What's the problem? What is the issue?
The procurement the procurement SOPs have been they have been submitted to us. We have sent them up to USDE, but they're not always followed. So, for example, we still get things, for example, that require a cost estimate and certain documentation if a procurement is over $250,000. And so sometimes that documentation is not submitted with the documentation that we get to request for reimbursement of the funds. And so we are working very closely.
Request for reimbursement of the funds?
From USDE.
Do you not process the transaction in stage one?
No, from stage one, it's the information is, the data is, or the request is processed from either VIDE or VIDHS.
So you don't touch the document until it's time for payment?
Pretty much.
So you're not in the approval stages? Are you not in the approval of, if I place an order or we're moving to do a contract, are you not in the approval of?
We're in the workflow, but
Right.
we're not in the workflow initially when the item or items, the commodities are requested. That's done through VIDE or VIDHS procurement department.
Somebody from education, can you respond to that?
So, can you hear me?
Speak,
So,
say your
yes,
name, say your name, Dr. Terrell.
Dr. Maria Melendez Tirado. Yes, the third-party fiduciary actually are the last approvers on the workflow as we enter our requisitions. So once they pass the Deputy Commissioner's office approval, it goes to the third party. Once they review and approve, it becomes a purchase order. If they have an issue, then they place it on hold, and then we address the matter.
Right, so that's what I'm not understanding. So you are in the workflow?
Yeah.
Yes, we are in the workflow, but we don't initiate it. And if an item or documentation is submitted to us with inadequate documentation, we have to send it back.
Okay, so let me just ask you, Dr. Tirado, what is your experience with what's being sent back? I noticed that your procurement person is not here, and that's a big part of, because we have the commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, but she's not in the initial workflow. You're the people that should be at this table, and that's what concerns me with, the folks that are here at this meeting. You have the meat and potatoes of the challenges that we have with the compliance agreement. Your payroll or your fiscal, or you have a new person, but bring the payroll person so they could provide some support with regards to this conversation. We have we can't expect Ms. Harris to respond because she has not been here. So I'm trying to understand. I have to move to the next senator. But this is a very hard discussion because honestly, I'm not comfortable, I'm not warm and fuzzy about the presentation that was provided to us by the third-party fiduciary today. It just does not seem like there is any urgency. Based on the things that are in front of us, we should not be paying any entity $2.5 million up to 2027. Then when 2027 come, it's going to be 2030. And when 2030 come, it's going to be 2032 for internal controls, payroll, SOPs. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for I'm going to give 7 minutes on
Yes.
this. Actually, I was going to
Thank
allow
you.
the folks from Public Works to come, but I'm going to have to go ahead. I apologize, Commissioner Gabriel. Take some time and do some relax. Act like you're in a spa.
Thank you
Fonseca.
thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning. Greetings to our distinguished panels of testifiers. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. The third-party fiduciary, I want to start with you. Ms. Murphy, so just to give me a little idea of your qualifications, have you been involved with federal contract administration in the past?
Yes,
So where did you gain your experience?
mainly at the Department of Labor. We managed a project for 4.5 years, where it was a $13 million a year contract, where we were overseeing an entire operation. One of the Department of Labor's installation is actually a Job Corps program, and we were the prime contractor, and then we've been a subcontractor on that same type of program. The one where we were the prime contractor was in Sacramento, California. We've been a subcontractor on 2 installations in Maryland and 1 in Dallas, Texas.
Okay, thanks. So what's your current size of your staff?
For this project, it is 9 people and it's 7 FTEs.
Okay. I asked you that question because, Madam Chair, Donna Fred Gregory, and we sat on this same committee. I was where the health person is now, and Donna was where the education person. So, I'm going to tell the people of the Virgins a little history, because when I was doing this, I looked at the contractors, the third-party fiduciaries, right? They were all retired federal employees. The federal government was encouraging the local government to to award this contract to retired federal employees. You know, I gonna tell you, I look at them 14 conditions here, those specific conditions, deficiencies, and you say that they're gonna be in a readiness validation by September and next year. Well, Sir Popa, it take me almost 10 months to read all of these conditions. So I could tell you from right now, in 10 months, they ain't gonna be ready, or you ain't gonna let it. Because, you know, I think personally, you know, no offense, but I think personally it's in your best interest to keep us under these conditions. Because quite frankly, right, and I'm not debating it with you, that is my personal opinion, right? Because you are in the process, okay? And, right, the process from what you're telling me and what you're giving all of these conditions, I don't see how we could get out of this in 11 months. It's a specification of impossibility. I mean, you're talking about the human capital vacancies. We always have issues with that. You're talking about the 2 Code of Federal Regulations, 200 content implementation, general requisition, processing accuracy, use of correct accounting object codes. Those to me are things that should have been done easy. I mean, you got a code list, you know what code to put on the invoice. That is not something that, you know, should still be going on and on and on. Timely payroll reconciliation. The main thing with payroll is that the payroll was done properly. The VI government is good at doing payroll. So actually, if once the payroll is done, that information is available. So the reconciliation, it's hours and time. Payroll reconciliation ain't no big deal. How much hours you work, you know your pay rate and the time. Blam. You know, so this here, right, to me, is a way for you to continue us into this trap. I gonna call it a trap. So we need to look at, you know, I agree with what the chairwoman said of this committee. We need to write to the Department of Education and to get a thorough review of this, because we this money, this $42 million. Listen, I was on this in 2010. I know I was on it 14 years ago. I think it got more requirements now than it had then, Popa. So I don't see how we're going to get out of this. So I think we need to, Mr. OMB Director Julio, in all due respect, this here is a very difficult task. This is burdensome. When you look at it, right, I'm kind of like depressed, because I know our people know how to do this, because we use the same code for all the other stuff. You know, we have a standard set of codes. So, you know, I ain't going to argue with it anymore. But let me ask you, Mr. Reimer. Okay, the structural deficit spending, right? If we was to eliminate, or can we eliminate the structural deficit spending, first of all?
Currently, Senator, no. There's challenges because we live in a structural deficit up front. Your concerns is where you have to reduce expenses, and currently it's very difficult to reduce almost $100 million worth of government services.
Okay, so because, you know, that's a main part of all of these issues, because what happens here is that even though this might be done, a vendor has to be paid, but you don't have the cash to pay the vendor. So here is a problem. Another thing I want to bring to you is the drawdown. Do we spend the government of the Virgin Islands money out of our fund and then later on do a drawdown to get reimbursed from the Fed?
Yes.
So why does that happen? Why can't we improve on that? Because the money is available, you've done all the proper procedures, why can't we draw down that money and rather than spending from the VI government money?
It depends on the grant, Senator. So
1 minute.
So you have situations where you're required to spend your money up front, like the transportation fund from federal highways. You have to pay first and then draw the money after to basically reimburse the government. So you have grants like that. There's other grants that have specific conditions tied to issues in the past where we have not drawn funds timely, or we have drawn funds prior to the actual transaction happening.
Okay,
so you have issues like that over the years.
I don't want my time to run out. Okay, you give me one that benefits you. Let's go to
30 seconds.
the human services, the heavenly homes. right? That's that program where they assist the elderly. Is that one of those grants where they require us to do that, or we can draw down the money before? Because, you know, they haven't been paid. There's some problems. I wish Human Services was here, because Human Services has a real big part of this. But is that Heavenly Homes? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not too sure, Senator. no.
Okay. Anyone from finance can answer that? The Heavenly Home.
Time.
The third party, can you address that? The Heavenly Home, they're not paid on time, and they got regular employees that are not being paid. Do they require that procedure that Mr. Julio Reimer outlined, or are they able to draw down first? This is a program.
No.
No. So then it's on us, right?
Yes,
No, that's Human Services. I'm talking about Human Services. Yeah, that's what I said, Human Services. So, but see, these are the things, right? They have these programs. These people need to be paid. If the money is available, and I know it is because they have a contract, we need to make sure that these people are paid, because they are private employees, and they just have a big class action lawsuit now. So look at those things, and thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So the grants that are tied to Human Services are those that are awarded by the U.S. Department of Education. That's the only grants that's under the third-party fiduciary, the special conditions. So that particular, anything awarded by U.S. DOE, Department of Education. So that's not tied to this work that's in front of us today. I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, those viewing and listening, staff, central staff, good morning testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I too am a little disappointed that we do not have all of the testifiers here, because it's very important that all of the players are here at the table so we can really drill down and see how we can move forward in terms of getting out of this third-party fiduciary. And based on the testimony and based on the chart I'm watching at here, with the conditions, the description, summary, and then it speaks to recommendations and management practices. Most of these are low-hanging fruits, you know. It ain't nothing our people cannot do. So it's been almost 20 years, I heard, 20 years, and many of the conditions basically have not changed. So I have some questions in that respect. And I'm going to speak to my people. I'm going to talk to the Department of Finance and Property and Procurement, because in this testimony on page 4, it states in respect to compliance, the compliance unit, and it speaks to Department of Finance and Department of Property and Procurement need to provide high-level oversight so that the critical management practices shown in the table below are sustained once the TPFA requirement is eliminated. So first, let me go to the third-party fiduciary in terms of what is necessary in order for the TPFA to be eliminated. And in terms of requirements, what does our people need to do in terms of requirements? What happens in respect to training and the SOPs in order for them to attain those goals and objectives? Can you speak to that for me, please? Anyone? Please recognize the mic of Property and Procurement, Commissioner.
Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner DPP. So based on the special condition that was discussed this morning, the Department of Property and Procurement does not report on procurement, so to speak, because all of the requirements for the central government has been met in the developing the SOPs, in developing the policy, in posting them on a site or in a position where it's accessible to all government users. That has been met. Now, as was mentioned earlier, we are not on the third-party fiduciary side in terms of approving those procurements that are within the threshold of the departments. So we're not on that end. However, I can say on the local side where we do those processing is very rare a payment is rejected for any documentation. It's rare.
Thank you for that. And let me ask you quickly, though, in respect to internally, with the tracker they spoke to, have that been established? A tracker internally collaborating with. She spoke to internally when DPP having a tracker to maintain internally in terms of accurate, updated information and listing. Do you have a tracker internally?
In regards to tracking, those are all tied to our SOPs in terms of how we process them, the time frames, and of course, Senator, we have internal SOPs that are not reported on, but that is to ensure management within the department. But we do have those trackers as in SOPs that are reported to the Department of OMB, to OMB.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And finance, what's your role?
Hey. Good morning, Clarina. Clarina Modeste Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance. Our role is to update our SOPs, and we have been doing that. Also to provide training, financial training, and we have been doing that quarterly and on as a needed basis. And we have also been providing the departments with weekly and biweekly reports so that they can do draws more timely. And we have seen improvement with the draws, so, yeah.
And I was going to go there in terms of drawdowns, because I know you have had challenges in terms of drawdowns. What type of improvement have you seen in terms of time frame days?
For right now, I believe we have under 4 million in outstanding draws, which is very, very good. Yeah. Yeah.
What was that number before?
So for 2024, we had like 82 millions in payroll, federal payroll, and we had about 580 something million in vendor payments. And so that's about 584. And we collected about 748 million, which prior year is like 164. And so we have outstanding draw of less than 4 million.
Okay, very well. Let me ask in respect to a third party, though, in terms of alignment. You spoke to that several times throughout, that was spoken through the testimony throughout in terms of the different departments and how the different departments align in terms of streamlining processes. Can you speak to that and what needs to be done in order to expedite that process or improve that process?
For payroll, for example, or any other, so we're working with all of the departments, DPP and DOF, as the oversight agencies to streamline and making sure that they've updated their process, their SOPs, and that their processes are in alignment with
1 minute.
2 CFR Part 200. As Ms. Modesto pointed out, when we started, you had all 25 specific conditions, and we're down to 8 now in the time that we have had the contract. And so, and prior to the contract, actually, I just want to highlight that a lot of the number of specific conditions were actually increasing. And so we've brought that number down in the time that we've had the contract substantially. I don't know
30 seconds.
any that were eliminated prior to us assuming the contract. But the payrolls, for example, were behind when we started as much as 4 to 6 payrolls. And right now, the payrolls are basically current. And I believe that is due to the policies and procedures that we worked on in conjunction with VIDE specifically. They are for the most part current right now.
So you say we're current right now with
For
payroll?
for the most part.
And we went from 25 to 8. Let me ask you, though, about, if I may, Madam Chair, in respect to communication and collaboration with all of the different agencies in terms of addressing the deficiencies. What does that look like in terms of improvement? Where are we at on a scale from 1 to 10, in your opinion?
I would say between an 8 or a 9. The collaboration has improved significantly. Anytime you get a new vendor, when the vendor prior to us had been in place, I want to say 10 or 11 years. And so it took a while for us just to acclimate and adjust to each other. I think our communication is greatly improved. And in fact, that was specific condition number 1 when we assumed the contract, 3.5, 4 years ago. And that's one of the ones, communication no longer has to be addressed. by the GVI government.
Very well. Thank you so much for your responses. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. So what we passed legislation for the procurement threshold. Commissioner, what was that amount again? Do you remember?
Yes, Lisa Alejandro. So we increased it from, it was 5,000 for the micro, it went up to $10,000. And the department, as you know, sponsored 250,000 for the Department of Education from 50,000.
So education has 250.
That is correct, Senator.
So I'm asking this for a reason. So if there's any procurement that falls in a 250 threshold, it stays with the third party, correct?
Correct.
Good. And anything outside of 250 has to come to the Department of Property and Procurement, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So the question that I have is, those federal grants that are tied to this conversation that we're having, are you approving any of those transactions that's outside of 250?
Yes, outside of 250, yes, Senator. And I can say there was only one that we had a concern with from those contracts that was processed. It was most recent, and we responded and provided the necessary support to the third-party
so
fiduciary.
that's an affirmative.
One, yes.
So going back to the procurement discussion, because you shared with us, Ms. Murphy, that there's still concerns with documentation, et cetera. Let me just ask Ms. Assoum. Ms. Assoum, is there any way that you could get your procurement director on the teams? We could send the information, because I am very familiar with the procurement director for VIDE. So I'm very challenged to be hearing that we have issues with correct documentation. So I just need to hear what the challenge is. I don't know if Dr. Tirado can respond. I don't know if you're part of the overall conversation, but it's important that we understand what's happening, because this conversation about procurement is not new. We've had this conversation for 17 years, and it's just not, it doesn't brief well that we are still talking about documentation. Is it individuals that, as you change the contractor, they have a different perspective on what the procurement requirements should be, as far as what should be included in the transactions? Because it's just a little troubling that we're still talking about things going back, things being stalled, et cetera. So I don't know if you can answer. Well, let me ask Mr. Assoum first if he can get his procurement person online, because I think it's important for us to understand what's happening here. And it's also good for Ms. Harris to get a perspective on what she's getting herself into, or has gotten rather. Ms. Assoum, Dr. Assoum?
Yes, good morning again, Victor Saul, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Education. We are working to get the responses. The team there is very prepared. Unfortunately, I understand Ms. Joseph is not well and can't join us, but the team there is, again, prepared to respond to all questions in that regard.
Senator, if I may, I can respond.
You can respond, Commissioner, because I know that at one point you actually did that work as well.
And in addition to that, Senator, I can say that it's sometimes a matter of interpretation. However, the third party has often, when they in those situations, they have reached out to the department, to myself. We discussed it, and basically, if they satisfy, the understanding is gained, then the procurements are moved forward towards payment. But there was one. There was one where there was still a concern, and the consensus was that they wanted additional support. So we worked with the Department of Education, Department of Finance to get that done, but that was one occasion, Senator.
Okay, so let me ask Ms. Murphy, 100%, what percentage of the procurement transactions do you have to return?
Approximately between 11 and 15%, where our goal is to get that down to 97% before we actually start the validation process 97 or 100%.
You know that's unreasonable, right? You know that, right? Yes, it is.
Well-
Yeah, it's unreasonable. There is nowhere that there is 100% of transactions because you're talking about human beings. If we have an 11% conversation, what's happening here to us for $2.5 million, I'm going to say it again, is not right to the people of this Virgin Islands. It's not right. We have an 11%, what do you call it, errors and omissions? I mean, Mr. OMB Interim Director.
Can I respond, though?
Give me 1 second. Mr.
Okay.
OMB Interim Director, based on your experience, because I know you've been around for a minute, what are your thoughts around what's happening with what we call these errors, let's just say errors? 11% in a grand scheme of 100%, 11% of that is, tell me.
In cases of 11%, normally you really want to be between 5 and 10. 11 is it's a little bit outside, but normally
Okay.
you'll process between 5 and 10.
Okay.
Not 97. It's impossible.
Okay, it's impossible. And that's the point. And this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. This is not a perfect world. And even on your side, there's nothing perfect about it. So we have to be fair. We just completed our budget, and we cannot continue to spend $2.5 million on this for 11% conversation. So we need to figure out how we're going to get this done. And I'm going to ask the government team to push back. It's time to push back. It's time.
May I respond, though, to
You sure
So, for example, what our main role is to make sure that the transactions are compliant. And so that the roughly 11 to 15% is what we would consider the error rate to me. That's not the dollar value. And so what we're trying to make certain of is in an audit situation that our role is to make sure that the transactions are compliant so that when you go through an audit, that you do not have to repay any of the funds.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so so when we're looking at, when we're pushing back on something, and I'm just going to throw if it's a $1 million contract, for example, and if it goes through without being fully compliant, you don't want a situation where.
Have we had any of those?
Well, that's our role, to make sure that we make the transaction.
No. Have we had any
Yes,
contracts?
ma'am. We have not the contracts, but we have had situations a lot where the documentation that we receive is not fully compliant. That's what our role is.
Okay,
and so what we try to do, what we do is to make sure that all of the documentation is there. And so when you go through your single audit, your audits.
So I have a question.
Yes,
I have a
ma'am.
question for you. So let's just look at education. So you have two LEAs, correct? The
Yes.
state, the St. Croix district, the St. Thomas St. John district. In instances where you're seeing where there are challenges with the procurement, what training, conversations are you having with those respective areas to make sure that it's not recurring?
We immediately send the information back if either we put it on hold or we either send the information back. We try not to reject it because you have to start the process all over.
I'm asking about support. I'm
But
not asking about
support,
your
we
your
provide an
operation.
explanation and to say what is needed and what is required in order to make sure that the documentation is fully compliant.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to provide to this committee a report
Okay.
on your errors. And I'm also, because you haven't answered my question, because the issue that we have here is it's not good enough. If you continue to send them back, you need to pick up the phone and say, hey, Donna, I noticed that you've been submitting your stuff and we continue to have to put your
We also
stuff.
call and have
Allow me to finish.
Okay.
We continue to see that there's a challenge here, and we need to come into your shop to provide you with some training. Have you been doing that?
We have periodic.
Yes or no?
Yes, we have periodic training, and mainly what we do is one-on-one with the information that we're sending back?
Dr. Tirado,
Okay.
what's really happening here?
Dr. Maria Melendez Tirado. I'm going to speak from my experience as acting from May to present. So in May, I did reach out to the TPF and I emailed them all of our standard operating procedures. And I'll give you a synopsis to tell you where we are with procurement. So I did reach out to them and I sent them all of our federal grants management SOPs for assistance with updating them. I'll be honest, to date, I have not received a response. However, the VIDE team, in collaboration with our legal counsel, we realized that we did need to beef up our personnel reimbursement process. So together we revised it, legal, make sure it was correct. We have implemented it effective October 7th. We will acknowledge our teams within VIDE were not communicating how we should have been communicating.
Okay.
So this SOP now rectifies that. Presently, VIDE is only behind by 2 payroll reimbursements. One of them just happened, which is annual 3, bi-weekly 3. So we're processing 2, which is just pending some BUAs, which are budget adjustments. And once those, we'll process those. Payroll is on it right now. Now, as it relates to the procurement, I think it's interpretation. I will admit that when it comes to requisition entry, the VIDE team, we do need a little training. And it could be simple as maybe the SAM is expired. They need to make sure that the SAM is an updated SAM. They need to make sure all the documents are signed, simple things, but that's during the requisition process. When it comes to the contractual, the procurement with Ms. Joseph, the director, I think VIDE has been doing an extremely excellent job. Yes, we may have issues when it comes to cost analysis, depending on the projects, but we do collaborate with a third party and big DPP to make sure that those cost analyses are in alignment with what is needed. So I think it's the interpretation in terms of what Ms. Murphy is trying to say. Yes, the issues that we experience with requisitioning, because as an approver in the workflow, there were many times that I had to place things on hold, but it were minor things that it was actually our staff. So we have acknowledged our team does need some training and we are going to work on it. But as the procurement itself with the contracting and all of that, I think we really don't have all the issues as they may seem.
Thank you for your response. And that's why I was trying to ask Ms. Murphy if there is a challenge with the requisitioning. How are you working with the staff to ensure that if there are challenges, that there's corrective action occurring to prevent it from happening in the future?
Okay, so for example, on some of the ones where Dr. Tirado just talked about a cost analysis, we sent over back the detailed steps in writing. For example,
do you have touched the flesh?
Can you repeat?
Do you work internally with the staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you physically go to the staff? You talk about sending stuff. It's all about interpretation. Do you physically have discussions with the employees about challenges that you're seeing?
Yes, back and forth with mainly phone conversations where we're going over, but in terms of, for example, a lot of the cost analysis, we wrote out step by step. We did everything but do it for them, which it would be a violation of that we really can't do.
So just let me ask. So when you do your reporting up, what type of information are you reporting as far as the errors? Is there a quarterly, monthly, whatever report that you provide with regards to the errors?
Yes.
Who do you provide it to?
It's sent out monthly to the leadership.
What's that? Who's
the VIDE commissioner? They all get our standard monthly report.
So your monthly report says that this month we processed 15 requisitions and we had to send back 4?
It might be in their quarterly, but yes, we do send it out.
So your report says, give me definitive, you're the person on the ground, right? When do you send out your reports?
We send it out about the 15th of every month.
Okay, good. And your reports are inclusive of what?
It has basically all of the, all of the transactions for the month, and it has like the main recommendations that of what we saw that month, the previous month, what we feel like the agencies need to work on.
And what kind of feedback do you get?
Then we cover it. We have a monthly meeting with each one of the agencies, and we kind of go through and highlight the main issues that we need to be collectively working on.
Okay, so I just still don't understand why we're having the issues that we're having. So let's talk about the drawdowns, and then I will go to the next senator. The drawdowns, and I know you spoke to it, Mrs. Modeste. However, specifically to Department of Education drawdowns, those are specifically tied to payroll, correct? And I'm trying to understand what is the challenge? I guess you can't answer that question. I got to bump that back to education. What's the challenge with receiving timely reporting with regards to the drawdowns for payroll? Is it that the employee who was there is no longer there? What's the issue?
Dr. Maria Melendez-Tirado, with all honesty, right now, what's holding us back is employees who have not yet submitted the PARs.
Say that again.
Employees who have not yet submitted the PARs, the personnel activity report. So because we don't have that
Maintenance of effort report.
Yes. So we're working to hold those individuals accountable to make sure that our process is a bit more timely.
So when you say employees, these employees have a supervisor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so how are they paid then? Because your timesheet is I keep calling maintenance of effort. I'm using the wrong term. Help me with the right term. It's not.
The personnel activity report.
Right. So it says I've worked 2 hours on program X, 10 hours on program Y. How are they being paid if they're not submitting their timesheet? And correct me if I'm wrong. That timesheet should have, in order for them to be paid, that timesheet should include what programs they worked on to come up to the 80 hours, if you will, right?
Sure.
So how are they getting paid?
And that's something that we're looking into. Similarly, because we're paid with local, they go ahead and process using the local funds, and then when it's time to do the reimbursement. So what we need to do now is be fed up and make sure we have all our supports prior to.
So what we've essentially done in the government is to allow mediocrity. That's what we've essentially done. And this is why Ms. Murphy has the position that she has. How in the world we could use local funds and we have vendors that's not getting paid? Senator Fonseca just talked about the individuals who's providing services to the most vulnerable among us who have not received their allotments. If we contribute into it, how? That's why Ms. Murphy's making the commentary she's making. How in the world that get to be okay? When that start to happen? Draw down the money. If I work and I want to get paid, my payroll need to say what federal program I worked on. Correct, Mrs. Clarina Modeste? Correct, Mr. Director of OMB?
Correct.
Like what a problem is. And then what's happening is that they're coming to the legislature to say, look, we don't have enough money for this and that. When in fact, we are allowing our employees to do whatever they want to do. Lack of fiscal controls. I can't believe that that's what you just said, that we are using local funds. How are we going to close the gap, Mr. Director of OMB?
So we're in the process of implementing where all CFOs now report to the Commissioner of Finance. Where we're now looking also is something we're looking at right now where all the budgetary portions of the government report to the Director of Management and Budget. This puts more oversight within these individuals and more accountability of the CFOs moving forward. Because what's happening here, based on the commentary there, payroll is prepared by Tuesday. So if they provide the proper report, on Thursday, finance can actually draw down the funds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is not rocket science. I don't know how I am an employee. I don't send in my timesheet for my time and effort, and you're paying me. That's a lack of accountability. If you don't send in your time and effort timesheet, you don't get paid. That used to happen back in the day. Why we change that? Yeah, so, and then, you know, I have a colleague, and he says it all the time, the chair of the Public Safety Committee. We don't have a money problem. We have a management problem. And this is why there is no confidence that we can move out of this $42 million situation that we have, that we've paid over the past 17 years with the third party. We are the reasons for the season. Us. Unacceptable. Okay? Senator Joseph, I just got a note. You have a response? You could proceed, Dr. Tirado.
Dr. Melendez
Then we go
Tirado.
to Senator DeGraff.
I think education is slightly different when it comes to the reimbursement because our personnel, once it's finalized, is reviewed by the third party before we can do the drawdown. We don't qualify. We're not able to do that Tuesday to Thursday. We take a little bit longer.
Dr. Tirado, I wish I could
Unless
agree
we
with you.
need a third party fiduciary to speed up.
Well, you have to send them the information timely. But so do we have, so you have KPIs, right? You have KPIs. So if you send it to them in a timely fashion, their review period needs to be within a certain window, correct, Ms. Murphy?
Yes.
And then it gets, so if you, whatever that window is, you get it to them timely, they know they have to get it out timely so they could get the funds drawn. It's no different. There's no difference. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening and present. You know, I sat down here an hour and a half waiting for my turn to prance and jump up on Ms. Murphy because I was saying, you know, consent decrees is basically how I see it. And being a former police where we were under a consent decree, to hear now that the problem lies within. So, is like I always say, it's easy now to point fingers and attack and degrade, and that ain't gonna happen for me. How do we fix it? Going forward, we have these 8 mandates to go, but still we see where the issue is. So I want to make it clear. Property and procurement, health, finance, OMB, they aren't under basically the consent decree under the third party fiduciary. It is Department of Education.
No.
So Department of Education, that's correct or incorrect? I don't know.
No, sir. It's the GVI is
Right.
under the requirement for the third party. And one of the things that we're proud of, when we started, the main focus or concentration was on VIDE and VIDHS. So when we started 4 years ago, we changed the concentration to DOF and DPP because ultimately, and OMB, because ultimately they are the oversight agencies. And so we started working with them more. I'm not sure that the other contractors were doing that, and making certain that the SOPPs and things like that were actually being developed and utilized as oversight, because when the TPFA is fully eliminated with the OMB compliance unit, it will ultimately be DOF, DPP and DOF who will be performing the oversight.
Okay, because what I'm trying to find out now is how do we fix it, but is there a specific, or can there be a specific task force to address this?
Senator, let me try to explain to you.
Yeah,
so
correct.
what was set up initially within the Office of Management and Budget was basically a specialized contained unit, which would actually be the transitional unit from the third party to the government of the Virgin Islands. That has now changed to a compliance unit. And basically, since I came on board, I've been restructuring that unit where you have the federal grants unit and a compliance unit. The federal grants unit is supposed to manage the grant. The compliance unit is to be do compliance, which means does periodic testing, auditing, et cetera, on the grants moving forward to make sure we're in compliance with procurement procedures, finance procedures, et cetera, across the board. We're not just implementing just for this third party, but I'm expanding the group for all federal grants across the board so we don't end up here with other agencies moving forward.
Okay, so basically, do you have the manpower to accomplish that mission?
Well, currently we have 4 on staff and we're trying to get to about 7.
Okay, so with the 4 on staff, is it still fully, per se, operational?
They're fully operational with the current group of departments and agencies under this compliance agreements, correct?
Okay, so going forward, this, what you're saying now would eliminate the third-party fiduciary?
Once education, the U.S. DOE approves, this is where it eliminates the third party and this group takes over. Right now, they're in lockstep with each other where they look at the same information.
So now, realistically, that won't happen before 2027? Is based on what Ms. Murphy read?
Currently, the actual goal for me is really as soon as possible, which means there's these items that I'm seeing here is pretty simple and low-hanging fruit. My hope is to get us out of this by December 2020, basically 25, just get us out completely out of the third party.
Okay, no, so that's exactly what I
That's
wanted
my
to
goal.
hear. And like I say, for me, it's not going to be as easy as it sounds. I understand that. But I like to find the high road where we can make sure we're going to be getting out of this. So now, what you are preparing to do will transcend through becoming the standard operating procedure overall for the GVI.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then so how would, being that the TPFF is addressing, FA is addressing approximately $288 million of federal grants. That's what you're addressing currently, 288?
Correct.
Okay, so based on that, we pay, your contract for the TPFA is, what is it and how long is the duration of your contract? Ms. Murphy.
Our contract is a little bit over 2.3, almost $2.4 million, and we've applied or proposed again, but our current contract is over on November 30th of 2024.
Okay, so your contract ends this year.
Yes, sir.
And with what kind of arrangement for extension? 5 year or 1 year at a time? Because based on what the OMB director is saying, that he is looking at 2025 more or less. So what Commissioner?
Yes, Senator, the services is currently in solicitation. So it's not an extension of a service. We sent it back out for solicitation.
1 minute.
So we're completing the negotiations. That's where it's at right now.
For another company?
Just went out because it has to be competitive.
No, okay, so I want to get it straight. Ms. Murphy's contract, MJ, McConnell Jones' contract ends November 30th this year, next month, this year,
That is
2024.
correct. That is correct.
And you're in the process now of getting another contract with another vendor.
Didn't say that. It's being resolicited.
30 seconds.
Okay.
This company here is also at the table as well.
Okay,
But
okay.
with the third party fiduciary and those things, competition is also a requirement of that. So that's why the services went back out a bit.
Okay, good. I got that. And now, would that contract that you're putting out for the solicitation be for a 1 year term? Based on now what the OMB director is saying, are we looking at 1 year, 3 years?
Well, yes, those terms are negotiable, as you know, so it would definitely be for the first year. And again, the government and the party do have that determination whether or not the services are needed
Okay.
for
and
those additional years.
Time.
if I may wrap up, Madam Chair. And is there a clause in that we could terminate the contract?
Absolutely.
Okay, and we still have to pay out the full? I want to know that because based on what OMB director is saying now, it sounds good to my ears. So if we could if we could get on track to what he's saying, get it done by 2025, and then we get rid of the third-party fiduciary for good. That sounds good.
Yes, and so, Senator, it's based on a need.
Okay.
But we allow for the additional services. We allow for the additional years in the event the services is still needed, and it's understood by the parties.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's talk about lessons learned. So we have McConnell Jones. They are, how long have you been on the ground?
4 years.
So they've been on the ground 4 years. Before McConnell Jones, who did we have? And tell his story. Who did we have?
GC.
We had Thompson, Cobb, and Brasilio. Before Thompson, Cobb, and Brasilio, we had Brunstein, we had Alvarez and Marcel. So Alvarez and Marcel, Thompson, Cobb, and Brasilio, and now
McConnell Jones.
McConnell, right? Every time we change a contractor, we move ourselves away from the goalposts. If we have, while I don't understand the complete transition, because while I don't agree, rather, is the word, of Ms. Murphy's transition that says 2027, I don't agree based on what's here. Based on these 8 items, I don't agree. These items does not require us to move in that direction. We should be able to assess the staff skills. I don't need to wait until 2026 to assess staff skills. So we need to relook at this, Mr. OMB Director. This needs to be relooked. There needs to be a conversation with the federal government, just the way they treated Guam. The people of Guam pushed. That's why they're no longer in this situation. But I want to go back. So we now have the McConnell-Jones team that's here on the ground with us. She just shared with us that her contract with the VI government expires in November, in the middle of moving this work along. So you're saying that in that contract, they don't have an option, a renewal option, or they don't pass a renewal option period?
We've exercised all of the options.
So all of the options are exercised. And I'm not advocating for them, what I'm advocating for is for us to move away from this situation. Because if we start afresh, if they don't win that contract, then we're going to be having a 2030 conversation and 33 and down the road. So what is it that we can do to re-up their contract before it expires so we can allow our new OMB director to get involved along with the Commissioner of Finance so we could have the necessary conversations with the U.S. Department of Education, have the necessary conversation with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and whomever else that's having this that's outside of the 5% errors, if you will, to address us moving away from this. And then approaching the U.S. Department of Education and saying, look, the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands cannot continue to use their taxpayer dollars to do this because we're talking about payment of invoices, payroll, SOPs, a drawdown that ain't happening. There is no obvious, at this point, mismanagement of federal funds. That's not what we're seeing here. So what is it that we can do? Because at the end of the day, when we have these meetings, we need to have an outcome. What is it that we can do to ensure that we don't have to move away from what we're doing now to start over, to create anxiety within the respective organizations of education, Department of Health, Department of Human Services, Property and Procurement, Department of Finance, OMB?
Well, Senator, there is decisions that can be employed. But of course, you need a meeting of these agency heads here to make the determination. And Senator, the Department of Property and Procurement, evaluates and hears the needs of the agencies. Thus, we have that solicitation. But I say to you, there's decision that can be employed.
We like it so. We like it so. It is clear that we like it so. we could see that we almost at the goal post, and we're going to change potentially, because we don't know what's going to happen. You never know. We're going to change the goal post to set us back. We got to finish this. We head into 20 years. There's no reason for us to be on 20 years for these simple things. These are internal little things. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Joseph. For
Madam
yourself.
Chair, thank you very much. You know, because of my confidence in OMB Director Julio Reimer, is why I was, Madam Chair says she ain't putting a plug, but I was putting a plug for MJ. Extend them for a year. Give the OMB Director a chance, is what I was saying. Again, I'm not to cause, but that's what I was hinting to let's not start over. If, based on what Ms. Murphy is saying, that she's confident in what the OMB Director is saying, that should be the road we go, and done this. Get over with. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I heard when I said Senator Joseph, is actually Senator Francis Jr. You recognized for your 7 minutes.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. My apologies for being a little late. Today I was over at the the John Woodson School at a forum there with our students. $42.5 million, and we continue to have compliance issues, and I continue to be challenged by what is the return on investment here. What is the impetus to get us out of this third party fiduciary? And, I continue to see where the federal government just continue to have their foot in our throat when it comes to all of these consent decrees. And I don't know, at one point we'll be able to get ourselves out of this. But just hearing the discussion here today is very difficult for us to determine if and when we'll be able to get ourselves out of this, because there's no real impetus. I think that it's a pay-to-play environment with the federal government, and it's so unfair to the people of this territory. So I wanted to ask a few questions as we move forward. Ms. Murphy, do you believe that the scope of the responsibility of this third-party fiduciary is too complex, is too broad when you look at all of the departments and agencies that's under it?
No, sir, I don't believe it's too broad.
You don't believe it's too broad?
No.
What are some of the actionable items that you intend to complete by the end of your contract, or you're required to complete by the end of your contract?
Well, our intent is to make sure that we work closely with all of the agencies to rid you of the specific conditions, make sure that we have best practices and ongoing actionable items that remediate so that once our contract is complete, that you don't get back on the requirement again, to make sure that you get off and stay off of the requirement to have a third-party fiduciary agent.
So currently you're responsible for managing $288 million of federal government for the government of the Virgin Islands.
Yes, sir, and that's after September 30th, because before that, I want to say it was $344 million.
Okay, so that's after September 30th.
Yes.
And in that, expect that you to review requisitions, process vendors' payment, and avoid disallowed expenditures. Are you on your way to get that completed?
Yes, sir.
You're also required to manage and complete general ledger, chart of accounts to facilitate procurement, budgeting, vendors, disbursement, and financial reporting processes. Are you on your way to get that completed?
Yes, we're working very closely with the Department of Finance to update the chart of accounts and to make sure that that is completed.
Reviews, approve, and upload budgets into the Munis system. Are you on your way to get that completed?
Yes, sir.
Ensure policies and procedures in place to oversee grant operations. Are you on your way to get that completed?
Yes, sir. We're working with each of the agencies right now to review all of the SOPPs, and then probably by November, if we could get a chance to continue on the contract, we will be working with them just to make sure that the SOPPs are written and basically they're being followed.
What is the timeline to get that completed?
We'll be on an ongoing basis. We're going to be just doing it monthly just to make sure that they're being followed.
Okay. Provides, ensures policies and procedures are in place, provides management reports weekly, monthly to support and evaluate operations. Are you on your way to get that completed?
We do that monthly already.
And what is that report indicating?
That's where we go through and give all of the impacted agencies kind of a recap of the month before as to what has happened and what still needs to be worked on.
And based on that recap and discussion about what needs to be completed, how are you making inroads to ensure that that occurs?
We have a monthly meeting with each one of the agencies, and then we work to make sure that anything that's non-compliant or deficient, we work on that and come up with solutions to address it.
Are you seeing progress in that?
Yes, sir.
Provides accounting and technical assistance to the compliance unit staff, DOF, DPP, VIDE, and VIDHS grant staff to ensure that they build capacity to oversee USDE grant funds independently. Are you on your way to do that? Get that completed?
We work on that with with OMB, because they're ultimately the ones that the agency that has to determine additional staff and how that can be executed.
So tell me, what is the bottleneck that's occurring at this point that you believe that needs to be overcome?
Well, for the remainder of the things, we just need to do it. I feel like we're working. Yes, we just need to do it. I feel like we're working with the agencies just to get it done. I don't know what else to say. We have a plan outlined, and we just need to make sure that we're sticking to it and following it.
So what grade will you give, if you had to give a grade?
1 minute.
To your ability to at least complete your contract and see that all of the items that have been identified here will be completed?
I would give us a B. I think hopefully we are working together a lot better. And honestly, there were 25 specific conditions when we got the contract. We got it down to 8 now, and 2 of them are not even within our control. So we really have it
30 seconds
to 6. And I'm fully confident that we can complete the 6 that we are responsible for.
So are you in concurrence with Mr. Director Reimer in regards to being able to complete this by 2025?
Yes, if we all work together, I'm confident we can get it done.
Excellent. And I just want to ask DOF a question real quick, Ms. Modeste. In respect to the $4 million on the drawdown that's pending, what is the timeline to draw down that $4 million? And which agencies is responsible for that drawdown?
Time.
I would say immediately, timeline. Give me a second to pull up the agencies.
Thank you. I heard my time call. If you could just respond on the Madam Chair's time with that response, I'll appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Do you have another question, Senator Francis Jr.? You may proceed.
I wanted to ask, in terms of the continuity of the process, every time that someone new comes in, is there some type of a notation made, or how do we continue rather than having to change in midstream every time we have a new individual that take over the responsibility? Ms. Murphy.
That, you have to ask.
So, Senator, basically, that's what a compliance unit is in place now that actually is mirroring the TPFA at this point. And we're hoping that basically they'll be taking from the TPFA going forward once the contract expires and we're out of the condition. So it'll be a continuity based on the unit that's within my organization.
Very well, thank you. We're definitely betting on you to get that completed, so we're looking forward to supporting you in that endeavor. If we could just get Ms. Modest to put that information on the record, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Clarina Modest Elliott. The information is comprehensive, but the departments, they're Adjutant General, Agriculture, Education, Health, DHS, Justice, Labor,
Everybody.
EPNR, Public Works, Energy, LEPC, VIPD.
Thank you, Ms. Modest. So, it's like we just be talking to ourselves every time we have these meetings because we're just not seeing any improvement. The last time when we closed out our fiscal year, well, whatever meeting we had, it was like $86 million. We make a lot of noise about it. I brought it to the governor's attention, and he was like, what in the world is going on here? But who's holding these departments and agencies accountable? Like, what is the problem? I'm just having a very hard time with this. What's the issue? What, I mean, you guys can't answer. So I'm gonna ask Department of Health. What's the problem?
Nicole Cagwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. I am not sure that I can pinpoint what the actual problem is. I know relative to our portal and Plan C, we're functioning, the grant is functioning well. We're meeting all the standards and requirements and the key performance indicators relative to that program, drawdowns and all the sorts. So I'm not exactly sure.
So what program is under the TPF for you?
The Infants and Toddlers program.
The Infants and Toddlers, and who runs that program?
So Lutheran Social Services
That's the one under
is our third party. Through special education, they have allowed them to be, they've been designated as a third party for us.
Okay, so, but you have other federal grants, and she didn't, Mrs. Modest wasn't specifically addressing the grants that are tied to education, not the federal education grants. She's just speaking in general. So the question is, what's the issue with drawing down federal funds just overall, particularly those that are tied to payroll? Because I want to believe that those that hit the Department of Finance, in order for you to make a vendor payment, you have to show proof of the draw, right? So that's a little different. But I'm speaking specifically to payroll. What's the challenge with drawing the payroll from your respective agencies? Because what's happening, and I'm hoping that the departments are listening, you're stopping our vendors from getting paid. You are preventing, you are standing in the way of our commerce. You're standing in our way of us generating our revenues so we can pay your taxes. This is what's happening. It's our reality. We just completed the budget. We had a time of our life coming up with the revenues because of this type of conversation.
Correct. And within the Department of Health specifically, our drawdowns are actually timely. We're in, I want to say, the 90th percentile. However, and I know it was mentioned in testimony, a unified type of training, best practices for departments and agencies, I think could benefit to see who has what's working best within the division. So it's a unified 98th percentile as opposed to some not and some doing it on time.
I guess Department of Education already responded. Education, Health, and of course, ain't got nobody from Human Services here. You wanted to say something, Dr. Tirado?
Dr. Melendez Tirado, is it possible?
A little louder.
Is it possible maybe for the third party? Because right now, the check cuts on the Wednesdays, and then it hits the bank, and you have to wait 2 days before we can continue with the process. Is there any way that can be maybe sped up? on
Well, that's not
behalf
for
of
the third party. That's, the government has to look at the process and address it. It wasn't an issue before. As far as timely drawdowns of payroll, and your payroll is not small. So you're contributing to why our vendors are not getting paid. Bottom line. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am very excited about this topic. I don't know how I can contain myself because we really have a major issue. And everyone know that I manage federal grants. That's what I did before I became a senator here. And I was very elated, interim OMB director, when you said that you were going to have those fiscal individuals start to report in a group to you and the Department of Finance. I have said it before, we were not following the best practice. The programs are not supposed to be drawing down on that money. Finance, you are supposed to be drawing down on that money once they send you the documentation. And you are supposed to let them know when you need it to draw down on the payroll. It has to come into you at this day. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions just to get a sense, Ms. Modeste, of how quickly you are able to gain access to the funds once you draw down. Once you receive the proper documentation, how quickly would you have access to the fund? How quickly would the money come from the federal government into our coffers?
Clarina Modeste Elliott. Some within 24 hours, but we have other programs that takes between 2 to 6 weeks.
Okay, what are those programs? Is that the 2 to 6 weeks interim? Is that, what are those programs and how much money are we talking about that is typically waiting 2 to 6 weeks for us to get that reimbursement?
Public Works comes to mind. I would have to obtain the exact amount.
Okay, so those are conversations that we need to have escalated to the Department of Transportation, okay, to let them know this is contributing to our fiscal crisis in the Virgin Islands. I don't know if those conversations have been had, but that's one of the things that we need to be able to let them know, that they are contributing to our fiscal crisis, our inability to pay our vendors. Okay? That's what it is. So the federal government does not like to be in those kind of position. Their position is that once we send them and draw down, we're supposed to have all of the backups and the supporting documentation. Now, I want to ask some questions of you, interim Director, Mr. Reimer. You said we got the audit for fiscal year 2022?
Correct.
Okay, what were the findings?
There's many findings within the...
Off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, there's issues regarding fixed assets. There's issues regarding timely draws. This is the single audit side of things.
Yeah, the single audit is what I
correct.
know.
Timely draws. There's also difficulties in regarding looking at the reconciliation of funds.
Okay, good. We already know that those were glaring issue. Now tell me, with the timely draws, what have you put in place for your department, well, actually your department, and also Ms. Modeste for your department for timely draw? What time frame have you done? Look at as far as your correction action plan. for timely drawdowns?
All agencies throughout the government basically supposed to be drawing between 24 and 72 hours. That's supposed to be throughout the government. Within my group, I rarely have federal funds in terms of
Right.
drawers, but my directive is basically within 24 hours. We do more compliance.
Right.
And I'm pushing my compliance unit to be more involved throughout the government, not just within this third party that we're designated
But,
for.
so Ms. Modeste, is that your part of your standard operating procedures?
It is.
24?
Yes.
So when they don't do that, what do you do as a result? If they're not sending it to you timely, 24 hours, what do you do?
So we usually send communication to the higher ups.
Speak into the mic.
Clarina Modeste Elliott, we usually send communication to the higher ups.
When you say higher ups, who?
The agency heads.
The commissioner?
Yes.
And how quickly do they respond to you?
Some of them respond pretty quickly.
Okay, now we're going to go to the percentage now. How many out of 100% respond quickly? Because I know sometimes the human beings at the higher up, they don't respond to us when we're asking them for information.
About 50,
so this is
about 50%.
50, that is a F. 50% is failing. Okay? 90% of them need to really respond to you. That's the money. Wow. We're talking the money to operate the government. Okay, and so we need to get a list through the chair, Madam Chair, a list of those human beings who are in the higher ups, Ms. Modeste, who are not reporting to you timely and responding. Okay, those departments, and if Public Works is one of them, they're right here to get the grilling here today, because it's that is not acceptable. We are under high risk. When you say high risk, you know what that means? That they don't want to give us money. They're going to be looking at us under a microscope. And we don't have no money. This is a poor place.
Public Work is not one of them. They work really well with us, but based on their grantor agency.
1 minute.
I hope you're not saying this because
no,
he is
they
there.
do the draws, but we don't get it.
I hope you're not
we
saying
don't
that
get
because
it timely.
Okay. Now, how soon have you already put together a correction action plan for the findings that you've received, and is it available on the website?
Not yet, but we are working collaboratively, OMB compliance.
Is the audit available on the website for DOF?
No, we just have a draft.
Okay. All right. So when do you
30
anticipate, that's
seconds.
part of the transparency, when do you anticipate putting it up on the website?
As soon as we compile the corrective action plan, then work with the auditors to get a final.
Timeline, Ms. Modeste, you know that's what we work with?
We're hoping by the end of the calendar year, but.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. Okay. I also want to ask, I had another question in here somewhere. Oh, yes, here we go. You mentioned that, Madam Chair, may I kindly? I am on page 10 of your testimony, Interim Director Reimer. You mentioned at the last paragraph, you have a DPP fixed asset policy. That was one of your areas of your findings, right? And you said these items are pending feedback from the U.S. Department of Education. When did you send this information to them?
Senator, it's probably almost almost a year, 9 months.
What?
I believe, yes. So again, we sent it for a matter of courtesy. We were asked to complete that asset policy, which we did. And we've also moved forward to disseminate our forms. We sent it as a courtesy. But as you know, it's basically our policy. So.
Right, it's your policy, but they also should review your policy and to see that you are meeting their standard and requirement and give you some feedback. So they haven't?
Oh, yes, they do. It was sent through, a copy was sent also to the third-party fiduciary, and it is with the U.S. Department of Education.
So they haven't sent you any feedback. Typically, they would send you feedback, so you haven't received any feedback.
No, we have not. We've done some follow-up. However, it has not stopped us from moving forward. A lot of what we have done was to ensure that it is compliant with, as well as the federal law, ensuring, of course, for our special needs here in the territory. very similar to what was approved at the Department of Education.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think that is all of my question for right now, and I thank you so kindly for allowing me the extra time. Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it.
So for clarification, you sent these SOPs to the U.S. Department of Education directly, or you sent them through the third-party fiduciary?
Both.
Okay, so what's the problem? What's going on, Ms. Murphy,
So
with U.S. Department of Education?
what will happen is when the territory says it's ready, which is supposed to be sometimes in October 1, 2025, or before, whenever you say you're ready, USDE will come down, and then they will do kind of an audit,
So
basically.
you're going to have the U.S. Inspector General do the audit, because usually that's what they do.
Well, okay. I don't know who does it, but they will come down and they will they will audit all of the documentation, everything that we've sent, and all of the practices, and then that's when they will say if anything needs to continue to be remediated, but that'll be the process.
So why are we sending it in advance then?
So we send up all the documentation. We have a quarterly report that we have to submit to USDE. We send it up every quarter, and then they review it and have any comments. That's how we were able to get the specific conditions that we're currently reporting on down from 25 to the 8 that we're currently.
But that's not what I understood from the commissioner. Was there a requirement, Commissioner, for you to submit to the U.S. Department of Education the procurement's SOPs?
Procurement, yes, Senator, as
For
well
what
as
purpose?
the asset management.
And the asset,
For them, yes.
For the approval, correct?
Correct.
So then how are they going to wait? They're part of the culpability. How are they going to wait until the end of the road to come back and tell me, oh, by the way, we have a problem with this and we have a problem with that? We're going to never get out of this situation. They need to respond back to our people. So
Yes.
we need, again, I said it before we started this, we got into the meat and potatoes. We need to make contact with the U.S. Department of Education, because we need to find out what's going on with this. Their non-response is costing our people $2.3 to $2.5 million annually. We can't afford that. We cannot continue to afford that. So I'm going to leave that right there. I think we've exhausted most of all the colleagues. I think there's a question by Senator Fonseca, but we didn't ask any questions about asset management. Now, I know that the Department of Education and I guess the other entities have some level of asset management, as well as the Department of Property and Procurement is actually responsible for the overall asset management. So please give us an update on what's happening. Let me ask Ms. Murphy first. What is her, from a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, where are we with addressing our asset management in the territory as far as the U.S. Department of Education grants are concerned?
I think part of it is the absence of a comprehensive asset management system before USDE is really asking for more documentation than they were originally asking for. So I think part of it is coming up with like the disposable items and things like that. That's one of the areas that we are really, really working on in conjunction with Ms. Shirlene Richards, who recently went to VIDE. She had a lot of knowledge in that area to strengthen that area. But what am I didn't answer your question?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
What's lacking from asset management? You said a comprehensive system. Are you guys currently conducting
audits? Quarterly
audits? Are you supporting the asset management team with the quarterly asset management, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what are your findings? What are you finding? Because even if you don't have a system, even if you don't have a electronic system in place, if you have a system where there are spot checks, there's your whatever that sheet is that you have with the information, that should not keep us in abeyance, right?
Right.
So what do we have in place as far as asset management is concerned? And what are your findings as you guys do your regular, I don't know how often you do the checks?
We go out and in conjunction with some members of our team goes out periodically in conjunction with VIDE, and we give them a report of what we're finding that's out of compliance. I do not have that in front of me right now specifically, but I can get that for you immediately after this meeting.
Do you have a plan?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the plan as it relates to asset? We need to have direct answers. We need to know that the company that we are paying $2-something million is in fact, they have a plan. We have an asset management division, correct? And that asset management division is working, you are working in conjunction with them to make sure it's in compliance. There's an action plan, there's responsible people that's responsible for XYZ. Is there a plan? Are they required to do quarterly? What is the plan around asset management? We need to get out of this situation. And we need for you guys who's being paid for this to tell us clearly where we are. Where are we?
Okay. The plan is for us to continue to strengthen the controls in that area, to do more regular.
Where's your action plan?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can send it to you.
You know, I've been here so long, I forget the lady name. Please accept my apologies. Could you put your name on the record again, ma'am? Ms. Rogers. Richards? So, Ms. Richards, you are the director? You're the leader?
Correct.
So, just give us a quick, you have to bring the mic a little closer because you're soft-spoken. So, give us a quick review of exactly what a day in asset management looks like for the VI Department of Education.
Right now, we are not looking good. Not that it's, we have a lot of missing asset that is not accounted for.
In the mic, a little closer. You may have to hold it in your hand because you talk very soft. Yeah.
We have a lot of missing asset that is not accounted for. We did a biannual inventory in February, which was, the numbers are very high. Not on the part of VID, but the information was not properly entered in the system as it should.
By whom? Who's entering the information?
Well, that would be the person prior to me coming on board,
Okay.
the director. And so we were able to clean that up, find a lot of the missing asset where they were. So right now we're just, I think we're in a better place right now, but there's still a lack of accountability. Things are moving. We don't know where they're going. Things are coming in. We don't know where they're at. They're not being tagged properly. And that's the problem that I am having since I came on board.
Ms. Murphy.
Madam Chair.
I'm still trying to understand what our action plan is, how y'all are working with these folks, what's the step, what are the processes, what's the training, et cetera, et cetera. It's like we're going backwards.
Our plan basically is to get a system in place for VIDE to track the assets.
That's the only way we're going to be able to track assets. That's what you're basically saying?
Well, the system is very manual, and just historically keeping track of the assets, because the main problem that we're having is not the new assets that we're bringing on. It's like the older assets that even before we got the contract. It's just.
But how long them assets will last for? Some of those assets are, after a while, they're obsolete. They don't depreciate. They're obsolete.
Right.
What are we doing? I mean, you know what I haven't heard from. You know what I am getting from this. This is what I'm getting from this. So you manage $288 million, and y'all are transactional. That's what I'm getting. That you are transactional. So you go through. the approval process. You try, if it's an error in the procurement, you send it back. What support are you giving the respective divisions? I'm hearing transactional in this discussion. You're managing this money, so because we're managing 288, we gain this additional money to manage it. But I'm not hearing on the ground, in the weeds, how are we in fact supporting the respective asset management? That has long been an issue. What do you have an asset management leader within your organization that's working with Ms. Richards?
We have a team of people that goes out periodically with Ms.
That's not what I'm asking you. It's not goes out periodically. Do you have a asset management leader who works with Ms. Richards to make sure things are in line, so when things come in, whatever is supposed to happen is in fact happening? Not when you go out periodically. How long have you been on board, Ms. Richards? 10 months. And in the 10 months, have you received training one-on-one with the third-party fiduciary? Speak a little louder. Please recognize that Ms. Richards' mic.
No, I did not receive any training, but let me say this. There is a system of records where the information is inputted through our receiving department, and our analyst uploads the information, creates the asset, ensure that the stuff that are received, then we go out to the schools or the activity center to verify that those assets are actually there, and then we come back, we make whatever changes that is needed. But there is some areas that needs to be improved on, and which I'm working on myself. And
But have they provided you any support directly?
No. And I must say, I came from Department of Property and Procurement.
That's
where
fine.
I get all my training, and from OMB, where the compliance part of it also, where when I go to ensure that our policies, because we do have policies and SOPP for our fixed asset, and I'm going through this because I'm fairly new to ensure that what is in the policy that we're in compliance with, and making sure that we're doing step by step to better be able to be accountable for the federal asset that is coming through.
And I appreciate that, but I didn't hear that the third-party fiduciary is providing you any direct support. Not from time to time going out and doing spot checks with your team, but working along with you. Who is the third-party fiduciary procurement leader? Do you see him or her?
No.
Ms. Murphy?
Yes.
Y'all need to get it all the way together. We are spending a lot of money on this contract. This is not right.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not right. It is not right. If we have individuals in our respective divisions that's tied to this, then why is that work not being done? You're not doing your job.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and it's costing us. And we live on a very small island, but we have to figure out how we generate our revenues.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're waiting for a system may not answer. The people still need to be trained. Have you gone into the schools with regards to the procurement component?
Yeah, we've gone into the schools with the fixed assets, even
When you
in
do the
St.
spot
Croix.
checking. When
Yes,
you do the
ma'am.
spot checking.
Yes, ma'am.
But absent of that, have you identified who in the respective schools are responsible for the assets that's coming in?
I need to specifically check on that.
Ms. Arema?
Yes, Senator.
You got work to do. We need to get this thing addressed because we're spending this money and there's no true concerted effort because the fixed assets is a big part of it. It's a huge piece.
Definitely.
Okay, so I'm going to get off a fixed asset. We talked about time and effort. Let's talk about the programmatic side of it now. So one of the things that we have to do is the program managers are supposed to be going out. How many program managers do we have in education?
Dr. Melendez Tirado, we have 4 federal grants managers.
Okay, so Ms. Murphy, What relationship do you have with the program managers as it relates to the monitoring and what they should be looking out for?
We really are mainly fiscal. We do participate we're mainly fiscal. So we mainly coordinate with the program managers just to see if they need or require any fiscal related assistance. I think the programmatic one is the last specific condition. And we report up through USDE on the programmatic aspects of it, and a specific person from USDE from the programs area evaluates the progress on that.
So you don't have any programmatic responsibilities in your contract?
We really don't.
So then how are we going to address number 8?
So we coordinate with it. If there's anything that we can assist with, we work with VIDE on that. But mainly, the programmatic reports are sent up, and they continue to be evaluated.
So who is determining whether or not the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Department of Health are conducting programmatic monitoring in accordance with the uniform guidance at 2 CFR 200.238 and 200.331?
From USDE?
This is a condition, you have a contract.
Right.
So who's accountable for this?
Ms. Kim Hicks at the USDE Department of Education. We work with her on it. We send it up.
No. Something wrong with that picture.
What?
Listen, something is wrong with this picture. If we have specific conditions, we hire a third-party fiduciary to support the work that we are doing on the ground to remove ourselves from these conditions. So I'm not certain. Can we get a copy of the third-party fiduciary contract, please?
Yes. We work with Ms. Keisha Culpepper. We have a new person that we're getting ready. We get a report from them every quarter, and we review the report for adequacy and send it up to, if I'm understanding your...
How do you know it's adequate if you're not touching the programmatic side? Anyway. Let's touch the indirect costs, and then I have to close down this meeting, this section of this meeting. I think Senator Fonseca had a question, but let me wrap up. The indirect costs, do we currently have an indirect cost rate in place for the U.S. Department of Education grants?
No.
When was the last time we had one?
The last approved indirect cost was in 2020, for 2020, fiscal year 2020. And that was done in 2022.
Okay, fiscal. Before I go, let me just congratulate the Department of Finance for, is finance will deal with the single audits, and let me just congratulate
Both.
you guys, and OMB, yes, and OMB for, I think you said 2022?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a major feat. So let's keep it going, because that's important for getting these audits completed. So let me congratulate you on that. But let's just go back to that question. Say that again.
So the last one that's approved is for fiscal year 2020, which was completed in 2022.
Okay, so you deal with the National Business Center? That's what they call themselves?
No, there's a private contractor by the name of eCivis who currently have the contract.
That's with the federal government or local government?
It's the contract with us. It's a contract with us that actually we submit to the federal government. That we submit the actual rate to the federal government. That's where they get contract rate from.
Who pulls the data together?
That's the third-party contractor, eCivis.
So we pay eCivis to pull the information together for us?
We give them the information, and then they do the compilation, basically.
And we have not gotten a rate since 2020?
For fiscal year 2020.
For fiscal year 2020.
Correct.
So what rate are we using now?
Basically, we're using the de minimis rate, which is 10%.
Say that again?
We're using the 10% rate, which is the de minimis rate. This is the minimum.
The minimum rate. So do we have an opportunity to retroactively get some of this money back from the federal government if the rate goes up?
That's what I'm trying to investigate now to figure out what we are doing going forward. We're looking at the current vendor, and basically that might end up in a different place based on their non-performance. But going forward,
Who's paying the current vendor? Who's paying them?
Huh?
Who is paying the current vendor?
The Office of Management and Budget.
So we paying a vendor. Have they submitted all the information and they just can't get an approval coming back this way?
They have submitted one for 2022, but the information based on my investigation was poor and definitely will not be approved.
Are we paying them?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point, and Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, what gets measured gets monitored. So I want to ask, I want to ask a question here, right? Because the KPIs, right? You familiar with the KPIs, the key performance indicators? Okay, so let me ask you, I'm going to ask Commissioner Alejandro. Here in the 14 specific condition deficiencies, human capital vacancies, review the salaries for top job openings to ensure they are competitive enough to retain staff once hired. Who in your department is responsible for that?
I'm sorry, Senator.
You, right? To review the salaries for job openings to ensure they are competitive enough to retain staff once hired.
Senator, I'm not sure what portion you're speaking to.
Okay, I'm looking at the third-party fiduciary report where they're talking about the 14 specific condition deficiencies where they want to eliminate. And the first one is human capital vacancies. And it says here, they're recommending that they review the salaries for job openings to ensure they are competitive enough to retain staff once hired. Additionally, aim to minimize the time needed to fill vacancies. The Director, Julio, who is responsible for that in OMB?
For which part of it?
To review I'm talking about the specific condition deficiencies. Specific condition deficiencies. Do you have a report?
Yes. Senator, if I
various departments. It won't be just. It won't be DPP. It won't be OMB.
So see, that's my point, right? Someone needs to be tracking that because neither one of you can tell me who is responsible for that. So that should be a key performance indicator. So you need to know somebody needs to do that. You know, also, right, this here where the required time frame for processing and reimbursing payrolls. Remember, we got to get that money drawn down. Who is responsible for that in finance? For making, once you do a payroll and you got to do a drawdown, who is responsible for that?
Finance don't draw funds, Senator. Is the agency draw the funds?
But that should be a key performance indicator because this is affecting vendor payments. You see a lot of these stuff here, these 14 deficiencies, they can be converted to key performance indicators. Yeah, and because what gets measured gets monitored. Because you know, look what happened here, right? We're paying a consultant $2.5 million, and she indicated to me they had 9 full-time and 7 other positions. That's like $156,000 a head. We could use this same $2.5 million and hire 25 new employees for the government at total benefits $100,000 each. So this here is real important. Look at this here when you do your KPIs, and when you come back to the Senate, I'm going to ask you the same question here. These need to be KPIs so that they're monitored. And this way the third-party fiduciary is being addressed by all of the staff because they're important stuff. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator, if I may, Chair. So, Senator, to your response, this is the responsibility here was the third party stating they would work with the with OMB compliant union to assess the needs as we identify those vacancies. So this is from the third party's perspective, working with OMB to determine the needs for the agencies. And
They are not going to release you from these deficiencies unless the salaries for job openings are reviewed and they're competitive to retain the staff once hired, so that they don't be at this turnaround. They're telling you here what the recommendation is. These should be KPIs. These are the recommendations of a third party. If you don't do it, they're not going to release you. This is the first page, the human capital vacancies, where they got a little blue chart.
5, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Senator Joseph, you recognize your point of information because we have to wrap up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Reimer, I want to go back to you and to a question that the chair raised regarding the indirect cost. I noted on page 15 of your testimony, and I hark on this all the time, the cost allocation plan. Where are we with that? Do we have one? What's our most current cost allocation plan that we have in place? Which, if I'm not, and you could correct me, is tied also to the indirect costs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me where we are with the cost allocation plan.
That's basically the last one was for fiscal year 2020.
That's the one for fiscal year 2020. Now, you noted that you have a vendor that wasn't delivering. Are you going to now say that vendor is not performing and put this scope of work out for bid again so we could develop a cost allocation plan for the GVI?
That's correct.
Where are you with that?
The scope has already been written. I'm having a conversation with the previous vendor also in regards to the deliverables that they didn't perform during the contract. Secondly, I'm working with DPP to actually send that RFP down.
Okay, the deliverables that were not delivered. Okay, did we pay them?
My understanding, yes.
Can we get back that money? Because that's poor performance. How are we paying vendors? That's a quality control. That's a compliance, and you're paying a vendor that isn't submitting the proper documentation and adhering to their scope of work. Can we get any of that money back?
That's what we're investigating now with DPP, and most likely it'll go to the AG after that.
Okay. All right. And what is this vendor name? Is this
E-Civics? Yes.
E-Civics. And how long have they been doing business here in the Virgin Islands?
Their contract was a 5-year contract, to my understanding.
And what was the amount of the contract?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure.
Ms. Commissioner, do you know?
Not offhand, Senator, but I can get the information to you.
Yes, that's very important. 5 years, and they haven't delivered on this cost allocation plan, which is tied to our indirect costs. One final question, Madam Chair. Is the cost allocation plan, is it going to be department specific, or is it going to cover the entire government of the Virgin Islands?
It normally covers the entire government.
It covers the entire, okay. I just wanted to make sure, except with the semi-autonomous, they don't cover that, correct? It's
Correct.
only the executive.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so kindly. I appreciate it deeply.
No problem.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Mr. OMB Director, I'm going to ask you to take some time out to look at the barriers to sustain progress toward eliminating specific condition deficiencies, because there are things that are here with regards to these recommendations that are very subjective. Very subjective. I do not agree. These subjective commentaries are tied to us not being able to get out of this situation. Talking about review salaries for job openings, that's not the third party's responsibility. The third party's responsibility is to ensure that we are processing our transactions, and they are in fact working along with the team to make sure that they are doing what they're supposed to do. All of this other stuff that in here has zero to do with them. We need to be very, very careful with what we are allowing in these recommendations that's going before the federal government. The recommendations here are extensive. Pay attention. That's what I'm going to ask. Okay? Talking about maintaining fixed asset locations when in fact in progress and ongoing, when we just learned today that what's in progress and ongoing, when we just learned today that Ms. Richards isn't even getting any support. What is tag up TPFA compliance unit monthly meetings in progress and ongoing? Like, take some time and review this, please. We spend a lot of the people's money on this thing. Take some time and review this. Establish an internal control mechanism to test for such non-compliance and provide assurances that federal procurement guidelines are being followed in progress and ongoing. You're paying people $2.5 million and they're having an in progress and ongoing conversation with you. This is not acceptable. Procurement contract management process. The TPA will work with DPP to understand the causes for such delays and develop corrective action plans. 4 years later, we're still having a conversation. Unacceptable. Forward planning to minimize lapsed grant funds. The TPA will collaborate with GVI departments to develop and implement spending plans. What? We have $288 million. Are we talking about collaborating to develop and implement spending plans within first quarter of grant lives? Did you do that with the funds that came to the territory, the $300 and something million previously? Ms. Murphy.
Yes, ma'am.
In the mic.
We set up a spending plan model that we gave to VIDE.
And how did you monitor that?
We basically asked that they start, so if you have 2 to 3 years to spend the money, spend the funds, to set up with milestones so that you're spending the money monthly and quarterly, and not waiting till the end.
And how did they meet the milestones?
All of the money was spent except for, I think it's $23 million.
Except for, say that again?
Except for, I need to look at the exact amount, except for, I can tell you exactly. I think it's except for $23 million.
What happened to the $23 million?
Currently, we're working with USDOE to see if it can be extended.
When did it expire?
September 30th.
So if it expires September 30th, how are we working with them to see if it could get extended?
Because we sent up, or VIDE sent up a request to see if they would consider allowing additional time.
So what kind of supports are you providing to the respective, because I suspect this is mostly LEA funds.
Yes, ma'am. It was a lot of funds that that were awarded, and
that you were managing or you're paid for. Yeah.
Yes, we were. But in all honesty, it wasn't just GVI. Many agencies that received a large amount of grant funds over the past 2 years were unable to expend.
Which agencies are you talking about?
Just federal. I don't know specifically which ones, but I do know.
Some are here on the ground?
No, just other federal agencies.
But I want you to stay with me. Other federal agencies are not a third-party fiduciary. I am speaking specifically to the work that we are paying you for. Don't tell me about what happening on the mainland. Mm-hmm. We are not on the mainland, and they're not third-party fiduciary or compliance agreements. So how you gonna make that kind of excuse?
So we did our best to work with USDOE to request that the money be spent. But coming up with the projects and things like that is basically somewhat out of our control.
So who control it then?
the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
So if you ask them for a spending plan, you listen to what you're saying to me?
Yes, ma'am.
You ask them for a spending plan, and I got to close this meeting, but this is very, very troubling and concerning. You ask them for a spending plan, right?
Yes.
And They provide a spending plan because in order for them to get the award from the federal government, they have to provide a spending plan. They have to provide a programmatic plan as to how they plan to implement these programs.
Right, but we
Correct?
needed, what was needed was a more detailed spending plan.
Right.
To say what the actual time frame.
And did you do that on the ground with them?
We asked for it, like,
See, that's a problem. You on the ground, you are transactional. You are processing. You are operating like you are the Department of Finance and the Office of Management and Budget. Your work here, I mean, I gotta see the contract myself, so I don't know what's written in the contract. But if we are in third party, if we're in a compliance, are we moving to move away from these things? You don't have to only ask for it. You have to sit with the respective leaders in the respective areas and go through it so that you could help them come up with a plan so they can know how to get it done in the future. You leave them out there, how are they going to get their money spent? That's why we are in the compliance agreement. That's why we're where we are. So how are we training them up to even get the territory out of the current situation? I mean, I don't know what your contracts say, but I do not feel good about this conversation. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but this is not a good feeling. I'm going to go ahead and close this meeting. We're going to have to follow up on this. Mr. Reimer, I'm going to ask you to please look at what is in front of us with regards to this third-party fiduciary and the things that they are laying out here, this in progress and ongoing. How we the same thing? If you are presenting something in corporate America, you can bring in progress and ongoing to us? What is the plan? This is unsatisfactory. So I remember one time a third party came in and said, when we had just started to give us an F, I give you a D. Yeah. And that's because 23 million went back. Because we shouldn't be sending back. The only money we should be sending back at this point is if we have a few dollars that's tied to shipping that we did not, we overestimated the shipping and stuff like that. But we have folks that's on the ground that's supposed to be helping us. Jesus. Anybody else have a closing? Senator Francis Jr., do you have anything you want to close with before I wrap up this section, this block? I ain't hearing him. Okay, good. All right, thank you. Okay, are you good? All right, Mr. Reimer, I think I'm going to give you a 30-second close.
Senator, at this point, as we continue to move forward with a third-party fiduciary, my ultimate goal here is to really get us out of this by the end of 2025. Secondly, really looking at these findings and understanding them better within the next 60 days to get back to you, really to understand just where we go and how fast we can get out of the third party. In regards to the question from Senator Joseph, the e-service contract was $2.8 million. Correct.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm also going to ask that, you guys go back and look at, possibly extending this contract for a year. And these things that are within the contract, we need to have a conversation with the U.S. Department of Education. You need to look at what their contract currently says. But for us to be moving from contractor to contractor isn't working. It is clear that there are things that's not happening with our current contractor. I don't know if it's because of what's in the current contract. I don't know. But this all needs to be looked at. If we are moving to get out of this third-party fiduciary situation, this compliance agreement, their contract, they have to have deliverables. The question is, I beg the question, what are their deliverables? Are you done close? To wrap up. All right. Ms. Murphy, do you have a 30-second close?
I believe, in the years and time that we've had the contract, we've made substantial progress. We've gone from 25 specific conditions that you had to respond to basically 7 or 8 that you have to respond to now in the time that we have had the contract. We still have some more work to do. I feel like that our team can get it done. And I would just hope that you would give us, allot us a little bit more time. We really want to finish this contract and to be successful with it. And I just hope you will give us a little bit more time so that we can do that. We believe that we can bring GVI into full compliance with the requirements from the U.S. Department of Education.
Thank you for your responses. We are going to do a follow-up on this before the year closes. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance stands in recess as we move to block number 2.
Okay.
The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, could you please read the block number 2? Block number 2 promises to be very quick. We're trying to just get some information as we receive correspondence from the governor with regards to some $5 million Vitran. Madam Clerk.
Block 2, fiscal year 2025 budget appropriation from the public transportation system, Vitran. Invited testifiers, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works, Mr. Julio Rima Sr., Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance. This completes the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon to the testifiers. We're going to just ask you to please put your name and titles on the record. We're going to start with Mrs. Modeste, Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Clarina Modeste Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Julio Reimer, Senior, Director Nominee, Office of Management and Budget.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works.
That's it? All right, thank you. All right, so we're going to move forward with testimony. Commissioner, who's providing the testimony? Gabriel?
Yes, I will.
You may proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, committee members, other senators in attendance, and the listening and viewing public. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings is accompanying me in the well today. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the local subsidy for the public transportation system, or Vitran. The Department of Public Works requests a $5 million appropriation to the Public Transportation Fund to subsidize Vitran operations. The government of the Virgin Islands has historically funded most of Vitran's operations, with federal funds covering less than 30% of daily operations. As detailed in the attached documentation, the subsidy budget for Vitran personnel is $4.9 million, covering 68 positions. The remaining $100,000 from the subsidy is allocated for fuel. Funding from the Federal Transit Administration, or FTA, currently covers 20 personnel at a cost of $1,421,475.47. Federal funds are primarily obtained through competitive grants and largely designated for capital improvement projects and procuring equipment such as buses. Just within the last few years, the department was given the authority to utilize these funds to cover operational expenses. There it is. The omitted $5 million appropriation from DPW's fiscal year 2025 budget is essential for funding Vitran's personnel costs, fuel, and supplies necessary for daily operations. Without this funding, Vitran will face severe financial constraints and be forced to significantly reduce or even cease operations and furlough employees. In fiscal year 2024, Vitran served 218,446 fixed route and paratransit riders. Of that, 44,240 rides were free, which amounts to approximately 20% of our ridership. The department increased rates on June 1st, 2024 to help cover operational costs. Fixed route service was increased to $2 and paratransit service to $4. The department saw that global economic factors such as logistics and supply chain issues and the pandemic adversely impacted services. Also, operating costs have skyrocketed, whether it is the cost of replacement parts, consumables such as diesel and oil, or replacement buses. Discounts for Medicare cardholders and free rides for seniors will remain in effect. The paratransit ridership is high, and most daily trips include rides to dialysis treatment centers, other medical visits, personal care visits, and work. Most riders are senior citizens and persons with disabilities, including children and young adults. Competitor costs for similar services are much higher, up to 20 times higher than current paratransit fees. The loss of these services would devastate our community, particularly those who rely on public transportation for their daily commutes and access to healthcare, education, and other essential services. Due to paratransit client demand, we also offer those services on weekends and holidays. As an aside, the department is under contract utilizing federal funds for 7 new medium-duty buses and has an amendment for 2 additional buses. We expect to acquire 12 new ADA paratransit vans during this fiscal year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee regarding this extremely important budgetary issue. Assistant Commissioner Jennings and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel, for your testimony. And let me give some context around this. So, we received correspondence from the governor directly, indicating that there was not an appropriation for the $5 million for Vitran. And I thought it important for us to have this discussion because what we realize is as you presented your FY 2025 budget and previous years, there is never a conversation around Vitran. As far as the employees, we have not received a personnel listing from the Department of Public Works. So Vitran is under Public Works, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the future, we need to have the personnel listing so we can understand what we're doing. So that was not received by this committee for the Vitran employees, and a breakout of the other services and charges category was also not included. So, and we also learned, and this is for our new OMB director, that what has been happening is, so what we do is each year we transfer in money when we do our revenue sheet. And then we budget the $5 million under the Department of Public Works. We did not realize that Public Works was lifting $5 million and placing it in a fund. Funds cannot be lifted out of the budget under other services and charges and other services and charges to be placed in a fund. It must be appropriated. It must say to transfer $5 million to X fund. The other issue, and that's why we have the Department of Finance here, because I have to look at a fund. I just asked my staff to bring it up. We have so much going on today that I don't have it. I need the fund. What's the name of the fund, Mr. Jennings?
Ruben Jennings, Public Works, the Public Transportation Fund.
Public Transportation Fund. And the Public Transportation Fund, so what's happening right now is Public Works is operating, and it ain't really Public Works, the Office of Management and Budget and the Department of Finance, because it ain't really are you. Y'all just following the lead, has allowed the Department of Public Works to operate a fund outside of the budget. That's what's happening. That's why we didn't fund it this year, because we saw it as a duplication of effort. So when we saw the letter from the governor, I was very taken aback by it. I did my research and I was like, we would never do something like this. So I didn't understand what was happening. So I want to make sure we put it on the record, because we don't want it to go down that we did not appropriate the funds, because that's not the case. So I need Department of Finance, do you have the Public Transportation Fund balance? Because apparently what has been occurring is transactions, payroll, correct, Mr. Jennings, could you tell me exactly what has been occurring with the general fund monies that we appropriate annually for Vitran?
Yes. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So in the past, we would ask for a fund balance report from the Department of Finance. They would provide the fund balance report. We would provide a budget. They would in turn send us back that budget. And we would now send a transmittal letter to the Office of Management and Budget. And they would in turn upload those monies into the Public Transportation Fund.
Mr. Raymond, you guys got work to do.
Definitely.
Okay, we are I mean, you doing what you gotta do. Do you have the fund in front of you, Mrs. Modeste?
I don't. I just requested information about the fund.
Yeah, we're gonna get her, because that letter that we got from the governor was very troubling. And it did not include finance or OMB.
I wasn't privy. I just found out. So
because if you were privy, we could have preempt all of this, what we're having right now. So it wasn't an error. It was, we have an issue. So I don't have the information in front of me. I need the fund. You want to move forward, Senator? Who's the first person to speak on this? Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your...
Yes, thank you.
We're going to do 2 minutes on this, because
Yeah.
3 minutes tops, because they have to leave. Okay, and
Yeah.
we have Port Authority waiting. So we just want to rectify this issue to see how because we need a fund balance, because we can't just appropriate. Another thing is that we need to understand, because I know that some highway, is there like other federal like mandates that's tied to tracking information? We need to be clear on what's required so you can make sure we do this right moving forward. So we're going to go to Fonseca, and then you could respond after.
Sure.
Go ahead, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Gabriel, okay, so you said about there's 44,240 rides for free for seniors, right? Do you require a senior ID card when to display?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yes, we do require our senior citizens that are doing free rides to show proof of their senior card.
So it needs to be a senior ID can they use a driver's license?
A driver's license. In some cases, I think we even utilize like the AARP cards that some senior citizens have.
Okay, good. I got to congratulate you on the good work you're doing. But, one little question here. My colleagues in the 35th legislature, we approved some road money and thing, over in Bovoni. You paved them 5 road, congratulations. But since you paved them 5, another 3 pop up. Give the residents of Bovoni an update on what's happening with them roads. The church by Lima Church, go right back there, Nada, that one and the others.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Fonseca. So to your point, we did receive some through this body. We got the legislative approval for some funds for road projects on all 3 islands. Of course, Bovoni was one of those areas. We have since written to my colleagues to my right, so we could start that process in realizing those funds and getting those projects going.
Awesome. So them road in Bovoni, them road getting paved soon. Thank you. Okay, so now the ADA coordinator, I noticed that you had an ADA coordinator. So your buses are fully ADA compliant?
So we do have some challenges. I will accept that. For the most part, our buses are compliant. We do have, and where we aren't compliant on fixed route, we do have the paratransit service to supplement that.
And they work Saturdays and Sundays and holidays?
Not Sundays, but Saturdays.
Saturdays and
holidays, correct.
Okay, because I wanted to clarify that. I don't have any other question, Madam Chair. This is a high performing, and this $5 million, how much more of them they got like that, Julio? Have you discovered any more like that? You're laughing.
In regards to the budget, we have a situation with Department of Finance and Labor.
Well, sir, Popa, you see, you got more to come.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you,
understand
Madam Chair.
I could come back next year when I realize I ain't spend the money. When I realize I ain't got enough money. So let me just read this so we could be clear on the issue. The Public Transportation Fund, that's what it is?
Yes.
The Public Transportation Fund, how are you going to take this off of this thing that's on the side? I can't really read it.
Usually don't get.
So this is what it says, and this is for finance. The Public Transportation Fund is established as a separate and distinct fund in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands pursuant to Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3100. The Commissioner of Finance shall provide for the administration of the fund, and no monies contained therein shall be available for expenditure except as provided in the VIC. The fund shall consist of all sums appropriated thereto. Keyword, all funds appropriated thereto from time to time by the legislature, and all sums received from grant subsidies, and the subsidies go directly into that, correct, Mr. Jennings? That's where the
Yes.
veteran fees go, the
Yes.
collections go into that, right?
Yes.
And by the public bus system, monies deposited into that fund shall be disbursed by the Commissioner of Finance at the direction of the Commissioner of Public Works for the operation and maintenance of the public transit system, including salaries and fringe benefits and other appropriating expenses of the system. So we understand that the funds can go in here, but we have to appropriate the monies into here. We can't lift it out of the general fund and place it in there. And that's where the challenge is. Okay, so let me just make sure that we're clear on that. Okay, and it's a lighting recognized for you. Let's do 2 minutes. 3 minutes, sorry. 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. Commissioner Gabriel, Director, Acting Director Reimer, and Assistant Commissioner Modesti, and Assistant Commissioner Jennings. Good afternoon to all of you guys.
Good afternoon.
Well, we understand the situation with the $5 million, and we await the fund balance. Let me ask you a question, though, in respect to Public Works and our bus operators. Do you have any vacancy in that space, or we have enough operators?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Yes, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. We do have some vacancies.
You have vacancies for operators?
Yes.
You have any challenge hiring operators? Are there any challenge hiring those operators?
We do encounter some challenges from time to time, especially with individuals passing the drug test, because there is a drug test requirement. You have to pass the drug test in order to advance.
What about the mechanics for the buses? Do we have enough mechanics, or do you have any vacancies in that area also? And do you have any challenges hiring mechanics?
We do have challenges in the St. John district. St. Croix district, no.
Really? What are those challenges? Same thing?
So, for mechanics is the experience. We just can't find people that are willing to come to government for that salary, that low salary.
And my colleague mentioned Bavoni Road, in particular Lima Road. They've been requesting for the road to be fixed for some time. So I'm happy that we were able to assist those individuals in that area and other areas in this year's budget. And I must say it was a heavy lift, but we were able to assist many areas in terms of local roads for those individuals with the challenges they faced. But let me ask you, though, in respect to transfer stations, I'm going to remind you what's going on in that space that will assist you in terms of revenues for the department and also consistency when it comes to assuring that the bus reaches a certain place at a certain time, the town buses stay in town, the one in country stay in country. What's going on with the transfer stations?
So in the Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So in the St. Croix district, we've actually picked back up with the design of the Sunny Barnes station that's going to be in the Lorraine area. So that'll serve as a transfer station. We are revisiting the design. We're trying to scale it back a little bit to make it more affordable with what we're seeing with construction costs. And of course, we're trying to make it serve modern needs and where we see the transportation system going in the future. In the St. Thomas district, we've been working with our colleagues at Property and Procurement to identify property. I think you know, Senator Blyden, the areas that we want to put the transfer stations in, they're highly sought after when it comes to property. We actually find ourselves competing with some of our sister agencies for similar plots. So we've been creative. We've been speaking with a private property owner that is considering
1 minute
leasing us property for a transfer station that I think would serve that area.
Okay, very well. And one thing I really haven't mentioned, which would also assist, it would also decrease your expenses when it comes to wear and tear on the buses, right, because they won't have to travel as far.
Right.
It will deliver the necessary needs that's needed here in the territory. Again, I want to thank you for your time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your responses. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. Commissioner, thank you to you and your team for fixing Lower Comprince Gata. You know, I don't need a boat for down there anymore, so I can drive past now. And I checked it out yesterday. I came in a little late on the tail end. I didn't hear your testimony in regards to monies that you say we left out the budget.
No.
So I just wanted to get straight because I know we work on this budget tirelessly, and if we slipped, I got to know where, because we want the money, so I want to make sure it won't happen again, but I didn't know it's a slip, especially Public Works.
Yeah, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So I think, to echo the chairperson's sentiments, I think there was some miscommunication, is I guess the best way to characterize it. There were $5 million allotments that were sent in a budget from the Public Transportation Fund as well as the Transportation Trust Fund. And I think that's where some of the miscommunication happened. But I'm willing to accept that we didn't, maybe do our full due diligence to make sure that this body had the information they needed to, make sure that the department was fully funded.
Okay, so it's something we could fix going forward?
I think so.
Okay, because like I said, I came in at the tail end. I didn't hear it, but I know we spend some tireless hours on the budget, and especially to make sure, just about everything is covered.
Yes.
Okay, and in closing, can I get any updates on transportation and the Vitran buses, the advertising on the buses again, revenue generated? What are we seeing with that going forward?
So thank you for the question. So it's been slow. We have gotten some traction with some of our major corporate citizens in the territory. I don't want to put anybody's name on the record, but we've been reaching out to them to ask them, per the recommendations of this body, if they would look at it not so much as an advertising piece, but really a way to support Vitran that provides critical services in the territory. So I am certain in our next budget hearing that we have, you will be able to see our revenues grow in that area. And again, I think you and I have had the conversation. I think we need to look at starting to expand that with the ferry services as well.
Right.
Because remember, ferries are under Vitran as well.
Correct. Okay, and would that affect the current contract that you have now for
30 seconds?
The entity that's doing advertising?
It would positively impact them. It would just incentivize them more. It would give them more options as far as getting new clients in with advertising. Okay. A lot of our problem that we're facing is uptime and downtime with the buses, because when a client comes for advertising, if they expect to get 5 buses for 30 days, if that's what they pay for, and when a bus goes down, we have to report to that client as far as downtime and, of course, make adjustments. So those are the things that we're working on. I'm confident that with the additions to our new fleet, and then, like I said, if we're able to include the ferry program, we should make it more sustainable.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. I wanted to visit another aspect of your transportation. I know you're talking about the public transportation. Let's talk a little bit about the paratransportation. And we had a forum recently at the University of the Virgin Islands where many of the customers of the paratransportation system were very upset with the 100% increase, moving it from $2 to $4 round trip. How was that? How did you come about increasing that cost? Did you have discussions with them at the University of the Virgin Islands who deal with disabled individuals?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So we had a public comment period that was advertised, and it was even extended for an additional 90 days. I think that occurred earlier this year. We extended it when we didn't receive much public comment. I did not speak to any certain entity, the university, or anybody else.
So you didn't speak with the people from independent living
No.
either. See, Those are the very needy in our community. So they may not be aware of it because of certain disabilities and challenges that they have. And so I'm very concerned about that. That they were very concerned about it too, because many of them are on fixed income and they need this type of service to take them to their hospital visits, to take them to grocery stores and other personal items that they need to take care of for their livelihood. And already the cost of living is here. I really think that, not that I am a supporting, definitely, not raising it, but I think that conversation needed to happen with those entities. And you or your team are not aware of these organizations that exist here for the disabled, even of White Cane Day that they have here all the time. You're oblivious to that?
I'm not oblivious. We have conversations. I think we participate in White Cane Day.
1 minute.
Okay, so
we met the federal requirement that was required to raise the rates, which was we had a public comment period.
Right, but you didn't get any comments. Did you get any comments?
From people, we did get comments, not from any organization. I haven't received anything.
So how many comments did you get?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
So I'm interested in knowing, because that was one of the questions that was raised. I think we really need to revisit that. Have you looked?
30 seconds.
How much of this funding in your increase is going to cover the cost of sustaining the operation of the paratransit?
100% of the increase is going to, or for paratransit. Forgive me. Just for paratransit. I don't have an exact percentage. All of the proceeds or all the revenues generated from the increased rates are going to cover daily operations.
Okay, and do you receive federal subsidy for this program?
We do.
Amount?
I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Jennings to respond.
Specifically for paratransit?
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner of Public Works. So yes, we do. We receive a portion formula-based grant every year for Vitron as a whole. The amount is...
Just because my time. Mr. Jennings, kindly.
Approximately $3 million.
$3 million.
But I want to add, that's not just for paratransit, that's for Vitron as a whole.
But how much do you allocate for paratransit?
There's a percentage that has to go towards the paratransit.
What is that percentage? That's what I'm asking.
I think it's 30%.
30%. That's what you have here in your testimony, right? You said the federal funds covering less than 30% of the daily operation. So it's 30%?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is your fix?
Yes, I did.
Okay. 30% goes towards, and how much does...
Time.
Sorry, I'm just going to finish up quickly, Madam Chair. And how much is your operational cost for the paratransit on a whole?
I would have to break out the numbers just for paratransit.
Just provide the information through the chair to Madam Chair with the breakout of how much it costs to operate the paratransit with this 30% of this 30 million. And I will be able to analyze it myself from there. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the information and for the time, rather. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So just very quickly. Oh, sorry. You wanted to say something, Finance, Ms. Mudas?
Clarina Modest Elliott, Madam Chair, the fund balance should have been sent to your email, but it's $303,994.36.
300,000?
Yeah.
Okay, can you please forward that to my attention? Oh, you said you sent it. Okay. Okay, so let me just ask, overall, what's the annual expense of the to operate Vitron based on how we're operating today?
Approximately 7.5 million.
7.5. And 7.5, and of that 7.5, is it accurate to say 1.4 is tied to personnel?
1.4 is federal.
I see. So okay. So what's your total personnel?
General fund is, well, not general fund, is 4.9 million.
So your total personnel is 4.9?
4.9 plus the 1.4. which will be
What's your total personnel?
6.3 million.
6.3 is personnel. So the difference between 6.3, so 1.2 is what you use for operating?
Yes.
So you use 1.2 for operating. How much money do you generate
I have those numbers.
in collections?
But fiscal year 2024, we generated approximately 300,000 in
So
collection.
you shot about 900,000? So that's mean you shot about 900,000, upwards of 900,000.
9 outside of the subsidy. I mean, if
So,
we,
okay,
if we
so
get
tell me the
5 million.
subsidies. I forgot to ask that part.
No, so we need
So
a
I
5
give you
million.
5?
Yeah, we need a 5.
What are your subsidies?
So we don't have, so before it was considered a subsidy. I think that's what caused the confusion.
No, the subsidy from the general fund. I'm trying to figure
Yeah.
out how much federal funds you get.
Yeah, so that's the 2.4.
Okay, so 2.4, that's 7.4. That's it?
Yes.
So you get 7.4 in total from the federal government? I mean, so from the federal funds?
No.
But you just said 3 million?
So the 3 million is, it's split in different portions. So you cannot use the entire 3 million for instance, personnel or supplies. You have to use.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine, but what I'm trying to get from you is how much do you receive from the federal government to go towards this division?
Yeah, so that's the 2.5.
Okay, you just said 2.4. 2.5?
Yes.
So in 3 million.
We received the 3 million for
operations.
For operational purposes.
Oh, so,
Yeah.
but give it to me. So the difference is used to buy buses or something else?
Yes, capital.
Okay,
Capital, right.
So you have a capital budget?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a capital. So that's why you say that your operating is $7.5 million.
Yes.
So annually, your 7.5 is a hard number, hard 7.5?
No, it changes based on, of course, like fuel supplies,
Overtime.
overtime.
Okay, and overtime. So, let me see what notes I have.
For the record, just to, for the collections and just to show that.
Oh yeah, you didn't give me the collections.
Yeah. So the progress we've made, fiscal year 2022, we collected approximately 220,000. In 2023, we increased to 267,000. And in 24, we are at approximately 305,000 due to the increase. So we
So you have
estimate-
7.8.
Yeah.
About 7.8 million, and you need 5 million as a subsidy to support Vitran. And the increases that you were just talking about with my colleague, what's the projections on your increases, additional revenues?
Yes. So we're estimating approximately to reach 400,000 based on what we've seen from June.
Okay, got it. And what the increase was, $2? What?
100%.
Okay,
$2,
100%,
yeah.
$2.
$2 on fixed route and then $4 on
And
paratransit.
You said you spoke to your free ridership. How much? Your free ridership is how much? How many people?
Well, we had, so according to our testimony, in fiscal year 24, we had 44,240 free rides.
So, do you run on weekends?
Not fixed route service. We do paratransit service on the weekends. We've been talking to several of the members of this body as well as Governor Bryan about starting to add abbreviated service on the Saturdays because we do see a need.
So the challenge with the abbreviated service is the fact that the 44,000 ridership is senior citizens. That's it.
Most, yes.
So our senior citizens ride for free.
Yes.
All right.
As well as discounts for Medicare card holders as well.
Oh. Medicare card holders as well. Okay. So, is that in law or that's a policy decision?
I think that's a policy decision that we've made. So I know years ago we were the department was in conversations with the Department of Human Services to pursue the Medicare paying for some of these discounts. We're still, Commissioner George and I have been having ongoing conversations.
But if Medicare is paying for it, we have a matching responsibility.
Correct.
That's the issue. And right now, I don't know if you're aware, but a lot of the Medicaid is the word, programs or activities has been dialed back because vendors were not being paid. They had to come here about 3 months ago, 2 to 3 months ago, for an additional, where it was $4 million to support the match. So we have to be mindful of all of that as we make these decisions.
Correct.
All right. We're going to see what we could do with this $5 million. I'm not sure where we're going to get it from. It's true. But we will figure it out, and we will get back to you. We're just going to I'll just ask you to provide us with, I think you sent us just the personnel listing for 1.4 million. Personnel listing 1.4? But you said that your personnel is excess. Could you send us an update, a listing of, did you send all of it?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay. So we'll just look at it. And did you give us a little breakdown of your, let's see, so we could wrap this up. You gave us a breakdown of your operating expenses?
Yes, for the $5 million ask, yes.
Okay. And Department of Finance sent us the fund balance. And what continues to be of concern to me, is there a reason why this has to operate outside of the regular budget? I just want to make sure that, is there anything federal that gives us that, the reason for that, or is just us writing that legislation that created this challenge? Do you have to clock information? I mean, do you have to collect data? What is it?
Yes, so I won't say it's a requirement, but it makes it easier to account for accounting purposes, because we have to report revenues, we have to spend our revenues before we spend the federal funds, and we have to send operating calculations every month to FDA.
So it makes it easier.
Yeah, it makes it easier.
So it makes it easier. So what we need to do is prepare a budget bill that says to transfer $5 million of general fund to the Transportation Trust Fund for the purposes of operating Vitran.
Correct.
Yes.
That's what it is?
Yes.
Okay, so we all agree that what we were doing before was not appropriate? So we good on that, right? We can't move, we can't lift money from the general fund and put it in a fund. It has to be appropriated.
We're on the same page.
Let's make sure we get that straight, please. All right, I think we've exhausted this. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on it. And, you know, the impetus for the conversation is because the letter that the governor wrote did not acknowledge that, you know, the government was in fact erring on the way that they were transferring these funds in the past. So we need to make sure that I wanted all my colleagues to understand, so when I bring the measure in our next session, we'll probably bring it in the nature of a substitute or amendment to something to the budget bill. Instead of writing a whole bill, we make it an amendment to something so folks would understand it. You don't have to be an explanation and, well, why are we doing this and that kind of thing. So it's important that we put it on the record. So we could, and then too, for us to all understand how Vitran actually works, because we haven't really had that deep dive discussion. Okay? Mm-hmm. All right, so you could ask him. You're recognized for your point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Jennings, I noted from the listing that you sent us that the total for Vitran is in the salaries, right? Personnel is 4.8 million, or you could say 4.9. but you indicated that personnel was, and I was taking some notice, 6.3 million. Why is that? And I noted also that there are some vacancies in here.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, that includes the 1.4 on the federal side.
Okay, now I got it. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we're clear on that. There's 4 point something million, 4.9 local, 1.4 federal.
Yes.
Okay. So we are heavy on transportation employees, but I think one of the things that we have to do, and I know public transportation has been a challenge here for many years, is how are we going to really get the public transportation to a place where it's reliable? And the funding most definitely is a challenge with you ensuring reliability. Is there opportunity for you to apply for additional federal funds for said purpose?
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. So a lot of the funding that we get from Vitran is formula-based. So, it's based on ridership, it's based on the information that we provide, and of course, the census, the operating costs. So unless we're able to see a bump in the population and the ridership, we're really kind of stuck in that range. We have been speaking to FTA. That's how the ferry side, we've seen the subsidies grow there, but we really have to start having the data on the Vitran side to support the federal increases.
Okay, well, thank you for your responses, and we will, if necessary, we'll be in touch with you just to ask any additional questions, but I think we are clear on what was occurring and how we need to address this moving forward. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. I don't know that we need to ask for a close.
I do have an announcement. Okay. I just want to encourage our riders to be aware that with the holidays coming up, we do have abbreviated hours for some of our services. So for Friday, it's a local holiday, fixed route service will not be in service. And then on election day, just be mindful that there will be some changes to some of the routes to allow our drivers to exercise their right to vote. Thank you.
But how are we going to allow our citizens to exercise their right to vote?
That's why Vitran running. That's why it's going to stay running.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll stay running.
All right. Okay. We see the folks on Port Authority here, so we are going to take a 5-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read block number 3 into the record?
Block 3, financial update from the VI Port Authority for fiscal year 2024 and financial overview of fiscal year 2025. Invited testifier, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, VI Port Authority.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to ask the testifiers to please put your names and titles on the record. We're going to start with Executive Director Dow. Mr. Dow, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
All right, and then we're going to start from my left, your right.
Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer.
Anis Hodge, Deputy Executive Director.
Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director.
Tafara Nelson, Engineering Project Manager.
Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you. You don't have anyone on Teams, correct? Okay, Mr. Dow, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, all senators present, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding an overview of fiscal years 2024 and 2025. My team and I will present the authority's budget, major projects, and our plans and initiatives for future growth and development. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is responsible for managing the ports, seaports, and airports in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our primary objective is to facilitate the efficient movement of goods and passengers while ensuring safe and efficient operations. Viper also plays a crucial role in the territory's tourism industry and economic growth. We operate 2 airports and most of the public seaports in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Additionally, we are responsible for maintaining the harbors in the territory. Viper's budget overview will be presented by the authority's Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Anna Penn.
Please recognize the mic of the testifier to my far left. Try again.
Good afternoon. On September 24th, the Virgin Islands Port... Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. On September 24th, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board of Governors approved a $199 million budget for the authority's fiscal year 2025, which began on October 1st, 2024, and ends on September 30th, 2025. This represents a 19% reduction from the previous year's $246 million operating and capital budget. Revenue is projected at $77.5 million in fiscal year 2025, up from the $73.6 million projected for fiscal year 2024. The authority also anticipates $69.5 million in federal grants and $5.4 million in passenger facility charges. Expenses are estimated at $83.3 million, excluding depreciation in fiscal year 2025. We plan to use the funds as follows: $77.5 of operating revenues, $5.3 of passenger facility charges, $69.5 in capital grants, $13.3 in cash reserves and other, $20.9 in government grants, $12.5 in debt-funded marine projects, for a total of $199 million. The following chart shows a comparison between the fiscal year 2024 budget and projects versus fiscal year 2025. For fiscal year 25 budget, aviation revenues is estimated at $38.4, marine revenues at $39, for a total of $77.5 million. When compared to our projected for fiscal year 24, we have $38 million projected to end the fiscal year of 2024 and $35.5 projected to end our fiscal year for marine, for a total of $73.5 projected revenues for fiscal year 2024. Our payroll expenses for fiscal year budgeted 2025 is estimated at 39.5 million, maintenance at 3.1, material and supplies at 1.5, utilities at 5.9, professional and other services at 7.2, travel and other 569,000, insurance 7.3 million, and other expenses 1.3, for total expenses of 66.5 million. For 2024, we're estimating these same categories to be 37 million for payroll, 2.8 for maintenance expenses, 1.4 for material and supplies, 6 million for utilities, 9.1 for professional and other services, 766,000 for travel and other, 7.6 for insurance, and 310 for other expenses, for a total of 65 million ending the fiscal year for 2024 estimated.
Okay. Thank you. Regarding the union collective bargaining agreements, Viper has 6 contracts. Viper has completed the wage reopener negotiations with the aviation union for fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26. It was ratified by the members on October 15th of 2024. The Airport Rescue Firefighters Union wage reopener meeting for fiscal year 25 and 26 is scheduled for November 14th, 2024. The law enforcement officers' wage reopener meeting for fiscal year 25 and 26 is scheduled for December 5th of 2024. All other union CBAs are up to date. Airports and public-private partnership. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is embarking on an exciting new public-private partnership, P3 project, transforming the Henry E. Wilson Airport on St. Croix and the Cyril Lee King Airport on St. Thomas. This project, which will involve the redevelopment of Hira and Sika, will bring state-of-the-art amenities, private investment, efficient airport operations, and long-term maintenance plan of these 2 important assets. I want to take this opportunity to state again that the territory's airport are not being privatized. Viper will remain the owner of both airports and will continue to receive all federal grants from the FAA. On March 26, 2024, Viper Board selected VI Ports Partners, a consortium now under the official name Sky City, to partner with the authority to redevelop the Cyril Lee King Airport and the Henry E. Wilson Airport. As part of the P3 design, build, finance, operate, and maintenance structure, Sky City will develop, finance, and operate the airports on behalf of the Virgin Islands Port Authority during the lease term. The Cyril Lee King Airport Terminal will undergo a complete renovation while remaining operational, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority Board has approved a new terminal at the Henry E. Wilson Airport in St. Croix. Both terminals will feature passenger loading bridges and stair access to accommodate various types of aircraft using the airport facilities. Although plans to add passenger boarding bridges are included for both Sika and Hira, the design of both terminals is still in progress. We will provide more information once the ongoing transition process is complete. We are currently in the transition phase of this project. The Virgin Islands Port Authority team has been working closely with Sky City to finalize the details of the terminal design, construction plans, and the specifics of the partnership agreement. Regarding Viper's employees, during June, July, and August, in conjunction with Sky City, we held several meetings and workshops with our aviation employees. These were done in a general meeting and one-on-one format. Viper hosted a 401k and GRS workshops and meet and greet sessions with Sky City representatives. The authority has also hired an independent consultant to provide one-on-one guidance and support for any employee who have questions about this process. She has hosted office hours for this purpose and is available for appointments. We are aware that some employees would like to work for Sky City while remaining members of the GRS retirement system. However, this is not legally possible. By law, The government employees retirement system is only for employees of the U.S. Virgin Islands government. Understandably, there will be some level of anxiety. To date, employee offers have not yet been finalized, and negotiations are still ongoing. We expect to complete the employee offers before the end of this year. We are planning for the financial close of the P3 agreement in the second quarter of calendar year 2025, with construction expected to begin 2025. Both airports will be under construction simultaneously, and the project is anticipated to be completely operational in 5 years. Let me just make something clear here. When we talk about operation, before the 5 years, parts of it will be completed and used. What I'm saying is that in a 5-year period, we expect the entire construction to be completed. Aviation tariff projections. In fiscal year 2025, aviation traffic is expected to grow by 3%, bringing an estimated 1 million travelers arriving by air. We are also pleased to announce that JetBlue will return to St. Croix this year. Starting December 12, 2024, JetBlue will operate a daily flight connecting St. Croix with San Juan, Puerto Rico. Viper's Director of Engineering, Mr. Preston Bayer, will now present an update regarding our major aviation projects.
Good afternoon. Preston Bayer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Starting at the Sierra Lee King Airport and speaking to the runway 1028 rehabilitation, we continue to experience regular incidents of runway pavement failure at SICA. Frequent emergency repairs are required to ensure the safety of all travelers. VIPA, like the other approximately 3,300 airports that fall under the Federal Aviation Administration's purview in the National Plan of Integrated Airport System, receives federal funding for major capital projects related to the runway under the FAA's Airport Improvement Program. VIPA has been working alongside the FAA to program the necessary funds for the 2024-2025 runway rehabilitation since 2017. VIPA has completed the design and is preparing to put this critical project out to bid as soon as we receive approval from the FAA that the necessary funding is available and able to be utilized. We are working closely with local and federal agencies involved in the project to accelerate the process to begin this as soon as possible. Also at Sierra Lee King Airport, Taxiway Alpha West reconstruction. The reconstruction of the western portion of Taxiway Alpha at the Sierra Lee King Airport airfield will be completed and open for traffic imminently. This project entailed the removal of approximately 58,000 square yards of 30-year-old asphalt from the taxiway. The asphalt was replaced with Portland cement concrete, providing a smoother surface area, better durability than asphalt, and requires less maintenance. We have also upgraded the light-emitting diode system of the taxiway for the shoulder lights. The Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center. The construction of the second half of the Dale A. Gregory Transportation Center at Sierra Lee King Airport is steadily progressing. While half of this new parking facility has been in use since April 2024, we expect construction of the second half to be completed and open during the first quarter of calendar year 2025. Switching over to Henry E. Rollison Airport in St. Croix, we have the apron reconstruction project. The reconstruction of the cargo apron to the east of the terminal is currently in full swing. The project initially began in April 2024 with the necessary demolition of Phase 1 to reconstruct concrete pavement that has been in use for more than 50 years at the airport. Concrete pours have been taking place since September 2024 and will continue through the majority of 2025. VIPA is in the early phases of this project and is expected to be completed in early 2026. Executive Director Dow will now speak about developments in our Marine Division.
Thank you. Cruise traffic projections. There are approximately 595 cruise ship visits scheduled in fiscal year 25. An 11% overall increase in cruise ship passenger traffic is expected, with the largest growth in St. Croix, which has 101 scheduled calls in fiscal year 25 versus the 57 calls received in FY 24. 3 years ago, St. Croix received less than 40,000 cruise ship passengers. As of September 30th, 2024, we recorded 144,930 cruise passengers arriving in St. Croix. And in fiscal year 25, we anticipate 275,000 passengers. I recall years ago when we would have 5 ships in St. Thomas and none in St. Croix. Thankfully, those days are a thing of the past. This is directly attributed to the increase in Royal Caribbean ships visiting St. Croix as part of our agreement with Viper and Royal Caribbean Group. Other ships that have called on Frederiksted include Carnival Cruise Lines, Virgin Voyages, luxury yachts owned by Ritz-Carlton, and the Norwegian Jane, which made an inaugural call to St. Croix on October 24th and brought the Uber Soca cruise to the shores of St. Croix. For over 20 years, cruise ships berthed in St. Croix for free. It cost Virgin Islands Port Authority over $400,000 annually to operate the facility. Sorry? For over 20, sorry. Sorry? No, I had lived, well,
I'm trying to follow, so I'm not seeing it here. So go ahead. All right.
yeah, correct. This is not in your version. You know, it's a work in progress. I just did some updates.
Okay.
Anyhow, for over 20 years, cruise ships berthed in St. Croix for free, while it cost the authority $400,000 annually to operate the facility. This was not sustainable. The discussion about increasing fees was not easy or comfortable, but it was necessary. In our negotiation with Royal Caribbean, we began to charge $5 per passenger in October of 2022. We increased it to $7 per passenger for cruise ships berthing in St. Croix. In 2023, Royal Caribbean agreed to pay an additional $5 per passenger, which is only paid by Royal Caribbean ships. This $5 capital cost recovery charge will be used to improve the cruise facilities in St. Croix. The partnership with Royal Caribbean Group. Viper's partnership with Royal Caribbean Group has already yielded noteworthy results, as we have observed an increase in cruise traffic from Royal Caribbean and Celebrity ships. Efforts are underway to enhance the Frederiksted Pier to accommodate Freedom Class ships, with discussions about the possibility of even larger cruise vessels. That would be funded by the $5 capital recovery cost. Additionally, improvements are planned for the Krong Bay cruise port, including construction of a third shipboard. Marine St. Thomas, Charlotte-Amalie Harbor dredging project. The West Indian Company requested that the harbor be dredged to minus 40 feet, and we are preparing to dredge to the requested depth. Dredging is necessary to accommodate the ships that are increasing in size and to address sediment deposits caused by vessels' movement, storms, and landside runoff. Viper's board recently approved amending the VI Port Authority marine tariff to increase port dues charged to all cruise ships entering the St. Thomas and John district by $3. This increase will be used to fund anticipated costs associated with the project. A public hearing regarding the increase in port dues was held on October 15, 2024, as required by law. We thank the Brian Road administration, the Public Finance Authority, and this body for its assistance in providing $18.4 million in appropriations for this project. We will not have a final cost of the project until bids are received. We plan to issue the bids in the next few weeks. Our Director of Engineering will speak now to the Krong Bay Cargo Development.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering with the Virgin Islands Port Authority. For the Crown Bay Cargo Port Development, VIPA executed a grant agreement with the United States Maritime Administration for the Crown Bay Cargo Terminal Improvements Project in January 2024. This project, supported by VIPA's private sector partners Tropical Shipping and Crowley, works to repave, replace, and upgrade the aging port infrastructure at Crown Bay. VIPA's consultants are currently wrapping up the 90% design package with the expectation that the construction project will be ready to bid in early 2025. The Herman V. Fredericks Marine Terminal, dredging at the Noble Car Ferry Dock in Red Hook was completed last December. The restrooms at this facility were also completely renovated. We plan to resurface the entrance road and facility road at this facility in the upcoming months. Over in St. John at the Lord and L. Boynes Senior Dock, the improvements to the Boynes Dock in Cruz Bay will be completed by the end of this year. The project entailed resurfacing the pier, installing a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal, adding a male and female restroom, and an electrical room for the provision of an emergency power generator. This project was funded via appropriations from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund via Acts 8644 and 8401. Also in St. John, we have the United Pond Community Park. VIPA has engaged the residents of St. John to develop ideas and a concept for a multi-purpose facility for community gatherings and cultural events in St. John. The park will be built on VIPA-owned property at Enid Pond in Cruz Bay. VIPA and our consultants have completed the necessary geotechnical investigations for the future community park and are currently working on ground improvements as a part of the schematic design phase. VIPA anticipates that this schematic design phase will be completed in January 2025, and we will re-engage with the community in the first quarter of 2025 to reintroduce the project and discuss the next steps of the process. The legislature of the Virgin Islands appropriated $400,000 for this facility's design via Act 8473. The Cruz Bay Fishermen Facility. The legislature has also appropriated funds via Act 8515 to build a fishermen's facility at the Victor Sewer Marine Facility, also referred to as the Creek in Cruz Bay, St. John. VIPA and our consultants are working on the design development package and are preparing to put the full design package out to bid in mid to late 2025. I will now turn this presentation over to our St. Croix Engineering Project Manager, Mr. Tafari Nelson, to brief on marine projects in St. Croix.
Good afternoon. Mic check. Good afternoon. Tafari Nelson, Engineering Project Manager in St. Croix, Virgin Islands Port Authority. So on the Marine Division, Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility, our contractor is replacing the South Tender Pier Landing Service Pier at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility. The pier is used by tour operators, divers, and other small vessels. Pile driving has progressed over the last few months, and VIPA is expecting the project to be completed and open for use in mid-2025. This project was funded via Act 8447, an appropriation requested by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. from the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Wilfred Alec Port and Transshipment Center Terminal. MARID, Maritime Administration, has selected VIPA for an award of grant funds for the reconstruction and modernization of the Wilfred Bomba Alec Port and Transshipment Center in St. Croix. VIPA partnered with Tropical Shipping to receive this grant. VIPA is currently working through the pre-award National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, process and is expecting the award of this grant in mid-2025. VIPA has also received approval from the Maritime Administration to begin design as a pre-award activity. This work is starting up just now, and VIPA expects design to last approximately 12 months for the project. The Gordon A. Finch Molasses Terminal. The contractor is addressing the final punch list items at this facility. We have tenants prepared to rent the space in the facility, and we expect to begin the move-in process before the end of this year. That concludes the presentation on our St. Croix marine projects, and I will turn it back over to Executive Director Dow.
Thank you, Tafari, and before I move on, I really want to publicly, of course, thank my entire staff, but I'm always proud when we could have young people in our midst step up and step forward. Tafari is a mechanical engineer. in his own rights, graduated, and came right back home to St. Croix. The Port Authority hired him right away. So I really want to personally and publicly say to young people, there are opportunities. Madam Chair, this concludes my presentation of the authority's finances for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, our key capital projects, and the plans for the Virgin Islands Port Authority infrastructure expansion and modernization. We must improve our port facilities and maintain this territory's position as a first-class destination. The Caribbean and the rest of the world is not waiting for the U.S. Virgin Islands. My team and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have regarding the information presented. Thank you.
Thank you to the Port Authority team for your testimony this afternoon. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. And I'm going to just start with a project that's near and dear to me. So 2 things. I note specifically that you spoke about the St. John Community Park.
Correct.
I don't know if you are aware. Have you done the design, or the funding was not sufficient for the design? The mic of the testifier, please. To my far right.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Madam Chair, the $400,000 allocation has sufficient funding for the schematic design. That is currently underway. We're expecting that schematic design to be completed in January of 2025. We anticipate the need for additional funds to finish the design, as well as to fund the construction of the project.
Okay, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we recently passed in our FY 2025 budget appropriations $10 million to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the completion of this project. So we pray that the funding is sufficient to do so. So we know what this project means to the people of St. John, and we really want to see it come to fruition. We know that when we go to, just use 4th of July as an example, it's crowded. It's a safety hazard. What's happening there when we have these big entertainers that come in. So we really want to see this project come to fruition. So know that the funding is available for you to move forward with this project. And then the second thing, another one that's near and dear to me, because I am the sponsors, the status of I know that a few years ago, Mr. Dow, you and I worked very, very closely together to do the transfer of the Cancrine property. I note in here you mentioned the Crown Bay Cargo Development Port. That's the same thing?
No, that's
something different,
a different
right?
thing. Yeah.
So there was no mention made of that, what's happening on that particular parcel of property that was transferred to the Port Authority.
Thanks.
And it's important to us because as you utilize the property, the expectation, I think there were certain timelines within the legislation, and a portion of the business income should come back to the maintenance fund for schools. So just an update, please.
Preston, you could. Cancrine.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. We have met with the Department of Education, Executive Director Dow, myself, and other members of the staff to discuss the future plans for Cancrine to operate in compliance with the law that you referenced, Madam Chair. So we are working with the Department of Education team and the newly appointed Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance to work on a pathway forward to implement that project.
Let me just say that a couple things are happening. Matter of fact, probably less than 2 weeks ago, the staff and I met with the Commissioner of Education and her team relative to the Cancrine property. But during that time, there has been some discussion, some rough nothing that we could really share, but we've met with Tropical Shipping in their Rivera Beach office to discuss this specifically and how we're going to approach doing the project. There was one, we met with WAPA too, simply because WAPA, all those trailers and containers and all that stuff you see there belongs to the contractor that's doing the Wasilla project for WAPA. We met with them soon after Mr. Carl Knight got there, and they indicated to us that they expect that those things will be off the property by March. That's what they told us. But that don't stop us from what we're doing now in terms of developing the design, and that's why we met, one of the reasons we met with the Department of Education and the new school maintenance person.
Okay, so just for clarification, and then we'll move on to the first senator. Just for clarification, though, the Department of Education, I think in the bill, was to be given the opportunity or the option to utilize the former cafeteria
Yeah.
space for warehousing.
They're still on there.
Right, so I'm trying to figure out your conversation. The property has been transferred to the Port Authority.
Correct.
So what agreements are you trying to work out with education other than that portion that's tied to the warehousing component?
Well, let me rephrase that then. Our meeting primarily was giving them information, more so as to where we were with the tropical discussion, schematic design, and their needs, their overall needs, based on what the law says.
Okay, so the intent is that you plan to, the building that's there now, which is fairly new, was for you to, you're thinking about redesigning or demolishing or doing what with that particular structure?
Well, what we have is a rough schematic kind of laying out how the property, although it might be fairly new, depending on how we're trying to lay out the property, might not be the best place for that, but that's what
understood,
we are.
because of how the cargo component.
Correct.
Okay, I understand. All right. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. We're going to start with Senator Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the hard-working members of the VIPA, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Couple questions. Okay, so I want to find out some information here. Okay, the BVI airport is expanding, and I see that they're going to start to accept, some direct flights, et cetera, et cetera. How does that impact the Cyril King Airport? Because I know we were like a little hub or something like that for them.
It still will continue. I don't see no impact on it. Most people coming to the region is best for the region. I often tell people no one place is the destination. So even if somebody fly in directly to the BVI, that person with all the social media will say, you know what? Well, next time let me come down. And the same thing happens. People come into our St. Thomas and they're going to say, Mr. I realize the BVI right across. We all eat out from that same plate and we don't see no impact to us. We see growth. That's what we see.
Okay, good. I like your way of looking at the glass as half full. I mean, full rather than empty. Okay, so you had a bunch of sediment removed there. Was any hazardous material in the sediment or anything? Just no lead, no...
No, that was just some maintenance dredging, because if you go out there, you would see that before we did the maintenance dredging for the barges, I suspect you're talking about, the barging area, you could have literally stand up there, probably not even waist high in the water. So it became a dangerous situation for the barges to that move all the commodities back and forth to St. Thomas and St. John. So we did some maintenance dredging there. We just got the local permit, Army, and that was it. Yeah.
Okay. And while we're on dredging the harbor here to 40 feet now, where is that sediment going to go?
Preston?
Preston Bauer, Director of Engineering. Senator Fonseca, there are two different classifications of the sediment that's going to be dredged from Charlotte Amalie Harbor. We have that which is considered to be beach quality sand, and that's considered to be non-beach quality sand. The beach quality sand will be staged temporarily in St. Thomas for beneficial reuse, and the non-beach quality sand will be shipped over to St. Croix and disposed of in an upland location at the Henry Rollson Airport.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. So, that's nice that we actually going to have some beach quality sand, some of the sediment. Okay.
Well, let me just quickly say though, if in fact, because the beach quality sand is going to be either on public beaches or some hotels might want it, it'll be for sale. Okay. So likewise, if somebody in St. Croix wants that beach quality, we'll be prepared to get it to St. Croix for them to buy it as well. They renourish the beaches from time to time, and this would be an excellent opportunity.
Okay, so good. So now I want to ask now with the Sky City and the GERS system, right? I read your statement here on page 6 of 14. You say some GERS employees, some employees that remaining members of GERS would like to go with Sky City, but it's not possible. So I want to make sure now, so does the employees know if they opt out of the GERS that they lose the portion that the government contributes? They would only get reimbursed their contribution portion. You know, the big part of the GRS pension is the portion that the government contributes plus the accrued interest, etc. Has that been made clear to the employees?
What I can tell you is the discussions, and that's why GRS folks and employees had that had a discussion in terms of what those possibilities are. Let me be clear though. If we had it our way, these folks could have remained in the system. The fact of the matter is, this company is a private entity, and thus the Virgin Islands law don't provide that a private company can be a part of this system.
Okay, so just for my information, so what is the Sky City pension? What are they offering? Do you know?
No, I just like I said earlier, those are things that package had not been offered. What I can tell you though, there will be a 401k plan. There will be a retirement plan that's been offered.
Yeah, you know, and I wish the best because, you know, there's been a clinic and thing on St. Thomas that did a similar situation, and actually the employees end up losing big. And, you know, one thing you don't want to do is retire and don't have a good pension and the benefits because, you know, you're the thing. So, okay, quickly now.
One minute.
You're going to increase the fare, a $3 increase. So that means that if you have to do dredging and thing, you ain't coming back to the government to help and stuff. How is that going to benefit the government? What do we get out of that deal?
Well, what you get out of it, and I saw an article just recently where they talk about some $258+ million in spending is what take place in the territory. So the government benefits. You just go on any day, go to any of these ports, and you see the taxis, you see the restaurants, you see what happened on Main Street. People eating, drinking, the grocery seats. That's what the government benefit. We would hope not to have to
30 seconds.
Find ourselves back at the legislature and this issue, this item again.
Okay, and you know, congratulations. You're doing an awesome job. I love what you're doing for St. Croix with the increase in passengers. Hopefully that would get Frederickstead and Christiansted Town some more foot traffic and, you know, continue to grow those two economies because, you know, when St. Croix economy grows, it benefits the whole Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for your question. So just let's go back to the dredging very quickly. So you said that there'll be beach sand. Is there any discussion with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources with regards to the beach sand? And I ask that question because in Frederickstead, in particular, there is some erosion on the shoreline in Frederickstead that we need to consider utilizing some of that sand for that purpose. And there was some other place. And of course, one of the requirements of the agreement with the Epstein settlement agreement is that they restore the beach line, the shoreline of that particular property. So I believe, and those two are tied to DPNR. So I think it's important for us to have that discussion, for you to have that discussion with DPNR before we sell the sand to a private concern, because we do have erosion of our respective beaches here in the territory. So I'm going to ask you to give consideration to that, Mr. Dow, please.
Loud and clear.
Okay? Those two areas.
All right.
And then the question that Senator Fonseca asked about, so where my confusion comes in, and I understand acquisition, is your presentation continues to say It's not privatized. It's a public-private partnership. And in that public-private partnership, can employees opt to stay with the Port Authority, or all those employees under the aviation division must move in the direction of the private partnership?
Okay, thanks, so that we could try to clarify it out.
Mm-hmm.
The fact is, every employee that works in the aviation sector would be given an opportunity, an offer by Sky City. They don't have to take that offer. The authority have made it abundantly clear that we will follow the contractual agreements and so forth. They don't have to take the offer. But everyone will be given an offer. And that's why we hired an outside, this person who works for the authority, and says, look, each employee would have the opportunity to sit with a consultant and go through the offer that the company is providing. One of the perimeters for the offer was that you cannot offer anyone less than they're making at the authority now. That was one. There were a couple boundaries that we had established. They must have a retirement program and so forth. But the final offer has not yet been had.
So if they elect not to take the offer, what does that mean?
Well,
that's what I'm trying to say. Is that an option? Or if they elect not to take the offer, what does that mean?
Well, it means then that the Port Authority will absorb those people. We have different, one of the things that we have done over the last year, to be frank, we have not decked out areas with a whole heap of hiring. We've done some temporary hiring, but we have left some vacant positions so that in the event, whatever might happen, we expect not to put our employees or no employee on the street. And I want to make sure I'm abundantly clear. We will follow whatever the collective bargaining agreement says in that respect. Everybody would be given an offer by the private company. If they elect not to go, just like we had said to them, then we will make room at our facility for them. We still have quite a bit, that we do, and throughout our operation. Yeah.
On what side? On the aviation side?
No.
Right, so those employees that elect to say no, if you will,
yeah,
then you're saying that you're making room for them on the marine
well,
side?
Besides, throughout the organization, we have administrative stuff goes on all the time. We still have mandatory. Well, there will be some need for people from the port to still work in aviation role, because we still monitor, collect money and the sort from these very same people. So there will be some role for administrative people to function from the aviation standpoint of the authority.
Okay, so have you given consideration of how many employees you can observe?
Sorry?
Have you given consideration of how many employees you can absorb?
Well, we don't know. When I say we don't know, only because when these offers are made, we're going to have a better idea. But what we have said
on your end, not on their end. That's not information that you need to provide on the record. But I'm just asking, have you given consideration of how many employees you can afford to absorb? Because if you are not generating the aviation revenues, and that's being managed on another by another concern, then you talk about the administrative component. I guess we have to understand it. I mean, this meeting is not for that particular purpose, so I'm not going to drill down on it. But you spoke to administrative, so that kind of got me thinking. So the administrative work has to be tied to the work that's being done on the private concern side. It just appears that way. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what the agreement is. So at another time, the appropriate committee will have that discussion with you. I'm just trying to get update on the 24, 25.
All right.
Okay?
Okay.
So because that is very unclear. Very unclear. All right.
Madam Chair, just permit me. I want to make sure we're clear about one thing, is that there is not been a final offer. So therefore, there are some pieces we can't really know. And that's another reason why even on the aviation side and the marine side, we've been going crazy hiring folks. We've been living what we have because we know that day is going to come when we're going to have to provide room for people who don't want to leave.
Transition.
Transition.
All right, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Director Dow, and your supporting management team there with you, and thank you for that most comprehensive testimony in respect to the 24 fiscal year and the financial overview for 25. I see you have several P3s going on at the authority. And in respect to your budget, though, you started out by stating that the board approved a budget for fiscal year 25 for $199 million, which is a 19% reduction from the 24, which was 246. What the cost for that? Is it you have like many federal dollars or grants or what have you? What the
Eva, Anna, Eva, you need to know all this.
What the cost for that?
Good afternoon, Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. The reason for the decrease has mainly to do with less capital projects that be included in 25 budget.
Okay, very well. Let me ask Mr. Breyer, in respect to the runway failures, what the cause of those failures when you have to shut down the runways for some time, several hours, etc.?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator Blyden, the pavement that we see for the asphalt is a special FAA, it's called P401 is the technical specification. The expected lifespan of that pavement is between 10 and 15 years for the surface course. That pavement was last redone in 2012, so we're kind of at the end of that useful life that's expected for the pavement. And so what we've been seeing is that surface course raveling, and it's essentially potholes that are popping on the runway from the increased back taxi traffic that's been occurring because of the closure of Taxiway Alpha West. So with the repairs that we're doing, the upcoming rehabilitation project, as well as the reopening of Taxiway Alpha West, we expect that those concerns will be mitigated and alleviated.
Very well, because, I hate when it happens, but nonetheless, I appreciate what's being done in the interim.
Senator Biden, if I may, I would like to appreciate the fact that we understand that there's a disruption to the traveling public, but at the same time that I hope the traveling public understands when we're doing this, it's to ensure the continued safety of everybody utilizing the Sierra Leone King Airport.
Understood, and thank you for the explanation and update. Let me ask Director Dow, in respect to your overall plan for the port, airports, both Sierra E. King and Henry Wilson and St. Croix, and the jet bridges, etc. In respect to St. Thomas jet bridge, what did you say the time frame was for the overall project and scope of work?
The overall project, we expect to complete the overall project in about 5 years once we start. We expect late next year to commence construction.
Simultaneously?
Both of them at the same time. That's the discussion we have had with the folks. And we understand that these projects we're talking about in excess of $300+ million.
And with that type of funds, we're speaking to jobs for our local folks. What type of jobs are we talking about in terms of numbers for our people?
Well, there'll be a lot of jobs during the construction phase. But as a matter of fact, the folks, Sky City, they already set up shop. They have a very small office. They're mobilizing people. And and just understand that the intent would be to hire as many people we can right here in the territory, or people want to come back home, simply because it's costing them more money to have to bring people in here to do the very same work. So the intent is to try to see what we could find here and hope that we could provide
1 minute.
that. So there will be work in construction, and at the same time, because of what we think the future holds in terms of new airlines and so forth, other airlines, additional flights coming into the territory, so there'll be ample jobs as a spin-off of this.
And I'm concerned and look out for our people in terms of jobs when it comes to those capital projects. I'm happy to hear that. Then before my time is up, let me ask you
30 seconds.
in respect to your ports also. For those individuals, for instance, you said there's a new flight coming in on the island of St. Croix that goes directly to Puerto Rico on a daily basis. What would that mean for the Big Island?
Connectivity. That's the key thing. You from Puerto Rico, you could connect to so many other parts of the United States to the Caribbean. So that really, just the connectivity. Well, let me just say the continental mainland, because somebody will be saying Lara Mosihino, St. Thomas is U.S.
Time.
So, just for the record.
And finally, in closing, in respect to your other ports, though, your cruise ports, in respect to, for instance, the marine terminal at Red Hook, I know you said you was trying to put extra rubber on all of your ports to protect the boats that come in. What's being done in that space?
Fendering. Yeah, we have replaced quite a bit of fendering. We just spent a lot of money upgrading and trying to replace some of the fendering for the cargo ships, and the cruise ships. That's the big hit on fendering. But our St. John and Cruise Bay and so forth, we have changed out some, and we expect to continue. Every time the boat goes up against the fender, damage is done. So that's a continuous process.
So you do routine maintenance on a regular basis for those type of
Yeah, we check them and try to change them out when we possibly can, and that's why it's important for folks to understand these things aren't free.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your responses, Madam Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blayden. So I'm looking at your table, Viper Historical Statistics. So let me just first congratulate the Port Authority on actually hitting a million passengers in the territory in fiscal year 24. Is there a move to, is there any, are you actually looking at increasing this million? Do you have like KPIs or, are you looking, do you have a benchmark? Are you looking to increase another 2, another 3? What are we doing in this space?
Well, part of our discussions with Sky City, the truth be told, these are folks that's operating out of Canada and all over the world. So airlines that, if you go to other Caribbean islands, you might see Air Canada down there, you don't see it here. And so these are some of the far-reaching effects of this kind of private partnership we're trying to do, because the only way those folks are going to really make money is by increasing traffic to the territory. That's how they're going to make money.
Good. So I asked the question because I figured that's what your response was going to be. So from my end, what conversations are you having? Because in order for us to increase overnight calls, we need to increase our hotel rooms. You agree?
Correct.
And I know there was discussions, I want to say about 2-3 years ago, where you were in conversation with a potential 3-star hotel in St. Croix on the aviation property. Is that still on the table?
It is still on the table. It took some time because because that land is entrusted to the federal government, FAA, we had to get the authorization. I think we had the final end. The last report I got from our legal counsel, we had the final end of that from getting that full authorization from the FAA. And then we'll move forward with the
And you
lease.
believe that you're going to be able to get it?
Yes.
So are you working on drafting a request for, what do you call it, RFP, I guess a request for proposal?
RFQ?
Whatever that is, for that type of operation?
No, well, remember that we already have a company that what we're doing now is solidifying, getting the authorization from FAA for a company that's already have a relationship with the authority to move forward with the hotel there.
Okay, so you have...
So we don't have to go look right now.
I got it.
Yeah.
And I mean, you probably don't have all that information, but how many beds are they considering?
Preston?
Preston Bauer, Director of Engineering. As a part of the National Environmental Policy Act environmental assessment that was done, the developer proposed, I believe it was 110 beds for the hotel to take place at Henry Rolson.
Okay, good. And let me just ask you, Mr. Dowd, does the Port Authority still attend the Routes Conference internationally?
From time to time, I personally hadn't gone there in a minute. I normally send staff.
I only ask because of the international flights opportunities.
Yeah.
I guess that will be something.
Normally
that we know.
tourism don't miss that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the cruise calls, I know that your calls reduced by 33 in fiscal year 24.
Yes.
What's the reason for that?
Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. That just had to do with the scheduling and cancel calls for whatever reason throughout the year.
To cancel calls. Okay, and then, so your revenues on the cruise passenger side basically stayed, actually it dropped a bit, but it's a minor drop. So again, did you share with us in your testimony your anticipated cruise revenues for fiscal year 25?
2025. We anticipate.
In a mic.
Speaking to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. We anticipate 19.6 million.
So you anticipate another 200,000 per se?
Yes. 1.9 million passengers.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, 1.9
million
passengers. Okay, so right at 2 million. Okay, all right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listeners present. You know, jet bridges, I welcome, but I'm going to miss them because when I came home from Iraq and I walked down them stairs, I was able to go right on the ground and kiss the ground to be home. So I'm going to miss them jet bridges. You know, they're walking down the stairs, but I do welcome the jet bridges. You know, the employee section, I was listening to the radio yesterday, up to yesterday on the radio, information was going out about what's happening to the Port Authority employees. And I think things need to be cleared up sooner than later when it comes to the employees. How many employees are we talking about to be affected?
Approximately 78.
78?
78.
Okay. 78 employees. All unionized?
No.
How many unionized?
I'll have to get it.
Okay, more unionized than less?
More unionized.
Of that seven, was about 74 union and about 4 or 5. The non-union is about 5, a handful. 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have they negotiated for the 25 budget? Because what I'm looking to get at is, if they negotiated into the 25 budget to receive wage increases in the 25 budget, we're talking about 24, 25, the company that's coming down, what year are they looking to start?
Okay, I think I understand
Yeah.
where you're going. There are two wage reopeners happening right now with different unions. Whatever contractual bargaining agreement an employee have today, that follows them. So this private company can't come and say, well, hey, you're starting from zero as it relates to your bargaining agreement. You
Right,
see what I'm
but
saying?
in addition, GERS is talking about increasing employers.
Well,
in January, the employer portion in January. So I'm just saying that, so when you paying out, now there's be an increase on you, you're going to have to find that money for the increase of the employer paying to match your employees.
well, we already budgeted knowing what has transpired.
Okay, no,
We
because I was saying, I don't want to make sure if that was available to you.
But that's in
before
our
you-
25. We already budgeted, know that the government, at the position of the GRS board, we already made provisions for that in our budget.
Excellent, excellent. So what would it look like? You have employees out of this 78 persons that got 20 years and more?
Yeah, but we would have some people, probably 20 years and more, couple might be 30, but I want to make something clear again.
Yeah.
And, you know, like I said, the same 5 people will call the radio station and say whatever. What I'm dealing with is what's real. And what's real, and we're going to always be in a community where 5 people talk whatever they want, whether or not it make any sense. And we are communicating with the unions who represent these employees. There is no offer that has been given to no employee.
Good.
So, and prior to that, the authority and the third party would have to sit down and says, hey, this is what we believe is fair, and this is what we are offering these employees. There is no offer. And like I said in my statement, it's human for the anxiety. But what I could tell all of us, and I didn't plan to go there, but I'll say this. Leadership means that we take positions sometimes that's uncomfortable. And we cannot stagnate this territory as a result. And we're paying for it. When I say we're paying for it, I came in this body after, and when I say we're paying for it, what we see happening with WAP and Waste Management can't pay the bills is because we were afraid sometimes to do what we know to be the right thing. This government don't have $300+ million to rebuild no airports. Neither does the port. Right. But we know every day when we travel, we don't like the conditions. The Port Authority expect to do something about it, but in the process, making sure that our employees are treated fairly in this entire process.
And thank you for that, because again, the people are hearing it from where they should be hearing it from now. They say, Carla, this is setting the record straight. So thank you very much for taking the time out for that. Now, at one point, we passed legislation to give you insurance, I think, for bollards and so. How is that working? And did you receive the benefits from it that you mentioned?
Could you guys, someone of you there, speak to that? Put in the microphone.
Anna Penchi, financial officer.
30 seconds.
Since we've set up the self-insurance, we haven't had to pay out. We've only had like $9,000 in claims. So based on what we used to spend before and just paying out $9,000 in claims, it has been a blessing for Port Authority.
Ingenious. Excellent.
Listen, I want for a second though, because sometimes people publicly say things about the legislature, what have you. But what you guys have to recognize yourself is when the authority came and said, we believe we should be able to do this. This is showing you what can happen when we think outside of the box. So we pay out only $9,000 since you have allowed us to do this. So I want to thank you guys because you took a chance and had people say, well, how are we going to do that? But this is paying off. And that shouldn't only be in that realm. The government itself should look at those areas that we have assets that we spending millions of dollars insuring, and you really don't have no major claim against those assets.
Okay, and in closing, two things. I think Trunk Bay is the most beautiful beach in the world. On St. John, some of that sand we could look to keep Trunk Bay up. And Megan's Bay is the second most beautiful beach in the world. We want to make sure we have some sand for those beaches to keep them up. And finally, shore power for your dock for the cruise ships to plug into while they're docked, where again becomes a revenue generator for you. Have you looked into that going forward?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. The Virgin Islands Port Authority actually submitted a grant application to the Environmental Protection Agency under their Clean Ports program for shore power at Crown Bay Cruise Terminal, Crown Bay Cargo Terminal, and the Wilfred Bamba Alec Container Port in St. Croix. We actually received word just recently that we were unfortunately unsuccessful, but we will continue to seek out those opportunities for shore power possibilities and funding.
Excellent. Very good to hear. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's just go back to the question that Senator DeGraff asked. Is there any discussion, has there been any discussion with the government employees retirement system with regards to these potential 78 employees that will be impacted? And how does that 78 employees impact the retirement system? Has there been any discussion whatsoever?
There have been some discussion earlier when we started this process. We had made contact with them just to get some questions answered. The specific question was what anybody would want, which is, can they continue to be members of this system? So that was answered for us. And in terms of the impact to the system, government employees join the government every day. So to me, you know,
I'm not going to go back and forth with you on that. Well, I don't know if I agree with you on that.
Okay. But, I mean, in terms of those people, what's going to happen, we have not done an analysis. There's a system in terms of what the system would look like or what I can bear,
Correct.
what people would do, you know, in terms of money they have within the system, etc. I don't know.
So you do know that those employees, the government portion will remain with the government?
Correct.
And the payout portion will go back to the employee. And you are aware, because you shared with us earlier, that you are aware of the 3% increase that the government employees retirement system is proposing. We have not budgeted for 3% because we can't see our way to budget an additional 3%. So that 78 employees could kind of change the narrative on, I mean, it's a negligible amount based on the numbers, but, you know, knowing how the actuaries look at things, this number can potentially impact that, the employees' portion. But the employer, rather, portion, but we have to figure out how to have that discussion as well, because many times employees leave the government and the retirement system don't ever give us credit for the fact that they no longer have to pay out that employee, and the employer portion sits in the bank. So there's some balancing that we really need to do with GRS. You know, it's like the gift that keeps on giving, and you really can't, you know, get the information clearly and squarely from them as it relates to that employer portion when employees vacate the government. Now, I made a comment about the sand. The sand going to GR, the sand that we considering, we plan to pay for it, you know.
We mean in the government?
Yeah, we plan to pay for it, I'm going to tell you why. So, in your testimony, you shared with us that you have not completed the negotiations for the dredging. That's correct?
Well, it's not negotiating. We haven't bid the project.
Okay, so, okay, good. The project is not bidded.
Correct.
But earlier this year, the governor sent down a request for 17 million.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came back and they said they need another 1.4 million for mobilization. So we were under the impression that if we...
No, for soft costs.
Good. Whatever the cost is. So if we have not put it out to bid yet, how we know what these costs is?
Well, like I said, it's soft cost. The soft cost is because we have to do borings, we have to put people down in the water, and all of this happens. That's what I want.
So your initial...
Sorry,
go ahead.
So that's what a 1.4 million was for the soft cost.
So you mean like for you to start the work prior to the bidding? That's what you mean?
Correct. Pre-development costs.
Yeah, Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. As a part of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permitting process, we had necessary cultural resource and natural resource mitigation that needed to be done.
Got it.
So that includes the relocation of corals, submerged aquatic vegetation, as well as the relocation of a historic shipwreck. We've been coordinating with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the State Historic Preservation Office.
Okay.
So those soft costs are associated to those pre-construction permit requirements, as well as Executive Director Dow indicated, the geotechnical investigation to confirm the delineation of the beach quality sand and the non-beach quality sand.
Understood. A lot clearer. So, because I know that the day when we were supposed to have that testimony, something happened and we told you I would just take care of it. So that wasn't not necessarily clear. So we're now clear on it. So the last dredging of this, have we done a dredging? When was the last time we've done a dredging of this magnitude?
But I probably quite maybe
This magnitude.
21. No, I ain't talking about Krong, but we're talking about South and Mali Harbor.
Yeah,
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. To put things in perspective, the last major dredging that we did was in 2014 in Crown Bay. That was approximately 30,000 cubic yards.
How much did that cost?
There were mitigating circumstances there in terms of delays where we were waiting on the permits, where we had to make decisions about keeping them
mobilization, I remember.
in the territory. So that cost isn't a kind of a great comparison point at this stage.
But what was the total cost anyway? Because I remember the challenge was...
I believe that would have been around 15 million or 7 million? Sorry. 7 million?
It was about 7 million,
okay.
and a Chief Financial Officer.
Thanks.
Say that again, just for the stenographer.
It was about $7 million.
Okay, so what's the space? What was the cubic, whatever that is, you talk in your language?
It was approximately 30,000 cubic yards.
30,000. And what is the anticipated with this new dredging?
Approximately 220,000 cubic yards.
So that's a significant increase. 1450, okay. All right. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Sorry, Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Oh. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to Executive Director Adao and his awesome team there this afternoon. Thank you for your testimony, and I just wanted to highlight some of the issues some of the information that you brought forth to us here. Of course, we elated to know that there will be almost a double increase in the cruise ship passengers for the District of St. Croix over the next fiscal year, as well as the work that has been done along with the team at EDA for the South Shore Enterprise Zone. We truly appreciate the Virgin Islands Port Authority stepping up and supporting that particular initiative that seeks to bring additional investment and investors to our shores. I wanted to ask you, at least to mention that the issue that seems to be plaguing some of your employees, the 78 that you mentioned with the P3 is something that should not be taken lightly. Of course, the unknowns seems to be what's creating the anxiety, and as you have indicated there, that there is no hard and fast completion of the negotiation that's occurring, and obviously employees are a little bit concerned about that. So whatever could be done to allay their concerns, or once the information is generated, then we can make a determination how, in fact, GRS will function and move forward on that particular issue, and whatever we need to do in our space here at the legislature, we need to make sure that we're supporting that endeavor to make sure that the P3 is in fact effective for both sides of the House. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You didn't mention much about the dredging of Gallows Bay, and I know that there's been some work that's occurring behind the scene with that, with Army Corps of Engineer and others. Can you please just provide a brief update of what's happening with the dredging proposal for Gallows Bay?
I enjoy giving Preston the heavy lift.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator Francis, we have had a number of conversations with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We went through the post-authorization change report for the feasibility study process. I believe the last time we were in front of this body, we talked about the public hearing that was held back in January in St. Croix. Since that time, the Army Corps has conducted their feasibility study, and they have a couple of hurdles they clear before getting to a full feasibility study. And they determined at that time that there is no federal interest in improving navigation in what is called the Z channel, which is the entrance into Gallows Bay and Christiansted Harbor. They indicated that the costs...
Opportunity to be done locally, because I know that there is some federalization that's being considered there. In the outside of that, is there an opportunity for that to be handled at the local home front?
That is already a federal channel. The Z channel has been federalized by the Army Corps. And so any work that is to be done in that channel specifically needs to be authorized, approved, and conducted by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, and your testimony is that they're not interested in doing that dredging, you said?
That is correct. In terms of improving navigation in the Z channel as it relates to small cruise vessels into Gallows Bay, we have been working with the Army Corps of Engineers, the Water and Power Authority, and the Office of the Governor because the Army Corps had indicated that there was federal interest in federalizing the WAPA channel to improve navigation there, to increase the size of vessel that's able to call to the power plant in St. Croix. But as it stands for the Z channel and the entrance into Gallows Bay as it relates to the small cruise vessels, it was determined that there was no federal interest to pursue that project.
Very well. I guess we'll have. I know my time is short, but I'll love to engage in a different discussion about how do we proceed then with attracting boutique cruise shipping in that port. But I'll leave that for another time so that we can further discuss that. What about the executive director in respect to the Gordon Finch Molasses Pier, the terminal there? I know that in your testimony you talk about that as being, or should slated to be open in the near future. I was getting some reports that there was some leaking conditions in the building. Is there some opportunity to fix those leaks? Get the contractor to address that particular issue?
Yes, Tafari Nelson, Engineering Project Manager, St. Croix. Majority of the leaking issues that we were experiencing at the building was, especially in the administrative building side, was as a result of condensation with ambient air from the outside getting in and dripping onto the ceiling tiles. That has since been addressed. We do have minor leaks that we are seeing, which has been addressed, and we'll be continuing to monitor.
30 seconds.
The roof, we do have a warranty on that roof for 5 years, so we will be keeping an eye on it and being sure to address if there is ever any indication of additional leaks.
Great, thank you for that. And Director, in regards to the additional fees for your agreement with Royal Caribbean, can you speak to what are some of the infrastructure improvements, or what are the improvements that will be realized as a result of that increase?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator Francis, we have two separate $5 capital cost recovery charges, one at St. Thomas and one at St. Croix. As it relates to St. Thomas, that $5 capital cost recovery charge is...
Let's focus on St. Croix for now.
Okay, so for St. Croix, the improvements that we're looking at are dredging a larger berth pocket to allow for larger class of vessel. We've had conversations definitively surrounding the Freedom class from Royal Caribbean. We've had some exploratory conversations about if we could possibly go larger there with the same type of investment. We're also looking at improving the mooring hardware, the mooring dolphins, and it's really facilitating that larger cruise ships to call into Frederiksted.
May I add that part of what we're looking at along with Royal is how could they establish some kind of incubator that can help local folks establish some kind of attraction. That's one of the things that you keep hearing, whether it's some other kind of attraction that St. Croix could have. And I tell people all the time, as simple as we see that Kontiki move up and down the water, it's 300 people on the water back and forth with a steel pan on it. But something that people would want to do in St. Croix. So that's part of what we're trying to do with this money as well.
Excellent. Madam Chair, my time has been called. I have two more concerns I'd like to raise.
You may proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you. The other issue is the entrance sign. Director Dow, the entrance sign at the Rolston Airport, I noticed that the sign, I guess the signage has been removed for repair. What's the status on getting that sign back up?
Yeah, Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director. We have made contact with the vendor that provided the sign, and it's going to replace in the short term.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. And in regards to the road repairs that's been there, we had a conversation with the governor as recent as yesterday, and we know that the west and the port sides will be started in short order. I wanted to wrap up by asking you, Director Dow, in respect to Caribbean Caribbean Airlines route. Every forum that we have been in this cycle, there's always that question being raised of what's being done to address individuals being able to get down the Caribbean islands. Any discussion being had in respect to that?
Today, I can't tell you that there is any new discussion being had. What the Port Authority continue to tell the entire aviation world, and we've put it out there that if you're a new airline with a new service coming into either St. Thomas or St. Croix, we could offer you discount on your landing fees, which is normally a costly thing, and some of your operational fees. We still have that running for another, maybe I think another year or so. But outside of that, and I say all the time, while we could try to make the facility conducive to the travel, the market is determining what's going to happen in terms of where people is going to go. So normally tourism, that's who out there selling the market. But the truth in fact is all we could do is try to make sure that if they come to us and we put stuff out there, that we're able to offer them some kind of incentive to get them going at least.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency. I'll just ask that you ask Mr. Dow to, again, we want to advocate for that hotel development on St. Croix over at the Betty's Hope, and whatever we need to do from this side to advocate and support the FAA's decision on that, let us know, and we're willing to write a letter, make a phone call, or whatever to support them approving the hotel development for St. Croix in the Port Authority proffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr., and I must agree with you because, we have been at the construction of the Polly Joseph Stadium seems like for as long as I've been born. That's an exaggeration, of course, but it just seems forever. But what's important is once the Polly Joseph Stadium is completed, we must see some return on our investment, some ROI. So the expectation is that we will see on the Island District of St. Croix some, sports tourism occurring. And in order for that to occur, we need to see a new hotel in the St. Croix district. We need to see, the 110 rooms seems very minimal, but it's a start. So.
Sorry, I have sorry, please.
No problem.
The airline kind of situation here.
Somebody need to be excused?
Please?
Yes,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, so just going back to, somebody needs to be excused. Go ahead, you can be excused. So it's so important as we talk about the development of our airports and the development of our of the Polly Joseph Stadium, particularly in St. Croix, that we at least see a new hotel. So to Senate President's point, if there's anything that we can do to fast track this, I think that we should be engaged in it. It's important. Otherwise, we don't want to see that we develop our airports and then things remain stagnant. These things need to be happening simultaneously at the same time. Okay. So you have and this is for the CFO. So the revenue projected for FY25 is 77.5 million, which is some 4.1, give or take, million higher than fiscal year 24. What is the impetus for the $4 million increase?
I'll let Ms. Ava Penn answer that. She was dealing with the projections of the revenue.
Ms. Penn?
Yeah, Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. The impetus, Senator, is related to increased cruise ship activity and on the marine side and on the aviation side, increase passenger traffic.
So let me ask you, you made reference to the $3 increase. Are you, do you anticipate getting any blowback from the cruise ship industry on this $3? I mean, you could never really anticipate, but.
I don't know what they'll do. Nobody could do that. I could tell you that we know for a fact that we don't have no issues with Royal Caribbean.
Okay.
But moreover, I want to say to the public, Royal Caribbean basically would be paying $8 more than every other cruise ship coming to the territory. And if in fact we have to dredge to this 40 feet, it has to be paid for. And that's how the only mechanism we see we're able to do this.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that. So are you intending to utilize those additional dollars to back a line of credit? How are you utilizing those funds? Because for us, what is of concern is how often should you be dredging the harbor?
Probably like every 10 years.
Every
they're
10
saying.
years.
But that don't mean that you don't have to maintain it.
Right. Agreed. So there must be some maintenance during that period. So the question is, how do we ensure that in the future we don't have to utilize funds from the executive branch to support the dredging of the harbor?
Well,
have you looked at that to determine what's best for the territory as far as the resources that we should be generating, the revenues that we should be generating? So that $18 million, we could have used that for something else other than for the dredging.
Well, our intent is that we will have to have a feed that is consistent and continuous to do that. And we can't. These aren't easy conversations, but we can't duck or run or hide. It's
Right.
only one
Agreed.
way that we're going to pay for this kind of service. And it's just like any cruise line or airline. It's the passengers ultimately going to have to pay for these things.
No disagreement from my end. My basic concern is how do we prevent the legislature, the executive branch, from having to appropriate it? Because
Well-
remember, you should be a self-sustaining entity.
Correct.
And as it stands, we've struggled this past fiscal year with our own revenues. So the question that I'm asking is there a plan in place?
Well, yes.
To ensure, you follow what I'm saying?
Correct.
Yes.
So let me tell you what, at least the approach that we have been taking, we have already started down the road. The Virgin Islands, in St. Thomas and our harbors in particular, this is probably the only place under the U.S. flag that have these type ports that are not federalized harbor. Right next door to Puerto Rico, they just dredged over $58 million worth of dredging done by the Army Corps of Engineers. So when Congress appropriate the monies for the Army Corps of Engineers, those money are normally appropriated. So we have already started to go down the road to federalize our harbors.
Great.
That's a discussion that we had in Jacksonville, Preston, Annis, the governor of the Virgin Islands, myself, with the general of the Army Corps. Because that's the only thing we're not, the amount of money it costs time and time again, we're not. So throughout the U.S. itself, most of those ports are federalized. Thus, it's appropriation by Congress that pays for those harbors.
I'm glad that you share that. I kind of asked it so you could have put that on the record that is consideration is being had there. Is there any, have you looked at the pros and cons of federalizing the harbors in the future? Because that's always a conversation
Exactly.
and very important for us to understand what it means when we say federalizing the harbors.
Correct. The main drawback to any federalization of the harbor is, which is not a bad thing, you're not going to be able to put up cowgirl or build something in that area of the harbor. You would not be able to say, well, I want to put some kind of development in the harbor. You'd have to, even if you want to do something, you'd have to get the authorization from them. But we know we want a free waterway, So we don't find ourselves, unlike other places where may want to use the harbor for an oil rig or whatever they may want to do. We know that's not us. So I don't really see a major drawback. I don't know, Preston, if you...
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Madam Chair, one of the reasons that we've pursued the 40-foot depth on our own outside of the federalization effort is because of the long-term timelines that tend to come with those projects. So when we look at things like the feasibility study for navigational improvements, the Army Corps will tell you this themselves, that that's typically a 10 to 15-year process to go through the necessary studies and the necessary approvals. We really restarted the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor dredging permitting process in earnest about 2.5 years ago, and we're reaching the point where we're approaching construction. So that timeline is one of the cons of federalization, but that being said, if you're not doing improvements of that nature, the maintenance dredging happens on a much sooner timeline.
Okay, I'm just concerned about the pros and cons, because when we did the land swap, it was just a lot of, it's different, but when folks hear that the federal government is, is in the space, it always causes you to pause, because from time to time they come with these things that you're not prepared to accept. So I am in favor of what's necessary to make sure that we are able to do the necessary dredging so we can continue the commerce in the in our harbors. And then before we go to Senator Joseph, infrastructure money. So are you anticipating receiving any infrastructure dollars from the Biden administration infrastructure programs?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Madam Chair, we, under the FAA and Department of Transportation, there is the Airport Improvement Grant, AIG, that was funded by the bipartisan infrastructure law that supplements our entitlements from the FAA. So we receive approximately $1.9 million for Henry Rollison Airport in St. Croix, and approximately $2.5 million for Sierra Leone King Airport, in addition to our yearly entitlements. That's been funded through the bipartisan infrastructure law. We have also chased a couple of discretionary programs. We were successful under the Department of Transportation's Protect grant, where we were selected for approximately $12.5 million for an individual project, and then we continue to chase other discretionary opportunities with grant applications, depending on the available funding and our project needs.
So are you anticipating receiving any windfall of funds coming to the Port Authority for aviation or marine?
Not at this time. We do have our consistent applications that we're putting in, especially under the Maritime Administration's Port Infrastructure Development Program. We continue to have our AIP funding through the FAA, as well as the discretionary dollars that we compete with other airports in the southern region. So we do program and plan those discretionary dollars, and we're expecting discretionary funding available for our runway rehabilitation project. But outside of that, we aren't expecting any significant windfall as it comes to outside funding sources.
Okay, and then as once the agreement is finalized with the 3P, where is it? The PFC funds that will be diverted to them for projects to complete the project. Is this like an overall under that umbrella?
Yes. So in our current PFC application with the FAA, in coordination with the airlines, we have already started to program funds for FY 2025 revenues towards the terminal development.
The terminal development. All right.
And just on the marine side, while we still have, while we got the assurance, we still have the $21 million for the tropical shipping project and the $22 million for the Bomber Alec in St. Croix. And those are just going through that process now as we speak.
Okay, and then you have cash reserves of 13.2 million, and it says cash reserves and other. What does that mean?
I know.
That's like restricted funds for like the dredging?
Yes, and a Penchi financial officer. There's that in there, and also we have some money coming back that we upfronted for aviation for the EDA project, the Dale Gregory project. So that's coming back in to be used for future projects.
Okay. So what portion is actual reserves, meaning rainy day fund? Do you have a rainy day fund? I spend every cent I get.
The rain don't come already.
The rain came.
I don't have a rainy day fund.
At this point,
That
no.
has to be part of the Port Authority's plan. You have to have a rainy day fund. No?
Well, we meet our debt obligations, but what I can tell you is that I think where we're steering ourselves, down the road will be okay. Let me put it that way. In terms of what we're doing.
Mr. Doe, you need a rainy day fund.
Sorry? Yeah,
You need a rainy
I'm
day
agreeing. I am agreeing.
You had one in the past. You need a rainy day fund. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Recognize the senator's mic.
Thank you kindly. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I'm very happy to see the hardworking men and women at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. You always give me a sense of hope as we make progress to expand what we offer to our visitors as well as the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to first ask you relative to your budget. I know the chairwoman was covering it a bit, but we have this on page 2 of your testimony, Executive Director. You mentioned that there's a 19% reduction from previous years in your budget that was passed. Is that a reduction in the amount of expenses that you're going to be paying out for fiscal year 2024 compared to how much you were paying out? Are you projecting to pay out in fiscal year 2025?
No, I think someone of my staff said it well. All we have done basically is trying to finish up some capital projects what we have going on and not taking on a whole bunch more capital projects.
Oh, so you're reducing the amount
Correct.
of capital projects that you're taking on.
We have a lot right now.
All right. And also, I noted that on page 3, the car rental facility charges is 0. Why is that for fiscal year 2025?
Go ahead, Anna.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. In terms of the car rental facility charges, the CFC, we do not have any allocated expenses towards that in fiscal year 2025. Because of the ongoing P3 process, we had initially planned projects with that fund, but given the transition that's ongoing, we have put those projects on hold as a part of that 19% reduction as well.
Okay, good. So that's
Could I just want to make it clear, because we're not only speaking to ourselves, but the public.
yes.
That does not mean that we're not collecting that facility charge. So although it says it has more to do with it, allocating it to some project, but we are collecting the car rental facility charge.
What is the amount you collect annually for the car rental facility charge?
Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. For 2024, we collected $358,000.
And that's total for both Island District?
We only collected on St. Thomas.
Okay. And you don't collect on St. Croix because they have budget?
No, the car rentals did not elect to participate in the program.
Okay,
on
understood.
St. Croix.
Okay. So,
Senator, sorry, but, because it's important.
Yeah.
Because what that really means is that we use the money for certain projects. So sometimes we'll ask, well, why you can't do this in St. Croix? Specifically, and here is a little piece of your answer. When we decided, the Port Authority and the car rental company, that we're going to do this, they pushed back. They didn't want to do it for various reasons and so forth. So like the third lane that you see the taxi cabs coming out of right now,
At the head.
at the King Airport.
CK.
That third lane was paid for by the same fund because that money is to do things that would assist. Part of that same money, not the entire thing, but piece of the money was pledged to the Dale Gregory Transportation Center. So when we ask, well, why you don't do this in St. Croix, in these areas, that's how these things are funded. St. Croix opted not to participate in this the facility charge that we have.
Okay, and so that's how you are able to enhance and improve what you offer to the car rental agency by them reinvesting or investing in the authority
1 minute.
project work, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question, and this is a big question. This would have been in 1998. I was part of the transitional team for then the late Governor Charles Wesley Turnbull, and we had to go to both the WICO as well as the Virgin Islands Port Authority regarding that controversial discussion
30
in the
seconds.
merger. Is there any discussion, because we are competing against each other, WICO and the Virgin Islands Port Authority, is there any discussions regarding that merger?
As we speak today, none to my knowledge.
Has there been any in the last 4 years?
Certainly. There have been bills, there have been all kind of discussion on the matter.
And do you think since you've been in this position, do you think there is a likelihood, is there a palette for that to happen? Speak the truth and shame the devil.
Time.
Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Somebody walking with me.
No, you.
I just messing.
Devil.
No. Let me, Senator, I'll have to answer it this way. I believe in it. I believe sincerely that it should be a merger. I was the first to sponsor such legislation when I was a senator because I believe in it then, I believe in it now. How do we get there is a different thing.
I think you have to have people of like mind, because that was something that we had discussed as far back as when I stated it, so that it could definitely be us, not competing against each other for whatever expansion, improvement, and for us to grow as a territory. I don't think it bodes well for us to compete with each other. Madam Chair, I believe I have one other final question. Get my paper over here. Yes, here we go. I love that you have Sky City and it's in place now. Kindly indicate for us when you anticipate the whole transition phase of Sky City taking over the aviation component of the port going to take place? Because you said you're still in the transition phase, and we want to know when that transition phase is going to conclude, because you should have a project schedule.
I think she's been here all day. She has to answer something. So, but she's the person who is primarily in the
Well,
weeds.
you know, I don't get the people them to answer questions. I pick on everybody.
So she's in the weeds.
Alice Hodge, Deputy Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority. We are looking at financial close by the second quarter of 2025.
Second quarter. Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you for your answers. I just wanted to close and say, I really think you're very progressive. I love it, that you're progressive and you're moving forward with what you plan to do, and we are here to support you any way we can. Thank you so kindly.
Was that N asking us for support for you? Boy, I don't know what kind of politician today you guys are. You know, me, we'd have jump up say, yeah, this. Yes. Oh, no, you talk too long. And you're good luck. Good luck. I go with it. Good luck, Senator. Good luck, Senator Blyden, as well.
All right. Your time has been called, Senator. Let's go to the 12 million. The debt. I think somebody asked it, but I think I was reading something. The 12.5 million debt-funded service marine projects are tied to those bonds that were floated a few years ago.
No,
So what
it's
projects is this residual, or this is tied to a hard project? I know you probably have done some authorization of what projects you're looking at as things may have changed. So what projects fall under this $12.5 million?
Basically, this is us going back to the market. This is not the old 2014 bond series that we have. This is looking at going back to the market, getting pilot boats and different things like that.
Okay.
This is new debt-funded marine projects for dredging and pilot boat.
So so you are anticipating going back to the market for, you're doing a refunding, or you're doing a new debt service?
Currently, we're exploring both options to see which would be better.
Okay, and this is for, you said fendering? What did you say?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. We've got a number of different projects. One is inclusive of the cross-channel lagoon off of Kraus Lagoon over in the south shore of St. Croix. There's some dredging that needs to be done there. We've also undertaken some capital maintenance projects, both at Annie Abramson Marine Facility and others here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. So we're anticipating those projects will be funded under these combination of potentially refunded debt service from the 2014 series or a new series.
So what's the outstanding amount on your debt service on that particular bond?
Currently, we're at 25.6.
25.6. So you're looking to, well, the interest rates were a lot lower then in that time, so perhaps it may not be the most feasible thing. You may just have to do a straight new bond, because it may not be feasible to do a refunding. We just had a conversation yesterday about a big project, the waterfront project.
And
Okay.
a part of that too would be the need for 2 brand new pilot boats. Just make that
Oh, so you're buying 2 pilot boats?
possibly. Yeah.
Did you purchase a new pilot boat?
Quite some time ago, a few years ago.
Okay.
About 5 years ago. But remember, those are every day, 24/7.
Got it.
Taking a beating every day.
Okay, so the government grants that you have for 20.9, that's inclusive. I think that's the one that's inclusive of the 18.
Speaking.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the 17 million.
It's the 18.4 million plus our outstanding projects that we testified on today. St. John, the Enide Pond Cultural Park. It does not include the recently passed 10 million.
Okay, so this is my concern with how you have this noted. Because how you have it noted is, so how long is it going to take for the dredging to be done?
So what we have for the 20.4 million that's outlined in this budget is
20.8.
Is expected expenditures for fiscal year 25.
So what is that inclusive of then?
It's inclusive of the service pier in St. John, the blowout panels, the service pier in St. Croix at Annie Abramson Marine Facility, the blowout panels, the design for the Enide Pond Cultural Center and Park, the fish market in St. John. We also have other grant, we've covered them under government grant. We are working under a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to implement some projects on their behalf. It also includes those. And then we have funding allocated for Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging, as well as the soft costs for Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging.
So where's your capital plan for FY 2025? You have a capital plan, a CapEx plan?
Yeah, we do have a capital expenditure plan.
Yeah, can you share that with us? Because we have the information, but we're not seeing what's included in this 20.8 million. Okay. Capital grants, I suspect the capital grants are, what do we say about those? Those are coming from
We have some from the Maritime Administration, some from the Economic Development Administration,
EDA.
some from the FAA,
Okay.
and then we have an upcoming one that was previously awarded under federal highway, but it's based on recent conversations, sounds like it'll be transferred to the FAA as well.
Okay. All right. I think I've exhausted my questions. I don't know if anybody has another burning question before we wrap up. The transportation center, once the 3P is finalized, that will be placed under the 3P?
Yes.
And what are the revenues that you're seeing from the Red Hook terminal, the Red Hook parking lot? You have a question? Okay, no problem.
Almost like 130 a month. You will not out your head.
All right. Ava Penn, Director of, Ava Penn, Director of Financial Affairs. As of August 31st, 2024, 1.6 million was collected in marine parking lot fees.
Nice.
127,000 was collected. In the month of August, 127,000 was collected. 48,000 from the Red Hook parking, the Red Hook barge ramp. 75,000 from the garage and 4,000 from the St. John parking lot.
Okay, so your parking lot revenues appear to be lucrative.
Sorry?
Appear to be lucrative.
And just for the record.
Meaning you are seeing earnings.
Correct.
It's a good investment. That's basically what I'm saying.
That facility was built with $5.6 million when we floated the bonds before. So in short order, you look at the numbers, and less than 6 years, we had already yielded the kind of return on that.
Okay. Senator Joseph, you have a burning question. Senator Blyden, I don't know if Senator Francis Jr. has one. Senator Joseph, you may proceed, and then we're going to wrap up.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm not a member of this committee, but I always value learning and sharing information with our audience who are listening in. Tell us kindly about your agreements with your taxi cab operators and how that is going to affect with the expansion of the Henry Rolson and the CEK, the Cyril E. King Airport. Is that going to have any effect on the operating franchise agreements that you have with the taxi cab operators currently?
Well, I think currently the contracts are expired with the Taxi Association.
Okay, are you looking, Ms. Hodge?
Yeah, Deputy Executive Director Anis Hodge. We have also, the Sky City P3 partner has met with all our tenants, as well as the franchise operators that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So they have been briefed as to where we're going. So in certain instances, they will be negotiating with those entities and taking over some of those contracts.
Okay, now let's look at the marine side as far as the East End Taxi Association. I know the executive director just said those franchise agreements have expired. Also, the East End Taxi Association, their franchise agreement expired. Executive Director?
Yeah, correct. And I think that...
And so when are you looking to negotiate that with them? Because remember, the taxi cab is the only industry that we have that look like the local people.
Yeah, we have, I think we're in the process of doing the RFP. That's what we do. And they've been there for a while. So all we do, we put a request for proposal and see what comes in. And we'll see from there.
So when is your timeline to put that RFP out?
Probably, maybe it could be 30, 45 days.
30, 45 days. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency and allow me to ask those very pertinent questions. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Blyden? Oh, I forgot you said no. Senator Francis Jr.? Unable to hear him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Director Dow, you, in your testimony, you spoke about the reconstruction of the cargo apron on St. Croix. Is the cargo building also scheduled for a facelift in that reconstruction, or is that also caught in the loop of the P3?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. Senator Francis, as it relates to the cargo building, we did do a design for a complete rebuild of that facility. We have been chasing federal grant programs with that design. To date, we have not been successful. That being said, we have shared those plans with the P3 partners, and we've sort of put those projects on hold as we go through the transition phase here with the P3 partners.
Understood. Can you just quickly, if possible, tell me the dollar value to those repairs?
To which repairs?
That's privileged information. I can accept that as well.
Cost of the
For the apron or for the cargo building?
The cargo building.
We don't have a bid price for that. We've been chasing based off engineers' estimates, and in the effort to protect, the price sensitivities in the event that it does get out to bid. I would prefer we keep that off the record.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I know I had one last question. It was on my other page. The cruise ships that dock here, do they empty any of their trash in the territory?
Not to my knowledge. No, they don't.
None of your cruise ships? You don't do any trucking of
because
trash?
the problem, one of the concerns would be this is a U.S. territory, so they would have to adhere to all U.S. Environmental regulation. If they have a crisis, if they need to take something on board, then there's some process that they go through to get the authorization. But to say that they're taking stuff out of here to the landfill.
So nobody is taking any trash from the cruise ships at the Crown Bay dock and taking it to the landfill?
No, not from Crown Bay.
But you said something important we have to look into because I believe it's happening on Waiko. And we need to find out because if they are trucking trash,
well,
they need to pay for it.
Yeah, and they would have to have the permit as well.
And I believe that's happening. So I'm happy to hear that that's not happening on the Port Authority side of the house. So we're going to drill on that a little more at the appropriate time. Okay, I've exhausted all my questions. I want to thank my colleagues who stayed here today. I think we've had some very, very important conversations today. We were unable to meet with Port Authority. We had a storm and just different things occurred that kind of set us back. But, the pressure was to make sure that we at least hear from our semi-autonomous entities as it relates to their 25 budget. Although we don't directly appropriate funding, I still think that we are like grandparents or something to the Virgin Islands Port Authority because we do support them heavily. You see, there's a $20 million amount here in the budget. So, again, I think that, the Port Authority is well on its way. We just have to figure out how do we address how best, and I'm certain that will happen at the appropriate time with regards to the billing out of the relationship with the 3P and the billing out of our two airports here in the territory. I do agree that, sometimes you have to make tough decisions in order for progress to occur. So we'll see how it all pans out at the end of the day. And I wish you well.
Thanks. I really want to thank all of you, Madam Chair, all the senators present and listening by whatever means, and the listening public. And I'll just ask that we have a public relation person, Ms. Monifa Brathwaite, who's very active. So if there's a question or concern, then you could contact her. I think all our employees are pretty much abreast our management staff and could respond to things. And so again, I want to thank all of you and the hardworking 300+ employees at the Port Authority and the staff that's here. And in particular, I really feel good today and proud every time I see Tafari Nelson among us, in all sincerity. I had some others, but I can't. But I feel proud of them as well because they're doing good. No, I mean, they're doing good and big things.
I hope you're paying him.
They're doing, huh?
I hope you're paying him.
We're paying you? Okay, all right. no, when we go outside, you could tell me what you want.
All right, well, I want to thank the central staff, my staff, of course, all of the testifiers that came before us today. I think the one Achilles heel that was shared with us today is we have to figure out what's going on with this whole third-party fiduciary situation with the Department of Education. I have to tell you that Ms. Penn's leadership is definitely missing on that end because we had some extremely rude awakenings today. I'm certain that you guys were listening, and it's the situation. We're spending $2.4 million. We spent $42.5 million thus far with our situation, and it still seems like we're not going anywhere. So we have to figure out how to drill down on addressing that issue that we have with our third-party fiduciary. They're just milking this cow here in the territory, and it's time for the Virgin Islands to push back on the federal government because they too need to do some seeing it as to what's happening here with regards to that situation. So I want to thank the central staff, thank my staff, thank all the testifiers and the listening and viewing audience. There's so much more work to do. And without further ado, the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting for, what's today? October 30th is actually my oldest son's 38th birthday. My son, Kaylin Gregory, is 38 years old today. He's in New York. Happy birthday to him. Yeah, can't believe it. But the committee stands in, it's actually that we don't stand in recess. We are hereby adjourned.
Thanks.